The sun sets in the west and the sky is full of rosy clouds. Outside Fengwo City on Kuyan Peak, there is a stone table. Next to the table, there is a stone bench. A pair of young men and women are leaning against each other. The boy is thin, slightly pale, and has a delicate face. The girl is wearing a snow-white dress with jade-like skin and a beautiful face. The girl leans her head on the boy's shoulder. Under the sunset, they look like a pair of immortal lovers. Heir, I really hope it can be like this for the rest of my life, the boy said softly with a happy smile on his face. Brother Ming, of course, we said we would be together for the rest of our lives. The girl smiled happily. The boy's name is Lu Ming, and the girl's name is Lu Yao. Seeing the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's eyes became even gentler. He held Lu Yao's soft and boneless jade hand and said, Heir, although my tendons and veins are blocked and I can't condense my true qi, as long as I can awaken my blood, the Elders' Council will buy elixirs to dredge my meridians, and then I can practice. I will definitely become a martial arts expert and protect you for the rest of my life. Thank you, Brother Ming. Lu Yao's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and she said, Brother Ming, has a pulse reader really tested that you have inherited your father's blood? Yes, Heir. So your man in the future will definitely be a strong man. Lu Ming showed a confident smile on his face. Lu Yao smiled slightly and picked up the wine glass on the stone table. In the wine glass was the famous blood-tongue orchid wine, which exuded a faint fragrance. Lu Yao kissed Lu Ming on the face in a flash, her face blushing, and she picked up the wine glass and said, Brother Ming, come here. Heir will give you a reward. Lu Ming took the wine glass and said, Heir, you treat me to a glass of blood-tongue orchid wine every day. I am really grateful to have you by my side. After that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. The aroma of the wine lingered on the tip of his tongue, and Lu Ming's heart was as sweet as the aroma of the wine, but the next moment he felt a little dizzy. Heir, why do I feel a little dizzy? Your wine. Lu Ming held the stone table and looked at Lu Yao, but at this time he found that Lu Yao's face was a little cold. Ha! Lu Ming, Heir has been with you for 3 years, nothing more than nourishing your veins. Now the time has come. Donate your blood? At this time, a middle-aged man appeared from the side. It was Lu Yao's father. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, it exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Heir? Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao in disbelief, but Lu Yao's eyes were full of indifference. Why? I love you so much. Lu Yao's cold eyes were like sharp knives piercing into Lu Ming's heart. He roared and rushed towards Lu Yao, but Lu Yao just retreated slightly, and he fell to the ground. Duanmu Lin of Xuanyuan Sword Sect, practiced at the age of 6, opened 2 divine veins in half a year, entered the warrior realm, and entered the martial arts master realm at the age of 9. Now he is 16 years old, and one of the 4 geniuses of Xuanyuan Sword Sect. And you, weak and sick, with blocked meridians, to put it bluntly, you are just a waste. Even if you awaken your bloodline, you are still a waste. Can you compare with Duanmu Lin? Such a genius is the perfect match for me, Lu Yao. If you want to marry him, you must awaken a powerful bloodline. Since you love me so much, why don't you help me and use your bloodline to help me awaken a stronger bloodline? The cold voice came out of Lu Yao's mouth. Bang! At this time, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back, and a sharp knife appeared in his hand, shouting, Lu Ming, give your bloodline. Ah, the piercing pain in his spine instantly overwhelmed Lu Ming. Lu Ming screamed, his voice full of loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into endless darkness. Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, why do you want to take my bloodline? Lu Ming roared and suddenly sat up from the bed, pressing the Nanmu bed with a creaking sound. Lu Ming was sweating and pale. At first, he thought he was having a nightmare, but soon realized that it was not a dream, but a fact that had already happened. The situation a few days ago reappeared in his mind. Lu Ming, the heir of the main lineage of the Fengwo Cheng Lu family. His father is the head of the Lu family. And Lu Yao, the daughter of the first elder of the first branch of the Lu family. The two are from the same clan but different lines. They grew up together since childhood and were childhood sweethearts. They can be said to be inseparable. They have even sworn to each other in private and have decided to spend their lives together. Lu Ming could never have imagined that Lu Yao and the elder would attack him and take his bloodline. Strength. Everything is because of my lack of strength. If I had extraordinary talent and strong strength, how dare they do this to me? Lu Ming clenched his fists, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Waste! This is what Lu Yao called him. Lu Yao's words 3 days ago seemed to still echo in his ears. Creak! At this time, the door was pushed open and a frail middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on the bed, she asked with concern, "Minger, are you having a nightmare again?" This beautiful woman is Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who was worried about Lu Ming's safety and went out to look for him and saved Lu Ming, otherwise Lu Ming would have died. Since 6 years ago, when it was reported that Lu Ming's father was killed while traveling outside, he has depended on Li Ping for his life. Lu Ming looked at Li Ping, his eyes softened, and he said, "Mom, it's okay, it's just a dream." Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping sat beside Lu Ming's bed, touched Lu Ming's forehead and said with heartache, "It's been 3 days, and every time you shouted that Lu Yao hurt you, Minger. What's going on? Could it be that your injury is because of Lu Yao?" Lu Ming said, "Mom, it's nothing. You heard wrong." Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the Great Elder who did it, because Li Ping did not practice martial arts. Telling Li Ping would harm her instead. Li Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "Minger, you can't call Lu Yao by her name in front of others in the future. 2 days ago, Lu Yao awakened the 5th level bloodline and opened up a divine meridian. Now she has been recognized by the Council of Elders. At the clan meeting 2 months later, she will take charge of the Lu family and become the head of the Lu family. If you call the head of the family by his name, I'm afraid people will think it's disrespectful." "What? Wants to take charge of the Lu family? Don't even think about it." Lu Ming roared in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched, and his teeth were about to break, and blood was flowing out. After Lu Ming's father was rumored to have been killed 6 years ago, the Lu family has been managed by the Council of Elders for the past 6 years, and no new head of the family has been appointed. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Li Ping was so scared that she was at a loss. She just held Lu Ming's head, tears kept flowing, and said, "Minger, don't scare me. I have already lost your father. I can't lose you again." "Dad, where are you? Minger believes you will not die." Now, Minger is powerless and can't even keep the position of the head of the family. Lu Ming tightly grasped a pendant on his neck. Because he was too strong, his nails pierced into the flesh and blood kept oozing out. This pendant was made of bronze and the size of a broad bean. It was sent back from outside by someone before Lu Ming's father had an accident. Lu Ming has been carrying it with him for the past 6 years. The blood on his palm oozed out and flowed to the bronze pendant. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze pendant shook slightly and became hot. Before Lu Ming could react, the bronze pendant shook and turned into powder, drilled into Lu Ming's palm, and disappeared into his palm. Then, Lu Ming felt a hot energy flowing from his palm, along his arm and up. After a while, it stopped at the yin-tang acupoint between his eyebrows. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind, making Lu Ming's mind buzz. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Continuous roars continued to sound in Lu Ming's mind, and then a hot breath started from the center of his eyebrows and rushed to Lu Ming's spine. The next moment, the roar disappeared, but there were waves of numbness and itching on his spine, and his whole body became hot. What's going on? Lu Ming was completely confused. At this time, the numbness and itching on his spine became more intense, as if something was slowly growing. "Minger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother." Feeling the abnormality of Lu Ming, Li Ping was even more afraid and was a little at a loss. "Bloodline regeneration? Can I really have bloodline regeneration?" Lu Ming was puzzled. Ancient books recorded that only very few people, after their bloodline was deprived or damaged for other reasons, could have bloodline regeneration and grow a new bloodline. However, most of the regenerated bloodlines were of very low level and of little use. But there were also very few people who could break and then stand up, break out of the cocoon and be reborn, rise from destruction, transcend the past, and awaken the strongest bloodline. but the probability is so small that it can be ignored. According to ancient books, there were few cases in ancient times. Ming did not think about transcending the past and awakening the strongest bloodline. After all, the probability was too small. He would be very happy as long as he could awaken his bloodline. With bloodline, he could practice martial arts and change his destiny. At this time, the abnormality on his body slowly disappeared, and Ming smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine." "Master, I'm so glad you're fine. You scared us to death these few days." At this time, a girl came over and said. The girl was about the same age as Ming and was extremely beautiful. Ming naturally recognized her. The girl's name was Qiwei. She was Li Ping's personal maid and had grown up with him since childhood. "Qiwei, I'm fine. Don't worry." Ming smiled. Then Ming looked around and his face suddenly changed. He said, "Mom, where is this? This is not the Lu family's main residence." Ming's father used to be the head of the Lu family. They used to live in the Lu family's main residence, but this is not it. "Minger, you should take good care of your injuries and don't worry too much," Li Ping said, but the flash of sadness and tears in her eyes was still captured by Ming. "Mom, what happened?" Ming asked. "Master, let me tell you, we were kicked out. Lu Yao said that she would soon become the head of the family and should live in the main residence, but we are not qualified to continue living in the main residence, so we were asked to move out." Qiwei gritted her teeth and told the story. Her pretty face was full of anger. "What? Lu Yao, you are going too far." Ming roared, "You useless thing! What are you yelling about? It's a blessing for you to have a place to live, and you are not grateful? ashangba.org. Just then, a voice sounded outside the door, and then the door was opened, and a young man walked out. "Luchuan, it's," Ming shouted angrily. This man's name was Luchuan, Lu Yao's brother, and he was a little older than Ming. "Luchuan, we have all left the main house. Why are you still here?" Li Ping said, and her body subconsciously blocked in front of Ming, as if she was afraid that Luchuan would hurt Ming. "I'm here to get the sword." After saying that, Luchuan's eyes scanned around, and when he saw a sword beside the bed, his eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over and reached out to grab the sword in his hand. "Luchuan, this sword is the only token left by Minger's father. It is left for Minger to use in the future. You can't take it away." Li Ping quickly reached out to grab it. "Get out of here!" Luchuan exerted his strength, and the scabbard shook, and a burst of power burst out. Li Ping was not a cultivator, so she could not resist it. She staggered back and almost fell to the ground. "Mother!" Ming roared. The sun sets in the west and the sky is full of rosy clouds. Outside Fengwo City, on Kuyan Peak, there is a stone table. Next to the table, there is a stone bench. A pair of young men and women are leaning against each other. The boy is thin, his face is slightly pale, and his face is delicate. The girl is wearing a snow-white long dress. Her skin is like jade, and her face is beautiful. The girl's head is resting on the boy's shoulder. Under the setting sun, they are like a pair of immortal lovers. "Yaoer, I really hope it can be like this for the rest of my life," the boy said softly with a happy smile on his face. "Brother Ming, of course we said we would be together for the rest of our lives." The girl smiled happily. The boy's name was Ming, and the girl's name was Lu Yao. Looking at the smile on Lu Yao's face, Ming's eyes became even gentler. He held Lu Yao's soft and boneless jade hand and said, "Yaoer, although my tendons and veins are blocked, and I can't condense my true energy, as long as I can awaken my blood, the Elders' Council will buy elixirs to clear my meridians, and then I can practice. I will definitely become a martial arts master and protect you for the rest of your life. Thank you, Brother Ming." Lu Yao's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and she said, "Brother Ming, has a pulse reader really tested that you have inherited your father's blood?" "Yes, Yaoer, so your man in the future will definitely be a strong man." Ming smiled confidently. Lu Yao smiled slightly and picked up the wine glass on the stone table. In the wine glass was the famous Blood Tongue Orchid wine, which exuded a faint fragrance. Lu Yao kissed Ming on the face in a flash, her face blushing, and she picked up the wine glass and said, "Brother Ming, come, Yaoer will reward you." Ming took the wine glass and said, "Yaoer, you treat me to a glass of Blood Tongue Orchid wine every day. I am really grateful to have you by my side." After that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. The aroma of the wine lingered on the tip of his tongue, and Lu Ming's heart was as sweet as the aroma of the wine, but the next moment he felt a little dizzy. "Yaoer, why do I feel a little dizzy? Your wine." Lu Ming held the stone table and looked at Lu Yao, but at this time he found that Lu Yao's face was a little cold. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, Yaoer has been with you for 3 years, just to nourish your veins. Now the time has come, donate your blood." At this time, a middle-aged man appeared from the side. It was Lu Yao's father. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, it exploded in Lu Ming's mind. "Yaoer!" Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao in disbelief, but Lu Yao's eyes were full of indifference. "Why? I love you so much." Lu Yao's cold eyes were like sharp knives piercing into Lu Ming's heart. He roared and rushed towards Lu Yao, but Lu Yao just retreated slightly, and he fell to the ground. Duan Mulin of Xuanyuan, sword sect, practiced at the age of 6, opened up 2 divine veins in half a year, entered the warrior realm, entered the martial artist realm at the age of 9, and now he is 16 years old, one of the 4 geniuses of Xuanyuan sword sect. And you are weak and sick. Your meridians are blocked. To put it bluntly, you are just a waste. Even if you awaken your bloodline, you are still a waste. Can you compare with Duan Mulin? Such a genius is the perfect match for me, Lu Yao. If you want to marry him, you must awaken a powerful bloodline. Since you love me so much, why don't you help me and use your bloodline to help me awaken a stronger bloodline? The cold voice came out of Lu Yao's mouth. Bang! At this time, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back. A sharp knife appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Lu Ming, give your blood!" Ah! The piercing pain in his spine instantly overwhelmed Lu Ming. Lu Ming screamed, his voice full of loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into endless darkness. "Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, why do you want to take my blood?" Lu Ming roared and suddenly sat up from the bed, pressing the Nanmu bed with a creaking sound. Lu Ming was sweating and pale. At first, he thought he was having a nightmare, but soon realized that this was not a dream, but a fact that had already happened. The situation a few days ago reappeared in his mind. Lu Ming, the descendant of the Fenghuocheng Lu family's main lineage. His father is the head of the Lu family. And Lu Yao, the daughter of the great elder of the first branch of the Lu family. The two of them were from the same clan, but different bloodlines. They grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. They were inseparable. They even swore to each other in private and decided to spend their lives together. Lu Ming could never have imagined that Lu Yao and the great elder would attack him and take his bloodline. Strength? Everything is because of my lack of strength. If I were gifted and strong, how dare they do this to me? Lu Ming clenched his fists, trembling all over, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Waste! This is what Lu Yao called him. Lu Yao's words 3 days ago seemed to still echo in his ears. Squeak! At this time, the door was pushed open, and a frail middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on the bed, she asked with concern, "Minger, did you have a nightmare again?" This beautiful woman was Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who was worried about Lu Ming's safety and went out to look for him, and saved Lu Ming. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have died. Since 6 years ago, when it was reported that Lu Ming's father was killed while traveling outside, he has depended on Li Ping for his life. Lu Ming looked at Li Ping, his eyes softened, and he said, "Mom, it's okay, it's just a dream." Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Peng sat beside Lu Ming's bed, touched Lu Ming's forehead, and said with heartache, "It's been 3 days, and you always yelled that Lu Yao hurt you. Minger, what's going on? Could it be that your injury is because of Lu Yao?" Lu Ming said, "Mom, it's nothing. You heard it wrong." Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the elder who did it, because Li Ping did not practice martial arts, and telling Li Ping would hurt her instead. Li Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "Minger, you can't call Lu Yao's name in front of others in the future." 2 days ago, Lu Yao awakened the 5th level bloodline and opened up a divine meridian. Now she has been recognized by the Elders' Council. At the clan meeting 2 months later, she will take charge of the Lu family and become the head of the Lu family. Calling the head of the family by his name will probably be considered disrespectful. What? Lu Yao wants to take charge of the Lu family? She can't even think about it. Lu Ming roared in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched, and blood was flowing out. After Lu Ming's father was rumored to have been killed 6 years ago, the Lu family has been managed by the Elders' Council for the past 6 years, and no new head of the family has been appointed. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Li Ping was frightened and lost her mind. She just hugged Lu Ming's head, tears kept flowing, and said, "Minger, don't scare Mother. Mother has already lost your father, and can't lose you again. Dad, where are you? Minger believes that you will not die. Now, Minger is powerless and can't even keep the position of head of the family." Lu Ming tightly grasped a pendant on his neck. Because he was holding it too hard, his nails pierced into the flesh and blood kept oozing out. This pendant was made of bronze and the size of a broad bean. It was sent back from outside by someone before Lu Ming's father got into trouble. Lu Ming has been carrying it with him for the past 6 years. The blood on his palm oozed out and flowed to the bronze pendant. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze pendant trembled slightly and became scorching hot. Before Lu Ming could react, the bronze pendant shook and turned into powder, which drilled into Lu Ming's palm and disappeared into his palm. Then, Lu Ming felt a scorching energy from his palm, along his arm and up, and after a while, it stopped at the yin-tang acupoint between his eyebrows. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind, making Lu Ming's mind buzz. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Continuous roars continued to sound in Lu Ming's mind, and then a hot breath started from the center of his eyebrows and rushed to Lu Ming's spine. The next moment, the roar disappeared, but there were waves of numbness and itching on his spine, and his whole body became scorching hot. What's going on? Lu Ming was completely confused. At this time, the numbness and itching on the spine became more intense, as if something was slowly growing. "Minger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Li Ping was even more afraid when she felt something was wrong with Lu Ming, and she was a little at a loss. "Bloodline regeneration? Can I really have bloodline regeneration?" Lu Ming was puzzled. Ancient books recorded that only very few people could have bloodline regeneration and grow a new bloodline after their bloodline was deprived or damaged for other reasons. However, most of the regenerated bloodlines were of very low level and were of no use. But there were also very few people who could break and then stand up, break out of the cocoon and be reborn, rise from destruction, transcend the past, and awaken the strongest bloodline. But the probability of this was so small that it could be ignored. According to ancient books, there were few cases in ancient times. Lu Ming did not think about transcending the past and awakening the strongest bloodline. After all, the probability was too small. As long as he could awaken his bloodline, he would be very happy. With blood, he can practice martial arts and change his destiny. At this time, the strangeness on his body slowly disappeared, and Lu Ming smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine." "Master, you're so good. You scared us to death these few days." At this time, a girl came over and said. The girl was about the same age as Lu Ming and was very beautiful. Lu Ming naturally recognized her. The girl's name was Chue. She was Li Ping's personal maid and grew up with him. "Chue, I'm fine, don't worry." Lu Ming smiled. Then Lu Ming looked around. His face suddenly changed and said, "Mom, where is this? This is not the main house of the Lu family." Lu Ming's father used to be the head of the Lu family. They used to live in the main house of the Lu family, but this is not it. "Minger, take good care of your injuries and don't worry," Li Ping said, but the flash of sadness and tears in her eyes was still captured by Lu Ming. "Mom, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "Master, let me tell you, we were kicked out." Lu Yao said that she would soon become the head of the family and should live in the main house. "We were not qualified to continue living in the main house, so we were asked to move out." Chue gritted her teeth and told the story. Her pretty face was full of anger. "What? Lu Yao, you are going too far." Lu Ming roared. "You useless person, what are you yelling about? It is a gift to you to have a place to live. Why are you not grateful?" www.aishangba.org. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the door, and then the door was opened and a young man walked out. "Lu Chuan, it's you!" Lu Ming shouted angrily. This person's name was Lu Chuan, Lu Yao's biological brother, and he was a little older than Lu Ming. Lucien, we have all left the main house. Why are you still here? Li Ping said, and her body subconsciously blocked in front of Lu Ming, as if she was afraid that Lucien would hurt Lu Ming. I'm here to get the sword. After saying that, Lucien's eyes scanned the surroundings. When he saw a precious sword beside the bed, his eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over and grabbed the precious sword in his hand. Lucien, this sword is the only token left by Minger's father. It will be left for Minger to use in the future. You can't take it away. Li Ping quickly reached out to grab it. Get out of the way! Lucien exerted force, and the scabbard shook. A burst of power burst out. Li Ping was not a cultivator, so she couldn't resist it. She staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Mother, Lu Ming yelled. The sun sets in the west, and the sky is full of rosy clouds. Outside Fenghuo City, on Qian Peak, there is a stone table. Next to the table, there is a stone bench. A young man and woman are leaning against each other. The boy is thin, slightly pale, and has a delicate face. The girl is wearing a snow-white dress with jade-like skin and a beautiful face. The girl leans her head on the boy's shoulder. Under the setting sun, they look like a pair of gods and goddesses. Yeah, I really hope it can be like this for the rest of my life. The boy said softly with a happy smile on his face. Brother Ming, of course, we said we would be together for the rest of our lives. The girl smiled happily. The boy's name is Lu Ming, and the girl's name is Lu Yao. Seeing the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's eyes became even gentler. He held Lu Yao's soft and boneless jade hand and said, Yaoer, although my tendons and veins are blocked and I can't condense my true qi, as long as I can awaken my blood, the Elders' Council will buy elixirs to dredge my meridians, and then I can practice. I will definitely become a martial arts expert and protect you for the rest of my life. Thank you, Brother Ming. Lu Yao's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and she said, Brother Ming, has a pulse reader really tested that you have inherited your father's blood? Yes, Yaoer, so your man in the future will definitely be a strong man. Lu Ming showed a confident smile on his face. Lu Yao smiled slightly and picked up the wineglass on the stone table. In the wineglass was the famous blood-tongue orchid wine, which exuded a faint fragrance. Lu Yao kissed Lu Ming on the face in a flash, her face blushing, and she picked up the wineglass and said, Brother Ming, come here. Yaoer will give you a reward. Lu Ming took the wineglass and said, Yaoer, you treat me to a glass of blood-tongue orchid wine every day. I am really grateful to have you by my side. After that, he picked up the wineglass and drank it all. The aroma of the wine lingered on the tip of his tongue, and Lu Ming's heart was as sweet as the aroma of the wine. But the next moment, he felt a little dizzy. Yaoer, why do I feel a little dizzy? Your wine. Lu Ming held the stone table and looked at Lu Yao, but at this time, he found that Lu Yao's face was a little cold. Haha, Lu Ming, Yaoer has been with you for 3 years, nothing more than nourishing your veins. Now the time has come, donate your blood? At this time, a middle-aged man appeared from the side. It was Lu Yao's father. Boom, like a bolt from the blue, it exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Yaoer! Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao in disbelief, but Lu Yao's eyes were full of indifference. Why? I love you so much. Lu Yao's cold eyes were like sharp knives piercing into Lu Ming's heart. He roared and rushed towards Lu Yao, but Lu Yao just retreated slightly and he fell to the ground. Duan Mulin of Xuanyuan Sword Sect, practiced at the age of 6, opened 2 divine veins in half a year, entered the warrior realm, and entered the martial arts master realm at the age of 9. Now he is 16 years old and one of the 4 geniuses of Xuanyuan Sword Sect. And you, weak and sick, with blocked meridians, to put it bluntly, you are just a waste. Even if you awaken your bloodline, you are still a waste. Can you compare with Duan Mulin? Such a genius is the perfect match for me, Lu Yao. If you want to marry him, you must awaken a powerful bloodline. Since you love me so much, why don't you help me and use your bloodline to help me awaken a stronger bloodline? The cold voice came out of Lu Yao's mouth. Bang! At this time, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back and a sharp knife appeared in his hand, shouting, Lu Ming, give your bloodline. Ah! The piercing pain in his spine instantly overwhelmed Lu Ming. Lu Ming screamed, his voice full of loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into endless darkness. Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, why do you want to take my bloodline? Lu Ming roared and suddenly sat up from the bed, pressing the Nanmu bed with a creaking sound. Lu Ming was sweating and pale. At first, he thought he was having a nightmare, but soon realized that it was not a dream, but a fact that had already happened. The situation a few days ago reappeared in his mind. Lu Ming, the heir of the main lineage of the Fenghuocheng Lu family, his father is the head of the Lu family, and Lu Yao, the daughter of the first elder of the first branch of the Lu family. The two are from the same clan, but different lines. They grew up together since childhood and were childhood sweethearts. They can be said to be inseparable. They have even sworn to each other in private and have decided to spend their lives together. Lu Ming could never have imagined that Lu Yao and the elder would attack him and take his bloodline. Strength? Everything is because of my lack of strength. If I had extraordinary talent and strong strength, how dare they do this to me? Lu Ming clenched his fists, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Waste! This is what Lu Yao called him. Lu Yao's words 3 days ago seemed to still echo in his ears. Creak this time, the door was pushed open, and a frail middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on the bed, she asked with concern, "Minger, are you having a nightmare again?" This beautiful woman is Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who was worried about Lu Ming's safety and went out to look for him, and saved Lu Ming. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have died. Since 6 years ago, when it was reported that Lu Ming's father was killed while traveling outside, he has depended on Li Ping for his life. Lu Ming looked at Li Ping. His eyes softened and he said, "Mom, it's okay. It's just a dream." Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping sat beside Lu Ming's bed, touched Lu Ming's forehead, and said with heartache, "It's been 3 days, and every time you shouted that Lu Yao hurt you. What's going on? Could it be that your injury is because of Lu Yao?" Lu Ming said, "Mom, it's nothing. You heard wrong." Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the great elder who did it, because Li Ping did not practice martial arts. Telling Li Ping would harm her instead. Li Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "Minger, you can't call Lu Yao by her name in front of others in the future." 2 days ago, Lu Yao awakened the 5th level bloodline and opened up a divine meridian. Now she has been recognized by the Council of Elders. At the clan meeting 2 months later, she will take charge of the Lu family and become the head of the Lu family. If you call the head of the family by his name, I'm afraid people will think it's disrespectful. What? Lu Yao wants to take charge of the Lu family? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched, and his teeth were about to break, and blood was flowing out. After Lu Ming's father was rumored to have been killed 6 years ago, the Lu family has been managed by the Council of Elders for the past 6 years, and no new head of the family has been appointed. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Li Ping was so scared that she was at a loss. She just held Lu Ming's head, tears kept flowing, and said, "Minger, don't scare me. I have already lost your father. I can't lose you again." "Dad, where are you?" "Minger believes you will not die. Now, Minger is powerless and can't even keep the position of the head of the family." Lu Ming tightly grasped a pendant on his neck. Because he was too strong, his nails pierced into the flesh and blood kept oozing out. This pendant was made of bronze and the size of a broad bean. It was sent back from outside by someone before Lu Ming's father had an accident. Lu Ming has been carrying it with him for the past 6 years. The blood on his palm oozed out and flowed to the bronze pendant. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze pendant shook slightly and became hot. Before Lu Ming could react, the bronze pendant shook and turned into powder, drilled into Lu Ming's palm, and disappeared into his palm. Then, Lu Ming felt a hot energy flowing from his palm, along his arm and up. After a while, it stopped at the yin-tang acupoint between his eyebrows. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind, making Lu Ming's mind buzz. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Continuous roars continued to sound in Lu Ming's mind, and then a hot breath started from the center of his eyebrows and rushed to Lu Ming's spine. The next moment, the roar disappeared, but there were waves of numbness and itching on his spine, and his whole body became hot. What's going on? Lu Ming was completely confused. At this time, the numbness and itching on his spine became more intense, as if something was slowly growing. "Minger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother." Feeling the abnormality of Lu Ming, Li Ping was even more afraid and was a little at a loss. "Bloodline regeneration? Can I really have bloodline regeneration?" Lu Ming was puzzled. Ancient books recorded that only very few people, after their bloodline was deprived or damaged for other reasons, could have bloodline regeneration and grow a new bloodline. However, most of the regenerated bloodlines were of very low level and of little use. But there were also very few people who could break and then stand up, break out of the cocoon and be reborn, rise from destruction, transcend the past, and awaken the strongest bloodline. But the probability is so small that it can be ignored. According to ancient books, there were few cases in ancient times. Ming did not think about transcending the past and awakening the strongest bloodline. After all, the probability was too small. He would be very happy as long as he could awaken his bloodline. With bloodline, he could practice martial arts and change his destiny. At this time, the abnormality on his body slowly disappeared, and Lu Ming smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine." "Master, I'm so glad you're fine. You scared us to death these few days." At this time, a girl came over and said, the girl was about the same age as Lu Ming and was extremely beautiful. Lu Ming naturally recognized her. The girl's name was Qiyu. She was Li Ping's personal maid and had grown up with him since childhood. "Qiyu, I'm fine. Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled. Then Lu Ming looked around and his face suddenly changed. He said, "Mom, where is this? This is not the Lu family's main residence." Lu Ming's father used to be the head of the Lu family. They used to live in the Lu family's main residence, but this is not it. "Minger, you should take good care of your injuries and don't worry too much," Li Ping said, but the flash of sadness and tears in her eyes was still captured by Lu Ming. "Mom, what happened?" Lu Ming asked. "Master, let me tell you, we were kicked out. Lu Yao said that she would soon become the head of the family and should live in the main residence. But we are not qualified to continue living in the main residence, so we were asked to move out." Qiyu gritted her teeth and told the story. Her pretty face was full of anger. "What? Lu Yao, you are going too far!" Lu Ming roared. "You useless thing! What are you yelling about? It's a blessing for you to have a place to live, and you are not grateful?" www.changba.org. Just then, a voice sounded outside the door, and then the door was opened, and a young man walked out. "Lu Chuan, it's you!" Lu Ming shouted angrily. This man's name was Lu Chuan, Lu Yao's brother, and he was a little older than Lu Ming. "Lu Chuan, we have all left the main house. Why are you still here?" Li Ping said, and her body subconsciously blocked in front of Lu Ming, as if she was afraid that Lu Chuan would hurt Lu Ming. "I'm here to get the sword." After saying that, Lu Chuan's eyes scanned around, and when he saw a sword beside the bed, his eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over and reached out to grab the sword in his hand. "Lu Chuan, this sword is the only token left by Minger's father. It is left for Minger to use in the future. You can't take it away." Li Ping quickly reached out to grab it. "Get out of here!" Lu Chuan exerted his strength, and the scabbard shook, and a burst of power burst out. Li Ping was not a cultivator, so she could not resist it. She staggered back and almost fell to the ground. "Mother!" Lu Ming roared. The sun sets in the west, and the sky is full of rosy clouds. Outside Fengwo City on Kuyan Peak, there is a stone table. Next to the table, there is a stone bench. A pair of young men and women are leaning against each other. The boy is thin, his face is slightly pale, and his face is delicate. The girl is wearing a snow-white long dress. Her skin is like jade, and her face is beautiful. The girl's head is resting on the boy's shoulder. Under the setting sun, they are like a pair of immortal lovers. "Heir, I really hope it can be like this forever," the boy said softly with a happy smile on his face. "Brother Ming, of course you can. We said we would be together forever." The girl smiled happily. The boy's name is Lu Ming, and the girl's name is Lu Yao. Seeing the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's eyes became even gentler. He held Lu Yao's soft and boneless jade hand and said, "Heir, although my tendons and veins are blocked and I can't condense my true qi, as long as I can awaken my blood, the Elders' Council will buy elixirs to dredge my meridians, and then I can practice. I will definitely become a martial arts expert and protect you for the rest of my life. Thank you, Brother Ming. Lu Yao's eyes showed a touch of emotion, and she said, Brother Ming, has a pulse reader really tested that you have inherited your father's blood? Yes, Yaoer, so your man in the future will definitely be a strong man. Lu Ming showed a confident smile on his face. Lu Yao smiled slightly and picked up the wine glass on the stone table. In the wine glass was the famous Blood Tongue orchid wine, which exuded a faint fragrance. Lu Yao kissed Lu Ming on the face in a flash, her face blushing, and she picked up the wine glass and said, Brother Ming, come here. Yaoer will give you a reward. Lu Ming took the wine glass and said, Yaoer, you treat me to a glass of Blood Tongue orchid wine every day. I am really grateful to have you by my side. After that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all. The aroma of the wine lingered on the tip of his tongue, and Lu Ming's heart was as sweet as the aroma of the wine, but the next moment he felt a little dizzy. Yaoer, why do I feel a little dizzy? Your wine. Lu Ming held the stone table and looked at Lu Yao, but at this time he found that Lu Yao's face was a little cold. Ha, Lu Ming, Yaoer has been with you for 3 years, nothing more than nourishing your veins. Now the time has come. Donate your blood? At this time, a middle-aged man appeared from the side. It was Lu Yao's father. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, it exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Yaoer! Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao in disbelief, but Lu Yao's eyes were full of indifference. Why? I love you so much. Lu Yao's cold eyes were like sharp knives piercing into Lu Ming's heart. He roared and rushed towards Lu Yao, but Lu Yao just retreated slightly, and he fell to the ground. Duanmulin of Xuanyuan sword sect, practiced at the age of 6, opened 2 divine veins in half a year, entered the warrior realm, and entered the martial arts master realm at the age of 9. Now he is 16 years old and one of the 4 geniuses of Xuanyuan sword sect. And you, weak and sick, with blocked meridians, to put it bluntly, you are just a waste. Even if you awaken your bloodline, you are still a waste. Can you compare with Duanmulin? Such a genius is the perfect match for me, Lu Yao. If you want to marry him, you must awaken a powerful bloodline. Since you love me so much, why don't you help me, and use your bloodline to help me awaken a stronger bloodline? The cold voice came out of Lu Yao's mouth. Bang! At this time, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back, and a sharp knife appeared in his hand, shouting, Lu Ming, give your bloodline! Ah! The piercing pain in his spine instantly overwhelmed Lu Ming. Lu Ming screamed, his voice full of loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into endless darkness. Lu Yao, Lu Yanxiong, why do you want to take my bloodline? Lu Ming roared and suddenly sat up from the bed, pressing the Nanmu bed with a creaking sound. Lu Ming was sweating and pale. At first, he thought he was having a nightmare, but soon realized that it was not a dream, but a fact that had already happened. The situation a few days ago reappeared in his mind. Lu Ming, the heir of the main lineage of the Fenghuo Chenglu family, his father is the head of the Lu family, and Lu Yao, the daughter of the first elder of the first branch of the Lu family. The two are from the same clan, but different lines. They grew up together since childhood, and were childhood sweethearts. They can be said to be inseparable. They have even sworn to each other in private, and have decided to spend their lives together. Lu Ming could never have imagined that Lu Yao and the elder would attack him and take his bloodline. Strength. Everything is because of my lack of strength. If I had extraordinary talent and strong strength, how dare they do this to me? Lu Ming clenched his fists, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Waste. This is what Lu Yao called him. Lu Yao's words 3 days ago seemed to still echo in his ears. Creak. At this time, the door was pushed open, and a frail, middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on the bed, she asked with concern, Minger, are you having a nightmare again? This beautiful woman is Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who was worried about Lu Ming's safety and went out to look for him and saved Lu Ming, otherwise Lu Ming would have died. Since 6 years ago, when it was reported that Lu Ming's father was killed while traveling outside, he has depended on Li Ping for his life. Lu Ming looked at Li Ping. His eyes softened and he said, Mom, it's okay. It's just a dream. Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping sat beside Lu Ming's bed, touched Lu Ming's forehead, and said with heartache, Been 3 days, and every time you shouted that Lu Yao hurt you. Minger, what's going on? Could it be that your injury is because of Lu Yao? Lu Ming said, Mom, it's nothing. You heard wrong. Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the great elder who did it, because Li Ping did not practice martial arts. Telling Li Ping would harm her instead. Li Ping hesitated for a moment and said, Minger, you can't call Lu Yao by her name in front of others in the future. 2 days ago, Lu Yao awakened the 5th level bloodline and opened up a divine meridian. Now she has been recognized by the Council of Elders. At the clan meeting 2 months later, she will take charge of the Lu family and become the head of the Lu family. If you call the head of the family by his name, I'm afraid people will think it's disrespectful. What? Lu Yao wants to take charge of the Lu family? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth were clenched, and his teeth were about to break, and blood was flowing out. After Lu Ming's father was rumored to have been killed 6 years ago, the Lu family has been managed by the Council of Elders for the past 6 years, and no new head of the family has been appointed. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Li Ping was so scared that she was at a loss. She just held Lu Ming's head, tears kept flowing, and said, Minger, don't scare me. I have already lost your father. I can't lose you again. Dad, where are you? Minger believes you will not die. Now, Minger is powerless and can't even keep the position of the head of the family. Lu Ming tightly grasped a pendant on his neck. Because he was too strong, his nails pierced into the flesh and blood kept oozing out. This pendant was made of bronze and the size of a broad bean. It was sent back from outside by someone before Lu Ming's father had an accident. Lu Ming has been carrying it with him for the past 6 years. The blood on his palm oozed out and flowed to the bronze pendant. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze pendant shook slightly and became hot. Before Lu Ming could react, the bronze pendant shook and turned into powder, drilled into Lu Ming's palm, and disappeared into his palm. Then Lu Ming felt a hot energy flowing from his palm, along his arm and up. After a while, it stopped at the yin-tang acupoint between his eyebrows. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind, making Lu Ming's mind buzz. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. 9 dragons are immortal, and the bloodline is reborn. Continuous roars continued to sound in Lu Ming's mind, and then a hot breath started from the center of his eyebrows and rushed to Lu Ming's spine. The next moment, the roar disappeared, but there were waves of numbness and itching on his spine, and his whole body became hot. What's going on, Lu? Ming was completely confused. At this time, the numbness and itching on his spine became more intense, as if something was slowly growing. Minger, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Feeling the abnormality of Lu Ming, Li Ping was even more afraid and was a little at a loss. Bloodline regeneration? Can I really have bloodline regeneration? Lu Ming was puzzled. Ancient books recorded that only very few people, after their bloodline was deprived or damaged for other reasons, could have bloodline regeneration and grow a new bloodline. However, most of the regenerated bloodlines were of very low level and of little use. But there were also very few people who could break and then stand up, break out of the cocoon and be reborn, rise from destruction, transcend the past, and awaken the strongest bloodline. But the probability is so small that it can be ignored. According to ancient books, there were few cases in ancient times. Lu Ming did not think about transcending the past and awakening the strongest bloodline. After all, the probability was too small. He would be very happy as long as he could awaken his bloodline. With bloodline, he could practice martial arts and change his destiny. At this time, the abnormality on his body slowly disappeared, and Lu Ming smiled and said, Mom, I'm fine. Master, I'm so glad you're fine. You scared us to death these few days. At this time, a girl came over and said, the girl was about the same age as Lu Ming and was extremely beautiful. Lu Ming naturally recognized her. The girl's name was Qiyu. She was Li Ping's personal maid and had grown up with him since childhood. Qiyu? I'm fine, don't worry, Lu Ming smiled. Then Lu Ming looked around and his face suddenly changed. He said, Mom, where is this? This is not the Lu family's main residence. Lu Ming's father used to be the head of the Lu family. They used to live in the Lu family's main residence. But this is not, Minger. You should take good care of your injuries and don't worry too much, Li Ping said, but the flash of sadness and tears in her eyes was still captured by Lu Ming. Mom, what happened? Lu Ming asked. Master, let me tell you, we were kicked out. Lu Yao said that she would soon become the head of the family and should live in the main residence, but we are not qualified to continue living in the main residence, so we were asked to move out. Chue gritted her teeth and told the story. Her pretty face was full of anger. What? Lu Yao, you are going too far. Lu Ming roared. You useless thing! What are you yelling about? It's a blessing for you to have a place to live and you are not grateful? www.aishangba.org. Just then, a voice sounded outside the door, and then the door was opened, and a young man walked out. Lu Chuan, it's you! Lu Ming shouted angrily. This man's name was Lu Chuan, Lu Yao's brother, and he was a little older than Lu Ming. Lu, Chuan, we have all left the main house. Why are you still here? Li Ping said, and her body subconsciously blocked in front of Lu Ming, as if she was afraid that Lu Chuan would hurt Lu Ming. I'm here to get the sword. After saying that, Lu Chuan's eyes scanned around, and when he saw a sword beside the bed, his eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over and reached out to grab the sword in his hand. Lu Chuan, this sword is the only token left by Minger's father. It is left for Minger to use in the future. You can't take it away. Li Ping quickly reached out to grab it. Get out of here! Lu Chuan exerted his strength and the scabbard shook, and a burst of power burst out. Li Ping was not a cultivator, so she could not resist it. She staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Mother! Lu Ming roared. Gurgle, gurgle. Salty and wet seawater continued to pour into Lucien's nose and mouth, as if cold sulfuric acid was spreading in Lucien's nasal cavity, throat, and the place that was not sure whether it was esophagus or trachea. Lucien's consciousness and memory seemed to be looked down upon by sulfuric acid and were rapidly dissipating. No! I don't want to die! I still want to experience beautiful love and passionate career. I don't want to die! The dying Lucien screamed with his last breath. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to live truly? Suddenly a voice came into Lucien's mind. What year is this old joke? But I'm going to die now, I'm willing. The journey begins. A burst of blazing black light flashed, and Lucien woke up immediately. The seawater that blocked his nose and mouth disappeared. Lucien seemed to be a dying person, desperately breathing fresh air as if the next breath would be the last breath of oxygen he could breathe in this life. Lucien touched the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself that the nightmare just now was too terrible. He was, clearly bathing in a plastic bathtub before, and choked on a few mouthfuls of water. The plastic bathtub was less than 1 meter long, and when he stood up, it would only reach his thighs. How could he drown? Suddenly, several memories that did not belong to Lucien's previous life flashed in Lucien's mind. Child, are you okay? A gentle female voice sounded in Lucien's ears. Lucien looked up and saw that the person who spoke was a half-white-haired woman. She was wearing a bone armor coat. From the shape of the exoskeleton, it can be roughly seen that she was some marine creatures such as seahorses and crabs. Although the clothes she wore were like primitive people who ate raw meat and drank blood, the temperament of this woman was like a princess in a fairy tale. Well, she was a princess who got married and gave birth to a child. Her eyes were full of love and worry, as if she was a saint. Who are you? Lucien, who still had a dull headache, asked softly. Unexpectedly, this simple sentence made the eyes of the woman who was as gentle as a saint overflow with tears. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you, so you ran behind the waterfall and met the North Sea giant monster. The woman apologized with tears. Lucien was a little at a loss as he didn't have much to communicate with women. It was not right to wipe people's tears, and it was not right not to wipe them. He could only comfort her in a gentle voice. Don't cry. Are you in trouble? Is there anything I can help you with? As soon as these words of comfort came out, the woman cried even harder. Lucien wanted to pat her on the shoulder, but when he looked at his own hand, it was obviously not his own hand. His own hand had faint calluses on it because he often did manual labor. This clean and tender hand was obviously not his own. Lucien didn't bother to comfort the woman. He jumped out of bed and tried to find a mirror to look at himself. As a result, he found that this house was not his house either. Lucien vaguely remembered that his house was a very small house with some basic furniture. Although it was small, it was very warm. But this house was actually a house made of stones, and various daily necessities made of bones, stones, and wood were placed around it. This was completely different from his own house. There were no modern supplies. Lucien saw his appearance through the water from a place similar to a wash basin. This face seems to be my own, with black hair, black pupils, and yellow skin. It looks like what I looked like when I was 15 or 16 years old. Am I reborn, or have I shrunk? At this time, the gentlewoman saw Lucien staring at the water without moving, and she suddenly remembered something bad. She came over and grabbed Lucien's hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't remember. You just need to know that I am your mother." Lucien looked at the gentlewoman and thought to himself, "You are my mother? Although you are beautiful and your temperament is also gentle and kind, you can't take advantage of me." But as soon as he finished thinking, several fragments of memory flashed through Lucien's mind. That was the picture of Lucien living with this gentle woman since he was a child. The rapid flash of memory made Lucien's head hurt more, and at the same time, the things in the memory also made Lucien feel scared. Lucien ignored the gentlewoman's obstruction and walked out of the house. A place that looked like a primitive forest in the Jurassic period appeared in front of Lucien. The sky, or the top, was no longer an infinite Milky Way, but a thick land, with glowing rock minerals inlaid on the land, illuminating the entire underground world. There are large tracts of ocean in the sea, and only a few lands can be inhabited by terrestrial creatures. The ecology here is still in its primitive state, and some dinosaurs and pterosaurs from the Jurassic period can be seen. Towering trees are everywhere, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants that have never been seen before are everywhere. Among them, there are some small velociraptors shuttling through the jungle to find food. Above their heads, pterosaurs and some unknown birds are chasing each other. In the distant ocean, a giant shark suddenly jumped up from the sea, opened its huge mouth with teeth as big as Lucien's, and swallowed several pterosaurs in the sky. A pterosaur that escaped saw Lucien looking at him, and provocatively opened its beak full of sharp teeth and roared at Lucien. "This is the Earth's core sea!" Lucien was stunned by this amazing scene, and he knew where he was. This is a scene in DC Aquaman, the Earth's core sea. It is a space under the ground that cannot be entered or left through normal means. To enter this Earth's core sea, you must pass through an underwater tornado, and if you are not careful, you will be torn into pieces by the fierce ocean current. To get out, you need to defeat a huge octopus monster, the Kraken, Karasin. The Kraken is behind the waterfall on this small piece of land, where the tomb of the previous ocean lord is. The Kraken is inside, guarding the trident of Atlantis, and only by getting the trident can you leave here. The Kraken is completely invincible. It is a huge monster that can turn the tide of the battlefield on its own. It seems that the protagonist has been able to leave smoothly by impressing the opponent with his mouth. Before, Lucien, the predecessor who had lived here for more than 10 years, could no longer bear such a life and went to challenge the Kraken alone. As a result, he was beaten to death by the Kraken's tentacles, so he traveled through time. By the way, am I traveling through time? Or did he awaken his wisdom after rebirth? The gentlewoman held Lucien's shoulder and whispered, "Child, are you okay?" Lucien, who had obtained some memories of his previous life, turned to look at the woman who had raised this body for more than 10 years, and casually called her, "I'm fine, mother." As soon as the word mother came out, the gentlewoman, or Atlana, the princess of Atlantis, immediately smiled. Ding. It was detected that the friendliness of a life to the host reached 100%. The favorability system was activated. Another inexplicable message appeared in Lucien's mind. Compared with the rough flash of memory, this time the information transmission was more gentle. But Atlana was still in front of him. Lucien did not read the information, but continued to communicate with Atlana and understand the situation of this world. "Mom, there seems to be something wrong with my memory. Can you tell me how we got to this place?" Lucien asked his own question. In Aquaman, it seems that Atlana's 2 sons are white, but they look the same as before. Could it be that the landman Atlana fell in love with this time is an Asian? Child, don't you remember? Atlanta touched Lucien's head, where there were some newly scabbed blood scabs. When I was pregnant with you, I was taken back to Atlantis. Later, I married the king of Atlantis, but the king of Atlantis was unwilling to let you and your son go and sent soldiers to kill you. When I arrived, your father had already passed away, leaving only you in your cradle. The king of Atlantis could not tolerate you, so he sacrificed you and me to the Trench tribe. After that, the two of us were swept into the underwater tornado and came to this hidden sea in the center of the earth. Later, when you grew up, you wanted to leave here and return to live on land. You wanted revenge, but the North Sea giant Krazen was guarding the only way to leave here. You challenged the North Sea giant Krazen when I was not paying attention and ended up being seriously injured. Atlanta told the story of their past, and Lucien's memory also quickly flashed back various memory fragments. But these memories were unreasonable. Atlanta's predecessor was still a white man, but she was obviously a yellow man. Didn't Atlanta's predecessor see such a big problem? Or were both of them twisted? After chatting for a few more words, Atlanta asked Lucien to go back and rest, and she was going to go fishing. Lucien also happened to check his Goldfinger. After reading the information that was previously transmitted to his mind, Lucien found that this was a favorability system. When someone's favorability towards you increases, you can get energy points, which can be used to improve your various abilities. This is commonly known as adding points. When someone's favorability towards you reaches 100%, you can copy an ability of the other person and get a treasure chest. After opening the box, you will get special rewards including various magic weapons, exotic flowers and fruits, or martial arts secrets, special bloodlines. Of course, it may also be a world shuttle scroll or even a world anchoring scroll. Atlanta's ability begins to be automatically selected. After the selection is completed, the host will ask whether he wants to copy Atlanta's Atlantis bloodline. Compared to this, I wonder, is this world real? Is it a dream before I died? Or have I become a vegetable, and this is the protection mechanism of my brain? Lucien asked his own question. To know the ultimate knowledge of life, please explore it yourself. Then what is going on with these distorted cognitions? Am I Lucien or the previous Sea King? Please explore it yourself. How do I return to my own real world? Please explore it yourself. So stupid. Lucien frowned and thought, did I really travel through time or was I daydreaming? If I die again, will I be transferred back to the real world? Or am I really dead? And why doesn't this favorability system feel like a serious system? Shouldn't the normal ones be leveling up by killing monsters and absorbing unfortunate antiques? At the very least, you can level up by popularity, and if you're a little more sassy, you can level up by negative emotions. My leveling up of favorability feels like my own addiction. Forget it. I'll just stay alive for a while and see what this world and this system want me to do. After thinking it over, Lucien said, "Okay, copy." As Lucien made his decision, he felt a stream of clear seawater washing over his entire body, starting from his head. Lucien's eyes lit up. The dark sea surface that was previously invisible to the luminous rocks in the distance now appeared particularly clear in his eyes. The sound of the underwater fish swimming, which was originally impossible to hear, also reached Lucien's ears. And the strength of the whole body seemed to have been enhanced, but it was not as obvious as vision and hearing. It just felt that he could split a watermelon with one hand. In addition, Lucien felt that in addition to his nose, he had another set of breathing systems that could breathe underwater. At the same time, he inexplicably felt that he seemed to be particularly good at swimming, as if swimming in the water would be faster than running on land. But the enhancement was limited, not as exaggerated as the eyes, ears, and nose. Is this the basic ability of the Atlanteans? It's amazing. The host still has 2 treasure chests to be collected, one for the novice treasure chest and the other for the reward treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Open. Lucien rubbed his hands. He loved opening treasure chests. The novice treasure chest is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world shuttle ticket. The reward treasure chest is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic ability, Law of Heaven and Earth. Fuck Law of Heaven and Earth? Lucien was not surprised by the World Shuttle Scroll, but was surprised by his basic ability, Law of Heaven and Earth. This ability level immediately climbed to the level of immortal heroes. My system seems to be more than just a simple favorability system. Does the host accept the reward? Accept, Lucien said excitedly. The information of the two rewards also appeared in Lucien's mind at the same time. World Shuttle Scroll. You can travel through the world according to the host's needs, but it is not a designated world shuttle, but you can select conditions, such as choosing a world with peaches to eat. Law of Heaven and Earth, a forbidden magical power in Journey to the West. The strongest form can be cultivated into a Dharma body with a height of 10,000 feet. But it is only the first stage now, which can double the size, or a single part can double the size. Lucien tried it and found that although it can only enlarge the body now, without the effect of the Dharma body, it has endless uses. For example, Lucien now really has a fist as big as a casserole, and at the same time, his strength increases accordingly when his body size increases. But when only one part is enlarged, you have to pay attention to muscle coordination. Otherwise, it is easy to cramp. As for the World Shuttle Scroll, Lucien has an idea in his mind. Maybe he can use the World Shuttle Scroll to judge whether he is living in his own dream. Lucien, come out and help your mother cook. When Lucien was planning something, Atlantis suddenly called out from outside the door. I'm here, Lucien said as he quickly put on his clothes and walked out. When Lucien tried to grow bigger just now, he took off his clothes to avoid damaging them. Although they were called clothes, they were actually simple clothes made from the exoskeletons and scales of various fish. Let's have a grilled fish today. Atlantis skillfully scraped the scales off the fish, hollowed out the insides with a bone knife, added some salt, and grilled them on the fire. Lucien followed suit, and as he did so, the memory of grilling fish with Atlantis kept flashing back to Lucien's mind. As these memories appeared, Lucien felt nauseous. Before, Lucien and Atlantis lived together in this hidden sea in the center of the earth. There were no supermarkets or crops here, and the two of them basically made a living by hunting. If there were no plants such as grass and kelp to supplement vitamins, Lucien and Atlantis would probably die of sepsis. Eating meat all you can is certainly very pleasant, but you can't stand eating it every day, every year. After eating in the school cafeteria for a month, you will get tired of it. After ordering takeout for 2 months, you will get tired of the surrounding businesses. After eating grilled fish and grilled dinosaurs for more than 10 years, Lucien can no longer bear it. Moreover, the land area here is small, and the deep sea is dark and terrifying. It is said to be a paradise, but in fact it is no different from being in prison. Lucien held the grilled fish in his hand. He wanted to try something new, but the sudden memory made him lose interest. He even felt a slight sour taste in his mouth. At this time, a few velociraptor cubs, which were only the size of puppies, smelled the blood and ran here, but they didn't dare to come forward after seeing the two giants, Lucien and Atlantis. Lucien was excited to see the real dinosaurs, and threw the unwanted fish entrails in front of them. The little velociraptor was frightened and stepped back at first, but when it found that Lucien didn't move, it stretched its neck forward carefully and took a bite. Atlantis saw this cute scene and smiled. At the same time, Lucien's system received feedback. But the next feedback made Lucien raise his eyebrows. Favorability of the first velociraptor, 0.1. Favorability of the second velociraptor, 0.1. Favorability of the third velociraptor, 0.1. Favorability of the fourth velociraptor, 0.1. Can the system's favorability feedback be given not only to humans, but also to animals? Lucien speculated as he looked at the feedback on the system interface. Then can I brush up the favorability of the animals here first? Atlantis handed Lucien a skewer of grilled lanternfish. Lucien was stunned. He had never eaten this before. Atlantis explained, I went to the deep sea to find species that I had never hunted before. I tried it on the animals, and it was edible. Lucien took it and took a bite. Although the taste was average, the texture was different from normal fish meat. It was a bit like tofu. However, for Lucien, who had been eating normal fish meat for more than 10 years, this was a good choice to improve his diet. Thank you, Mom. Lucien smiled happily. Atlantis saw that Lucien was satisfied, so she also picked up a skewer of normal grilled fish and started eating. "Come, I've prepared something delicious for you." Lucien took some pieces of meat and found some relatively gentle small creatures or animal cubs to feed them. Some small creatures continued to gather, and at the same time, Lucien's system background was constantly sending reminders of favorability plus 0.1, favorability plus 0.01. Lucien found that the favorability of animals was still somewhat related to IQ. For example, the older some creatures were, the more favorability they could give. At this time, Lucien found that his background was constantly refreshing several creatures with particularly high favorability. Ding, plus 0.5 favorability from the broken tail of the Vrot, 0.5 favorability from the long teeth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ding, plus 0.5 favorability from the fast mosasaur. Lucien found something wrong and looked up. He suddenly found that he was surrounded by carnivorous dinosaurs. Several of the small dinosaurs that had gathered around him were swallowed up. At the same time, Lucien's hands were empty. The meat he had prepared was gone, but the adult carnivorous dinosaurs were obviously not full. They looked at Lucien and began to drool. "Fuck!" Lucien threw the stone basin in his hand and ran to his residence, but a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex followed closely behind. "This is really the pride of dinosaurs." Lucien ran forward desperately, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed to the side. Lucien's mind moved and activated the magic of heaven and earth. His legs immediately grew twice as long. Relying on the instantly enhanced strength, Lucien dodged to the side in a fraction of a second. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, unable to stop, smashed the stone house where Lucien lived before. "Mom, help me." Lucien looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose legs were thicker than his own, and felt the breath of the top predator. Lucien was really panicked, but Atlantis did not respond to Lucien's call. Lucien thought to himself that it was bad. It was estimated that Atlantis went to fish far away. In the past 2 days, Atlantis actually brought some fish that she had never eaten before to improve the food. Because the places she went to were either far or deep, each hunting time was 1 or 2 times longer than before. The Tyrannosaurus Rex attacked again and seemed to be particularly interested in Lucien, a little thing that could dodge him. Lucien dived directly into the sea and said to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, "Bye you." Lucien relied on the seawater to avoid the hunting of the carnivorous dinosaur and just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly a large stream of water came from behind his body. Lucien turned his head and saw that it was a huge mosasaur that was opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Lucien. "Brother, I'm just feeding some small animals to earn some favorability points. You don't have to do this. System, give me some." Lucien added all the 5 or 6 points of favorability points he had accumulated in the past 2 days to his Atlantis bloodline. Lucien felt that his relationship with the water flow had become closer. Lucien slid his body quickly. The ability from his Atlantis bloodline made him like a motorboat. He kicked his legs and dodged to the side. Swish! Lucien swam directly into the throat of the mosasaur. The mosasaur was also confused by this magical operation. This was the first time he had seen such an active prey. At the same time, Lucien suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The mosasaur opened its huge mouth and covered Lucien completely. Fuck. Only then did Lucien realize that he had made a mistake. The mosasaur's mouth was too big. Lucien saw the teeth in front and thought that was the front end of the mosasaur's mouth. But in fact, it was only the side end of the mosasaur's mouth. Boom! Lucien was swallowed by the mosasaur, and a large amount of stomach acid rushed towards Lucien like a wave. At the critical moment, Lucien hurriedly said to his system, Cross quickly. The conditions are as mentioned before." Ding received the command, "Start crossing." The world of crossing is limited to, "I knew it before, but I haven't seen it." There is a world with the Trident of Poseidon and there is a chance to obtain it, or there is a world with the ability to communicate with animals. World locked, Pirates of the Caribbean. Help the substitute to fulfill his wish and you can return to the main universe. Each time you bring an item back, the corresponding favorability value needs to be consumed according to the value of the item. A flash of black light flashed before Lucien's eyes and he instantly lost consciousness. Fuck, where is this? Lucien opened his eyes and found himself still on the sea, holding only a floating wooden board in his hand. But it was bright here, and he could see the cloudless sky. Wah! After living in the hidden sea in the Earth's center for many days, Lucien, who was depressed, saw the blue sky and green sea, but unfortunately there was no green grassland. Suddenly his head hurt, and his memory flashed back again. Can't you change to a gentle way of appearing? Accustomed to the painless information transmission method of the system, Lucien complained about this headache of memory flashback. This is Pirates of the Caribbean world. As a pirate fan, Lucien still likes Captain Jack Sparrow, who has been floating all his life without a girlfriend and can only date the horizon, especially the various magical ocean witchcraft curses in it. For example, the skeleton gold coin curse that can turn people into skeletons so that they are not afraid of death or seawater. For example, the Hanan curse that can turn people into seafood so that they are not afraid of death or seawater, and the flying curse of the giant octopus. For example, the Spanish gold coin that uses fake eyeballs and pendants to seal the goddess of the sea. For example, the black pearl that runs very fast. For example, the Flying Dutchman that runs very fast and can go into the water. There is also the Black Sea Goddess who can turn into a crab. It's a pity that this is not the world of One Piece, otherwise I could get a devil fruit and eat it. There are also fewer beauties. If I go to One Piece, there are Nami, Robin, and Vivi. Here there is only Elizabeth, who has a rich family and is good at architecture. As Lucien continued to read the memory fragments, he figured out his current timeline. It is now many years after Captain Jack Sparrow, the blacksmith Will Turner, and Elizabeth fought against the octopus monster Davy Jones and the East India Company. The children of the blacksmith Will Turner and Elizabeth are old enough to play soy sauce. Well, this child is the body that Lucien traveled through. In order to break the Flying Dutchman curse on the blacksmith and let Will Turner go home, the bear child wandered around the sea, looking for various sea legends, and finally learned that the trident of Poseidon can remove all curses. After the predecessor went out to sea, he did not expect to meet a villain who came out of nowhere on the way to the sea, a dead captain with anti-power hair who seemed to be called Salazar. This dead captain is like a deleted version of the Skull Gold curse and the Flying Hanan curse. The dead captain also turned into some kind of corpse after death, not afraid of death, not afraid of seawater, but can't come to land. Then he can also control dead marine life, but it is just sharks, crows, and the like, not as scary as Davy Jones's octopus. Is the big boss of this world this deleted monster? Deleted. Oh no, Captain Salazar was killed by the famous or infamous Captain Jack Sparrow before, but the magic of the Devil's Triangle and his anger made him stay in the world as a dead man again. But the magic of the Devil's Triangle also made him unable to leave this place, so he killed all the ships that came to the Devil's Triangle and left a survivor on each ship to pass on the message that he was looking for Jack Sparrow. Well, there are really tens of thousands of dead souls at sea, and Captain Jack caused half of them. Speaking of which, this should be my main task in this world, to help Will Turner contact the seafood curse. The trident is needed to remove the curse, which is somewhat consistent with my purpose. Then this dead Captain Salazar came to stop him for some reason. No, his predecessor had been killed by him. Although Salazar asked his predecessor to be the last living person to spread the message, he had no Atlantean bloodline and no strange curse to protect him, so his predecessor drowned directly in the boundless ocean. Then he came through. So in this movie, Salazar offended Captain Jack and Will Turner at the same time, and then the legendary pirate Jack Sparrow and the Flying Dutchman Captain Will Turner fought against the deleted monster together. Oh no, the dead Captain Salazar. Well, why does it feel a bit bullying? And will anyone watch such a story without suspense? Lucien lowered his head and looked at his own body through the reflection of the... Sure enough, it was still his body, but he was 1 or 2 years more mature than himself in the DC world. Lucien contemplated the memories in his mind and fell into deep thought. In the main world, Lucien found that he was obviously Chinese, but Atlanta of the Atlantean race and the lighthouse keeper of the white race, neither of them doubted whether this child, who was obviously not of the same ethnicity as him, was his own. This twisted mind-traveling method made Lucien doubt whether he had traveled through time or fell into his own illusion at the moment of death. So when setting the first world to travel through, Lucien required that this world be a world that he knew, but he didn't know the details. Then he came to Pirates of the Caribbean. In Lucien's impression, Pirates of the Caribbean seemed to have a sequel after defeating Davy Jones, but it was said to be a bit bad, so he didn't watch it. So is this world really a world of travel, or is it just his own fantasy? Let's take a look at the boss of this world first. The boss should be more powerful as time goes on. After thinking about it, Lucien didn't have any good ideas, so he decided to take a look at this world first. Lucien looked far away, and at the same time blessed his eyes with the ability of the law of heaven and earth. His eyes became twice as big, which was extremely inconsistent with the whole face. But the effect was surprisingly good. The amplification of the law of heaven and earth, plus the amplification of the eyesight of the Atlantis bloodline, made Lucien's eyes comparable to a telescope, and he saw a lighthouse in the distance. Lucien threw away the floating board in his hand and swam directly in the direction of the lighthouse. With the blessing of the Atlantis bloodline, Lucien, who could breathe directly in the water, was as fast as a motorboat, leaving a faint trace of passing through the water, and swam quickly towards the lighthouse. In the past, people ran to the mountain to die, and now Lucien is running to the lighthouse to die. This lighthouse doesn't look far, but why the hell haven't we reached it yet? After swimming for a day and a night, Lucien felt that he was about to collapse, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Lucien looked around and spotted a fathed fish that looked like he didn't know what it was. Atlanta had given him this fish before, so it shouldn't be poisonous. Lucien turned around and swam towards the puffer fish quickly, but the puffer fish was surprisingly flexible. Lucien tried to catch it 10 times but failed. He touched the fish once, but its slippery scales made it escape from Lucien's hand again. Lucien was still competing with the puffer fish. Lucien swam to the bottom of the sea and found a coral similar to a trident from a pair of corals as a harpoon. Then he took the new equipment and stabbed the pufferfish. With the coral trident, the pufferfish finally didn't escape Lucien's clutches this time, and was finally caught by Lucien using his hand and harpoon. Looking at the shivering pufferfish, Lucien felt that it was a bit bad to eat it like this. After all, it had been playing with him for so long, so Lucien let the pufferfish go. The pufferfish actually gave Lucien 0.5 favorability. At the same time, there was an unexpected thing. Lucien actually gained the swimming skill after fishing these days, and it has reached the first level. Only then did Lucien realize that skills can be acquired by learning instead of just copying. Lucien added the 0.5 favorability points given by the fathed fish to the swimming skill book. His muscles felt a slight change, and his mind seemed to have gained some more knowledge about swimming, but it was not obvious. Lucien looked at the fathed fish swimming away and turned over to catch it back. He caught and released it, and walked while catching it. Then he pulled some seaweed and oysters from the bottom of the sea, swallowed them into his stomach to satisfy his hunger. Lucien swam for 2 days and 2 nights before finally reaching the shore. The fathed fish that had given Lucien 0.5 favorability points now had a bigger head, and its eyes were full of resentment. It was a pity that he didn't know there was a thing called a dog, otherwise he would definitely complain. After putting the fathed fish back into the sea, Lucien, who came to the shore, was basically a 2-piece suit, a pair of shorts on the bottom and a bag on the top. All the clothes were thrown away to reduce the resistance of swimming, and the bag contained the few money that the previous person had. "Sir, have you encountered pirates? Do you need me to call the Navy for you?" A man wearing glasses and uniform walked up to Lucien and said. Lucien waved his hand weakly. "Letting the Navy deal with undead monsters like the dead Captain Salazar, isn't that like delivering food?" "Then, sir, can you tell me your name? I need to register you." The man continued. "Lucien?" Lucien said. Lucien first ran to a tavern, ordered a meal, and then began to feast. On the way here, Lucien actually picked up a gold coin on the ground. This luck is really unmatched. Lucien casually gave a copper coin to the roadside newspaper boy and took the latest newspaper to read. Lucien ate while reading the newspaper. The food in the Caribbean pirates era was really not good. Lucien obviously wanted the cheapest vegetarian food, but there were some meat dishes in it. The newspaper said that after many years, Captain Jack Sparrow, whose bounty had been reduced to £1, made big news again today. He robbed the town's bank, and this bank robbery was a real bank robbery. The whole bank was dragged away by horses. However, because the vault door was not closed properly, the gold coins were scattered all over the road during the dragging process. The gold coins that Lucien picked up before might be the ones that Captain Jack dropped on the road. Lucien immediately admired the captain's feat. He actually robbed the bank. It must be said that it was really amazing. Bang! The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. A man covered in mud walked in. He was very excited when he walked in, but his face immediately drooped when he saw the wanted poster of Jack Sparrow on the wall. The bounty on the poster was reduced from £100, then crossed out to £50, then to £20, and then to £1. This seemed to be a satire on Captain Jack's life. The man covered in mud and in a very embarrassed state, or Captain Jack. Sparrow walked to the bar and said, "Can I have a drink?" The bartender said directly and indifferently, "Take out the money first." "You want money?" Captain Jack touched his body and found that he had no money at all. The only thing left on his body that was worth some money was a compass. Lucien's eyes were immediately straightened when he saw this scene. When Captain Jack walked in, Lucien noticed this man covered in mud. When he took out the compass, Lucien immediately confirmed that this was Captain Jack. And that compass is the legendary witchcraft compass that can attract you to find what you want in your heart. Captain Jack fumbled with the compass that accompanied his entire pirate career, recalling the bad experiences of the past few days. He failed to rob the bank, and all the money was scattered on the street. The crew rebelled, and instead of imprisoning him, they ignored him and left his ship. The black pearl, which he cherished and symbolized freedom, was put into a bottle. Captain Jack's breath seemed to be about to dissipate. He stroked the compass and said, "Let's make a deal." After a moment of silence, Captain Jack slapped the compass on the bar and said, "Give me a bottle of rum." As soon as the compass fell on the bar immediately trembled. Then the house, the land, and the entire island. The entire ocean was in a fierce struggle. The vibration was directly transmitted to the distant Devil's Triangle. It turned out that the fog that would never dissipate above the Devil's Triangle dissipated, and the sun shone on the faces of the dead Captain Salazar and his crew. "Captain Salazar, do you know what happened?" asked a crew member whose body was rotten and only his mouth was left. The dead Captain Salazar closed his eyes, felt the sun caressing his face, and said in surprise, Jack Sparrow. He gave up his compass." The originally raised seabed mountains in the Devil's Triangle collapsed one by one, and the floating corpses and flying birds on the dead ship flew into the sky, replacing the dark clouds. A large number of floating shark corpses swam rapidly under the sea. Countless dead crew members cheered together. "We are free!" Salazar, standing on the bow, also shook his head gently, his anti-force hair fluttering slightly, as if he was in a proud mood. Then Salazar held the roulette wheel and looked into the distance, as if he saw Jack Sparrow through the vast sea, and said, "Now we should find the damn pirate Jack Sparrow to settle the account." Sparrow's English pronunciation is similar to pirate, and it also means like a bird, a pun. In the tavern, the tremor just now came quickly and went quickly. Lucien played with the compass in his hand, thinking about something in his mind. When he thought of Captain Jack Sparrow, the compass pointed forward. When he thought of his cheap father, Will Turner, the compass pointed in one direction. When he thought of his cheap mother, Elizabeth, the compass turned to another direction. When he thought of the trident, the compass stopped working. Is it because the priority is not enough? Can't it point to the direction of the trident? Lucien thought to himself. Sitting opposite to Captain Jack, Lucien had the gold coins that Captain Jack had dropped on the street when he robbed a bank, and he exchanged them for Captain Jack's compass. Captain Jack had a look of disdain on his face, as if he was complaining about Lucien or himself, and he mocked, "The life of a pirate." Lucien smiled when he heard this, then remembered the business and said, "Captain Jack, I am Henry Turner, the son of Will Turner and Elizabeth, but you can call me Lucien. I need your help with something." After hearing this, Captain Jack looked Lucien up and down and said in surprise and a little bit of vulgarity, "They both gave birth to a boy like you? Did your mother mention me to you?" Lucien saw his former idol and thought that it was better to watch Captain Jack from a distance and said no. Jack had a look of, "I see through you," and said, "Don't be embarrassed. Did she call my name in her dreams?" Lucien felt like he had eaten a fly. Although he had nothing to do with Elizabeth, he was still a little unhappy and said, "No." Captain Jack frowned and said, "Are we talking about the same person?" "I'm talking about men who turn into seafood and women who have blonde hair, are very stubborn, have swan-like necks and a bunch of plump." "Salazar is looking for you," Lucien interrupted directly. "Salazar?" Captain Jack had offended too many people, and after thinking for a while, he remembered, shaking his head and said, "Impossible. I only know one Salazar. He is Spanish, called the Butcher of the Sea, but he died a long time ago." "Yes, another dead soul who came back for revenge," Lucien said, but Lucien concealed the information that Salazar could not leave the Devil's Triangle. Of course, Lucien did not know that Salazar could leave the Devil's Triangle now. "So if you want to eliminate Salazar, you must use the Trident of Poseidon. It just so happens that I want to solve the curse of the Flying Dutchman and set my father free, so we can cooperate." "Oh, damn, today is such an unlucky day." Captain Jack took a sip of rum, snatched a mouthful of Lucien's food, and muttered. Click, the door was suddenly kicked open again. This time some Navy soldiers came in. After they looked around, they saw Lucien and Captain Jack and walked over to them and said contemptuously, "Deserter Henry Turner, you are arrested." "Oh, isn't this Captain Jack, whose bounty is only £1? You are also arrested. Take him away." Ugh, what a bad day. Captain Jack wanted to draw his musket, but found that his gunpowder was wet. Lucien stood up calmly, and at the same time, he activated the heaven and earth magic, and his whole body became twice as big as before. He said pretentiously, "Sorry, I have something to do, so I can't go with you." Captain Jack saw Lucien suddenly turned into a little giant and was surprised. What on earth did Will and Elizabeth give birth to? Lucien picked up a table and used it as a shield in front of him, and then took the lead in charging towards the team of soldiers. "Fire!" the sergeant immediately ordered. Bang, 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 bang. Fierce gunfire broke out in the tavern. Lucien fell to the ground on the spot. Captain Jack hid in fear. Seeing Lucien trying to show off just now, but was immediately knocked over, he couldn't help but curl his lips and said in disgust, "Oh, this is not a pirate at all." At this time, the sergeant came to Jack with two soldiers holding guns and said, "Then, Captain Jack, how about you act like a pirate?" Jack Sparrow immediately put on a smile and stretched out his hands. "Report, Henry. Turner is not dead yet." A soldier came over to report after checking Lucien's condition. The sergeant turned his head and looked at Lucien, only to see that Lucien's body, which had been like a little giant, quickly shrank back to its normal size. "This is most likely a wizard. Let's put him in jail first." The sergeant waved his hand, and several people lifted up the unconscious Lucien and walked towards the cell with Jack Sparrow. Lucien opened his eyes in a daze and instantly felt sore all over his body when he woke up. "Hey, are you okay?" A female voice with a hint of stubbornness and courage sounded. Lucien thought in a daze, "I was beaten to death before, and returned to the DC universe? Ding, the host's death in other worlds is also real death." The system detected Lucien's fantasy and immediately replied. Lucien sat up immediately after hearing it. Ugh! Lucien felt his head hit something hard. After rubbing his eyes hard, Lucien could see clearly that he was in a cell, or more precisely, in a dungeon. Above his head was a simple skylight made of iron bars. The moonlight poured down from the skylight, and he could see that the ground was covered with dark blue stones. The walls were densely covered with various formulas, which made this dungeon feel a bit like a crazy laboratory. In the middle of the dungeon, in front of Lucien, was a girl wearing a blue princess dress. Under the moonlight, the girl's beautiful figure was undoubtedly revealed, especially under the restraint of this low-cut princess dress. Coupled with the moonlight above her head, a piece of white chest muscles made Lucien a little fascinated. Lucien felt that this was not very polite, so he shifted his gaze and saw that the girl looked like an English rose, with a beauty that could match the moonlight, and a look of stubbornness that was unwilling to give in, as if it was a thorn on a rose. The English rose was rubbing her forehead, and Lucien felt that the thing he had just bumped into should be the girl's forehead. "I'm sorry." Lucien also touched the back of his head and said, "It's okay." The English rose in a blue low-cut evening dress said, "How did you get locked up? They all said you were a wizard." "That's nonsense." Lucien stood up from the ground and checked his injuries. Lucien's actions scared Miss English Rose, and she took a step back. After Lucien examined himself, he found that the power of the muskets during the Caribbean pirates period was relatively average. With a layer of table as a barrier, coupled with the blessing of the Atlantis bloodline and the two abilities of the law of heaven and earth, Lucien only suffered some bloody-looking skin injuries. Lucien waved his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I just look scary. Actually, I don't have many injuries. They are just superficial. I didn't do anything bad. I was just framed as a deserter. Now I'm framed as a wizard." Well, Xiangdi belongs to Chinese magic, not witchcraft. So Lucien is not a wizard. My name is Lucien. Lucien noticed something strange at this time and asked, "Shouldn't prisons be separated for men and women? Why are we locked up together?" "This is an old room dedicated to witches. They said you are a wizard, so they locked you up together. Anyway, you will be executed tomorrow, so it doesn't matter where you are." Miss English Rose said, "Let me meet you before I die. My name is Karina Smith." "Hello, Miss Karina." At this time, Lucien noticed the various mathematical formulas on the wall and asked, "Did you write all these? You are not really a witch, are you?" "This is not witchcraft. This is astronomy." Seeing that Lucien also misunderstood that she was a witch, Karina said a little angrily, "I am a scientist. In fact, I think those so-called witchcrafts are all scams." Lucien adjusted his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Not necessarily in this world." "What are you calculating?" Lucien became interested in this girl who insisted on science in the world of Pirates of the Caribbean, where witchcraft is rampant. When it comes to this topic, Karina immediately beamed with joy and said, "I'm using the star map to calculate the location of the trident." After Karina finished speaking, Lucien was startled. This girl was also looking for the trident. Could she be a member of the protagonist group? Lucien saw that Karina was as pretty as Black Widow. Well, Black Widow was a bit exaggerated, but she was definitely as pretty as Mera. Seeing Karina's slender waist and full chest, Lucien was immediately certain that she must be a member of the protagonist group. "What a coincidence! I'm also looking for the trident. Do you have any ideas?" After Lucien got the compass, he found that he couldn't find a route that pointed to the direction of the trident. He was worried that he had no ideas to continue the investigation. Karina took out a diary and said, "This is Galileo's diary. It records his pursuit of the trident. I think if we can solve the secret of this diary, we can find clues to the trident." "Have you solved the secret of this diary?" Lucien asked. "Not yet." Karina immediately became depressed and said, "Have you found any clues?" After thinking about it, Lucien felt that the women in the protagonist group should not be bad people. And according to the constant rule of movies that appearance is justice, Karina is very righteous. If Karina is not righteous enough, then Fa Tianxiangdi should be able to teach her justice. Right? Lucien suddenly felt a little guilty. The scene of the bullet that Fa Tianxiangdi couldn't do before made Lucien feel a little embarrassed. Now he was still covered in blood, and the small holes in his flesh reminded Lucien not to waste time. It was safer to hide. However, after seeing that Karina had a very slender figure except for her breasts, Lucien took out the compass he had just received and said, "I just got a compass that can point to the direction of what you want in your mind, but I found that it can't point to the location of the trident." "A compass that can point to what you want in your mind?" Karina asked with doubt in her tone. "You can try it." Lucien stretched out the compass in his hand. Karina took the compass doubtfully, and then thought of something in her mind, and then the compass immediately began to rotate, pointing to the direction of Galileo's notebook. Karina looked as if she had seen a ghost, and then she thought about it again. The compass pointed to Lucien. Karina looked at this scene and said to Lucien in surprise, "Are you really a wizard?" Lucien said with a frown. "I am not. This is just a fantasy prop. It can work even if it is not in your hand." Karina was still shocked. "Then witchcraft is real?" "Speaking of this, I am still surprised. You went to find the trident of the sea god, but you doubt whether witchcraft exists. If witchcraft does not exist, how can there be a sea god and a trident?" Lucien asked back. "I thought it was just an antique," Karina said. "By the way, why are you, a girl, looking for a trident?" Lucien asked curiously. Talking about this, Karina's expression had a hint of reminiscence and sadness, and she said, "I was put at the door of the orphanage when I was a baby, with a diary of Galileo on my body. I think this should be a relic of my father or mother. They should be astronomers, so when I grow up, I also want to be an astronomer like them and find the secret of the trident." Well, okay. Suddenly hearing such a sad story, Lucien did not have strong empathy and perfunctorily comforted. "I believe your parents will be very relieved to know that you did this." "Mr. Wizard, I want to know now if people have souls after death?" Karina asked. Lucien was stunned by the question. Then he understood immediately and said, "I am not a wizard, but I know that after a person dies, his soul will board the legendary Flying Dutchman, and then the Flying Dutchman will transport these souls to the other side to be reborn. If your parents died early, they may have been reborn now, and they may be younger than you now." When Karina heard this, she smiled at first, and then slowly sobbed softly. Karina's favorability. Lucien was a little at a loss. Why did he meet two women who were so crybaby? And the favorability was so high, and I was just lying. Sure enough, it was a lie, isn't it? Is coaxing girls the trick to finding a girlfriend? Lucien felt up and down, but didn't feel any toilet paper or anything like that. He directly enlarged his right hand and tore off a piece of relatively clean cloth from the clothes that had turned into rags and gave it to Karina. Karina didn't notice the abnormality of Lucien's palm growing bigger. After taking the piece of cloth, she said thank you. Then Karina seemed to have thought of something and said, "Can I use this compass to find the location of my parents?" Lucien frowned and said, "I'm not sure either. You can trot about it." And then the compass needle turned quickly and fixed on a direction. Reincarnation really exists in this world. Lucien was a little surprised. Karina burst into laughter. Karina's favorability. Karina's favorability exceeds 30. Create a character card. Do you want to consume 10 points of favorability to solidify the character's favorability? Can favorability be solidified? I feel that this ability is a bit, well, evil. But looking at Karina's tearful and touching appearance, Lucien, who had a more flexible bottom line, said to the system, "Solidify. The character's favorability has been solidified." A miniature figure of Karina appeared on Lucien's system interface, and her body was filled with 30% liquid from the feet, as if this was a way to measure favorability. Lucien added all the remaining 20 points of favorability to Fatian Xiangdi. After consuming 10 points of favorability, Fatian Xiangdi quickly changed from the first level to the second level. After adding all the other 10 points, Lucien felt that with another 90 points of favorability, Fatian Xiangdi could be pushed from the first level to the third level. At the same time, Lucien felt that his body had undergone significant changes. Before, he could only gain physical strength, speed, and 5 senses after he became bigger. Now his abilities at normal size have also increased comprehensively. Not only does he feel stronger, but his eyes can see more clearly. Even the wounds that used to cause constant pain now feel a little itchy. At the same time, Lucien felt as if he had opened up a new sense, spiritual judgment, or perception. No, it should be the ability to perceive the magical energy between heaven and earth. Lucien seemed to be able to vaguely sense the spiritual energy floating in the air, or the network of witchcraft energy. Looking at the compass in Karina's hand again, it seemed that he could also faintly see the witchcraft attached to it. Including Karina's Galileo diary, there are traces of witchcraft, especially Karina's. Well, there is also a point where extremely strong witchcraft gathers in the lower abdomen. The strength of that witchcraft is even stronger than the witchcraft strength of Captain Jack's compass. This Galileo diary is real. Lucien was worried that Galileo might have found the trident and brought back some souvenirs from it. Thank you for comforting me with these magic tricks before I died. Karina hugged Lucien gently. Karina's favorability, Clive? Lucien was puzzled at first, and then he was hugged by Karina. Lucien, a teenager who had traveled through 3 worlds and was still a teenager, was immediately frozen, just like the 7 fairies who were held down by Sun Wukong. Then Lucien immediately embraced Karina without any instruction and patted her shoulder gently. At the same time, he said, "This is not magic. The compass is really a witchcraft prop." Karina smiled lightly and said, "When I investigated the trident before, I also investigated witchcraft. It is basically achieved by magic tricks and psychological suggestion." Karina held up the compass and continued, "Although I don't understand the magic tricks, it is indeed very clever." Lucien wanted to make it bigger to show her, but suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. Lucien turned his head to look. It was a group of Navy soldiers with a woman covered with tattoos and wearing a hooded suit, who looked like a weird witch. Humph, witches and wizards are really evil. They can't help but mix them together just after being locked up in the prison. The chief petty officer of the Navy said contemptuously to Lucien and Karina. Lucien saw these soldiers and muskets and felt a little panic. After all, he was still in the initial stage, and his ability was not as good as these muskets. And he had just gained the favor of a girl, and he didn't want Karina to be hurt, but he didn't have enough strength. Lucien quietly pulled Karina behind his body. However, Lucien's subconscious action of wanting to protect Karina earned him another 5 points of favorability. When Lucien was still hesitating about what to say, the weird witch with tattoos all over her body in the Navy spoke first. "Captain, witches are just exploring mysteries, not evil. Otherwise, why did you invite me here?" The Navy captain was choked and said arrogantly, "Don't forget who you are in the hands of now. Help us dig out the secret of this man's enlargement. Otherwise, I will let you burn to death with them." The Navy captain shifted his sight from the witch to Lucien and Karina, and then said, "Raise your guns." The other Navy soldiers immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Lucien. Then a jailer stepped forward and opened the cell door. The strange witch walked in, looked at Lucien and said, "I heard that you have a kind of witchcraft that can make you bigger." Lucien looked at the woman whose figure was hidden in the hooded robe and didn't know how to respond. He frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you." The strange witch chuckled, turned to the officer outside and said, "Leave the next thing to me. If I die, kill this person with me." "I will." The Navy captain waved his hand after saying that, and the jailer closed the cell door again. "Hey, where is Captain Jack who was with me?" Lucien saw that the Navy captain was about to leave, and walked to the cell door and asked. The Navy captain turned around, glanced at Lucien, and said, "He will be executed tomorrow with the witch behind you. If you don't cooperate, his fate will be your fate." After saying that, Navy captain left directly. Lucien thought, "Your words are not threatening at all. Captain Jack will definitely not die in the world of Pirates of the Caribbean. Even if he is eaten by David Jones's octopus monster, he can be resurrected." Then Lucien remembered what Karina said before, thanking him for comforting her before she died. It turned out that it was because of this reason. It seems that he will escape from prison tonight. Lucien turned his head to look at the strange witch, wondering if he can kill her by using the magic of heaven and earth. Is this witch the human body of the goddess of the sea, like Tia Dalma, or is she just an ordinary witch? In Lucien's vision, there was only a faint flow of magic power on the witch, which was similar to the one on Captain Jack's compass. Just when Lucien was thinking about how to kill the witch took off her hood. The face under the hood surprised Lucien. This one looks pretty good, not as weird as imagined. Tia Dalma's magical image left a deep impression on Lucien. When Lucien saw it, he couldn't understand how such a woman could be so obsessed with a person like Davy Jones. And it was said that she had a group sex behind Davy Jones' back. Compared with Tia Dalma, although this witch was a bit curious, she looked okay. When Lucien was observing the weird witch was also observing Lucien. According to the information she got from the Navy, during the day, Lucien was fired upon by everyone, and the bullets shot through the table and hit Lucien. But she only saw a few shallow holes on Lucien's body. Although it looked scary, in fact, This kind of injury was nothing. But these blood holes have begun to scab over now, which is obviously not the state of a normal person. It seems that this man really has some special abilities, and he is not the kind of liar who swindles people. The weird witch Sansa thought, "You already know my purpose. Let's make a deal," the witch Sansa said. Lucien put aside his thoughts, protected Karina behind him, and asked, "What kind of deal do you want to make?" "I want your enlargement magic. In exchange, I can also teach you a magic or something else of equivalent value." The witch Sansa walked up to Lucien and looked at his still childish smile. She felt like she was an old cow eating young grass. "What if I don't want to trade?" "I can't trade even if I want to," Lucien thought. "Now firearms are in power and magic is declining. We wizards should unite. If you teach me this magic, I can let you join my wizard group and no longer be hunted by the Navy." The witch Sansa said what she thought was the most proud bargaining chip. Lucien thought about it and realized that he really needed magic now. Whether it is to fulfill the original body's wish later, to remove the curse for his father Will Connor, or Lucien himself wants to take the trident for himself. You need to know witchcraft. Otherwise, it's like giving you a Gundam, but not giving you an operating manual. Isn't it just a pile of scrap metal? Even if there may be some simple settings in the fantasy world that can be used with a staff, only by knowing witchcraft can the power of a trident be brought into full play. With his mind made up, Lucien said, "I don't need to join your wizard group. I need you to give me two things." "Oh, what is it?" asked the witch Sansa. "First, I need you to teach me witchcraft. Second, teach me a hidden spell," Lucien said. "You want me to teach you witchcraft?" The witch Sansa was surprised. "My ability does not belong to witchcraft, but a spell from the Shia dynasty. If I want to teach you, I will teach you the basics first and then teach you spells. So it's an equal exchange and you are the same," Lucien said. "That's interesting." Witch Sansa didn't expect this unexpected situation and said, "I agree with the first one, but I can't do the second one." "Why?" Lucien asked. "Most of the witch's spells are prophecy and magic familiar spells. There are very few invisibility spells. At least I don't know them myself, so I can't teach you," Witch Sansa explained. "Well then, give me a magic familiar spell." Lucien suddenly thought of the North Sea giant monster Karasin in the DC universe. Is that monster also a magic familiar? "I need a spell that can be at the same level as the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth can be continuously improved with practice, and eventually it can become a giant of 300,000 meters. Lucien boasted. He didn't know anything. How could he teach it? "Well, I can teach you a magic familiar contract. The highest level can control monsters like Davy Jones's magic familiar," Witch Sansa said. "There is one more thing. I am in a difficult situation now, so you must teach me the basic skills first, and teach me the key points of witchcraft before I can teach you," Lucien added. "Okay, but after I teach you the basics of witchcraft, you must teach me the basics of spells. I will teach you the magic of pets, and you will also teach me this kind of magic called the law of heaven and earth," the witch Sansa said. "Deal." Lucien and the witch Sansa both smiled. Lucien followed the witch Sansa to start the process of learning witchcraft. As he learned, Lucien realized that the core of witchcraft is 3 points: sacrifice, spell, and sans ceremony. It is similar to the magic of Camartage in the Marvel Universe. The power of witchcraft does not actually come from the wizard himself, but from the gods that the wizard worships. The wizard communicates with the gods through spells, exchanges mysterious powers from the gods through sacrifices, and controls these mysterious powers through the descent ceremony. The tattoos drawn on the witch Sansa are actually the texts of the sacrifice ceremony and the descent ceremony. This is the same as the alchemist in Full Metal Alchemist engraved the alchemy array on his skin, clothes, and other belongings. It is all to reduce the casting time. The first spell and descent ceremony that Sansa taught Lucien was related to the magic pet. It is the pre-spell of animal language, witchcraft perception, or emotional perception. This witchcraft can let Lucien's mental power be released to perceive the witchcraft from the ritual. At the same time, it can also penetrate the mental power into the brain of the animal and feel the animal's emotions. It is a must-learn skill for every wizard. If you can't release your spiritual power and communicate with the gods and magic power in the dark, you can't become a wizard. Most wizards will use this witchcraft to build a relationship with the magic pet before signing a contract with it. The better the relationship between the magic pet and the wizard, the higher the success rate of signing the contract. In order to let Lucien feel the emotions of the magic pet faster, Sansa also found her own magic pet, a mouse. The sacrifice Sansa found for Lucien was also a mouse found in the cell. However, learning witchcraft is a long process, and it is basically impossible to learn it overnight. When the witch Sansa taught Lucien witchcraft, Karina was also listening in, and tried to communicate with the mouse, but it didn't work. The witch Sansa didn't care about Karina's secret learning. Because the study of witchcraft also has high requirements for personal qualifications, some people may not have witchcraft qualifications. Tonight, Sansa planned to let Lucien feel a little bit of the magic of witchcraft, which would be considered as completing her initial mission. The most important thing is that Karina will be executed tomorrow. But she didn't expect that Lucien had a flow of magic power in Sansa's body and outside when she cast a spell. Lucien quickly learned the magic of magic power perception, but of course he was limited to learning it. He stumbled when using it, and he couldn't sense the emotions of the magic pet. If he hadn't seen the magic power being mobilized by his own ritual in the magic vision, and the system marked the mark of magic power perception not beginner, Lucien himself would not be sure whether he had learned it. But if the system recognizes it, then it's easy to say, "Come on, system, add some points. Let me see your limit." The 10 points of favorability that Karina gave before were immediately added to the magic power perception by Lucien. Lucien felt like his head had turned into a bundle of rubber bands, and then someone pulled it hard. His previously round head was directly shrunk into the shape of a tentacle monster. But the feeling came and went quickly, as if the actions on the mental level were completed in a flash, which was different from the pain that lasted for a long time when the body was transformed by the law of heaven and earth. Lucien closed his eyes, and through his spiritual perception and mental tentacles, he could see the world of witchcraft more clearly. At this time, the witch Sansa also found something unusual. Her eyes narrowed and became sharp. She asked, "You have learned the perception of witch power, and you have become a formal wizard from an apprentice? How is this possible?" Later, the witch Sansa's tone changed from threatening to shocking. Lucien said threateningly, in a grateful tone, "Thank you for your teaching. Now I need you to teach me the witchcraft of the magic pet contract." "Why?" The witch Sansa asked back. "Don't forget that you are in the hands of the Navy now. If you dare to hurt me, you will be shot tomorrow. I think your spells should not be able to defeat bullets." The fantasy power of the Caribbean pirates is, indeed, a bit biased. Cursed monsters like the dead Captain Salazar have the ability to be immortal and can take advantage of their advantages to slaughter the Navy. But a witch like the witch Sansa really only knows language and magic pet witchcraft. The goddess of the sea was also sealed by the 8 pirate kings. So the witch Sansa was very envious of Lucien's physical spells that could be used for her. If the witch Sansa could make herself dozens of times bigger, or have the immortality of the dead Captain Salazar, the mainstream of this world would not be guns. Instead, it would be wizards. Lucien directly activated the law of heaven and earth, and his whole body immediately became bigger and swelled. Lucien's huge body filled the prison that was only 2 meters high, which looked very oppressive. This scared the witch Sansa, and she kept backing away. Karina was also scared by Lucien's ability. Lucien said, "Why do you think this cage can pay attention to me?" "Because normal wizards are not as perverted as you." The witch Sansa looked at Lucien's huge body and knew that her life was in the hands of Lucien's thoughts. And as long as he was not stupid, Lucien would definitely kill her, a witch with prophetic witchcraft, before escaping from prison. This filled the witch Sansa with fear. Under the threat of death, the witch Sansa's brain worked rapidly and said, "I can teach you all the magic pet witchcraft and even the prophecy witchcraft, but you have to promise me one thing." "You don't seem to have the bargaining chips to negotiate with me now," Lucien said. "If I teach you witchcraft, you will definitely kill me before you leave. If I don't teach you, you will also kill me. What's the difference? The witch Sansa looked like a barefoot person who was not afraid of wearing shoes. Lucien was stunned. I didn't want to kill you. Lucien, who had just crossed over, still had the 3 views of the peacetime. Killing is illegal. The law here is not the law in the world of Pirates of the Caribbean, but the law of Lucien's original world. But Lucien was reminded by the witch Sansa and understood the logic of the witch Sansa, and said that her logic was right, and normal people would definitely kill people before leaving. However, Lucien had never killed anyone before, and he couldn't help but wonder at the thought of killing someone. He also said, "What do you want?" "I want to sign a magical contract with you." The witch Sansa said something that surprised Lucien and Karina. Lucien's mind was full of question marks, and then he wondered if this woman was setting a trap for him. The witch Sansa said, "Of course it is an equal contract. You can sign a magic pet contract, so you must have mastered the magic of the magic pet contract. And after you and I sign a contract, we can also ensure that the 2 of us cannot attack each other, otherwise we will be backfired by the witchcraft. And I can help you to a limited extent. I believe you will not kill a wizard who can help you and has signed a magic pet contract with you. But I will escape from prison tonight. I can't learn another witchcraft for the rest of the night. Mainly because the favorability value is gone," Lucien thought in his heart. "Then I have no choice, then you kill me." The witch Sansa's clothes are like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. If Lucien really wanted to kill someone, he would not be able to do it. After all, the biggest crime Lucien had committed before was spitting everywhere. "I trust you for now. Take a break. When the guards are most tired at 3 or 4 o'clock, we will escape together," Lucien decided. Witch Sansa's eyes showed a little smile, as if she was a weasel that caught a chicken. Witch Sansa then began to teach Lucien about the witchcraft of the magic pet contract. With the blessing of the 2nd-level magic power perception, Lucien quickly touched the threshold. Lucien tried to sign a contract with the mouse, but he didn't expect that the mouse was directly distorted by the chaotic magic power and began to attack crazily. In the end, he was slapped to death by Lucien. When the witch Sansa saw this, she praised him instead. "Your talent for witchcraft is the highest among those I have ever seen. Normal witches need to practice many times after learning the ritual before their witchcraft can flow along the trajectory of the Sans ritual, just like her." The witch Sansa pointed to Karina, who was sensing witchcraft next to her. Karina curled her lips and looked unhappy. She was practicing silently there. Why did she suddenly become a negative example? Lucien smiled and said, "That's because I have the foundation of Eastern magic to be so fast." The witch Sansa did not comment, but said, "Turn your head away." "Huh?" Lucien immediately looked at the witch Sansa with a suspicious look. "I need to go to the toilet." The witch Sansa said, "Toilet?" Lucien realized at this time that there seemed to be no place to go to the toilet in this cell. He had been locked up for a while, and he also felt a little bit. The witch Sansa pointed to the corner of the wall where there was a faint wet mark. Karina's face turned slightly red. That was when she took advantage of Lucien. Lucien also thought of it and immediately blushed. After a light cough to cover up his embarrassment, he turned around. After 2 low sounds of running water, the witch Sansa said, "You can turn around now." Lucien was also a little bit touched by them and said, "Then can you turn around?" "Ahem, time is almost up. Let's prepare to escape." Lucien said, "I will take down the iron bars of this window, and then we will escape from this skylight. Be sure to move gently." "Okay," Karina and the witch Sansa said. Lucien performed the magic of heaven and earth, and his 2 legs immediately became thicker and longer, allowing Lucien to quickly rise to the same level as the window. Then Lucien made his right hand quickly grow larger, gaining 4 times the strength of an ordinary person, and then after grabbing the iron railing, he began to shake it slowly and powerfully. This iron railing is stronger than I thought, and it didn't get twisted even after shaking for a long time. But the place where the iron railing connected to the wall had been in disrepair for a long time, and the iron railing and the wall connected to the iron railing were slowly shaken down by Lucien. The witch Sansa looked at it and felt a toothache. She felt that her neck was not as strong as the iron railing. Lucien didn't think much about it, but gently put the iron railing on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand and said, "Come up, I'll take you out." After Karina and the witch Sansa looked at each other, Karina held Lucien's hand. Lucien felt Karina's slightly cold little hand holding his hand, and a strange feeling spread in Lucien's heart. At the same time, Lucien also heard the system's prompt sound. Karina's favorability. Lucien lifted Karina up and inevitably touched Karina's waist and buttocks. An ambiguous atmosphere spread between the two. At the same time, the sound of Karina's favorability improvement was heard from time to time. The witch Sansa standing below curled her lips. "This person is too wicked. The dog is walking well. Why did he kick it?" When Lucien lifted the witch Sansa up again, Karina, who was already outside, immediately reached out to help and stared at Lucien's hand. Lucien's hand immediately became more disciplined, and he didn't push Sansa's buttocks, but dragged her soles online to push. Looking at Karina's slightly jealous expression, a sweet feeling rippled in Lucien's heart. Is this the feeling of love? This time travel is really worth it. After Lucien pushed the two girls up, he first used straw to wipe off the various formulas that Karina had drawn on the wall, and then climbed up. This prison cell of the Navy was built on the seashore. One side of the prison was the place for execution, and the other side was a cliff. There were many reefs under the cliff. If a normal person fell down, it would be a life or death. No wonder there were not many guards in this prison. In this kind of terrain, as long as the door was guarded, no prisoner inside could escape normally. But this did not bother Lucien. Many dangerous places for ordinary people are not so dangerous when the body becomes larger. Lucien used his full strength to perform the magic of heaven and earth, and the whole person turned into a 5-meter-tall little giant. Lucien put Karina and the witch Sansa into the clothes on his chest, and then he jumped into the sea with a running start like Tarzan. The whole person directly crossed the reef area and jumped into the sea, and this movement finally alarmed the guards in the prison. When the Navy captain saw Lucien, the wizard, and the two witches running into the sea, he picked up his gun and started shooting. However, the range of the musket was too short and it could not hurt anyone. "Bring me the cannons." The Navy captain waved his hand, and several holes appeared on the cliff that was originally a wall. Several gun barrels stretched out from it. After seeing this, the witch Sansa said in horror, "Run quickly, we are within the range of that kind of cannon." But as soon as she said this, cannonballs were fired at Lucien and others. Lucien was in a dilemma, but the dense cannonballs directly shot off one of Lucien's hands, and the palm was completely smashed into pieces of flesh, and blood splattered on the two girls. Lucien screamed in pain from the pain of the broken hand. Lucien, who usually cut his hand when cutting vegetables, had never experienced such severe pain before, and the pain directly overwhelmed his nerves. At the same time, Fatian Xiangdi could no longer maintain his position, and his entire body shrank to the size of an ordinary person. But fortunately, the area attacked was also smaller. Karina acted decisively and immediately pulled Lucien and the witch Sansa to the bottom of the sea. Then she took them to another place to swim. "Captain, those wizards have disappeared," a gunner reported. "Fire shells around the place where they disappeared," the Navy captain said calmly. "Yes." The shells continued to spray, and the undercurrent formed by the shells in the water made it impossible for Lucien and the other two to swim normally. The witch Sansa was choked by several mouthfuls of water, but as soon as she showed her head, she was immediately hit by a cannonball, and everyone was in a desperate situation. Lucien, who had been screaming in pain before, regained his sanity after being stimulated by the cold seawater. At the same time, after coming to the sea, the ability of the Atlantis bloodline was fully exerted. The broken hand that had made Lucien grimaced in pain before was now bearable. Lucien took a deep breath with another set of breathing organs, and then said to Karina and Sansa, "I'm sorry." Karina didn't understand why Lucien could talk in the water, but was kissed by Lucien, and Lucien kept passing the air in his mouth to Karina. Karina also changed from resisting before to understanding Lucien's intentions, and then took the initiative to hug Lucien. The witch Sansa on the other side also understood Lucien's ability. Then he pushed away Lucien and Karina, who were hugging each other tightly, and then he kissed Karina on the lips. Lucien was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, but then he understood it immediately. The witch Sansa saw Lucien's slightly lost expression and rolled her eyes. Although Sansa couldn't speak, Lucien also understood what Sansa meant. Karina was first kissed by Lucien and then by Sansa. She was still confused. Lucien pulled the two of them and dived quickly, not to replenish oxygen for Karina, and then Sansa replenished oxygen from Karina. At the same time, Karina also popped up the system prompt of increasing favorability from time to time. After swimming for a long time, the few people finally found an uninhabited coast. After arriving on the shore, the clothes of the three people were all wet and stuck to their bodies. The witch Sansa has a very fit body. Although her chest muscles are average, her whole body is very well proportioned, especially through the clothes on her abdomen. You can see her streamlined abdominal muscles and waistline. Karina is a little bit fleshy, and when Lucien held her in his arms before, he could feel that her whole body was soft. There are no abdominal muscles or waistline on her abdomen, only a flat belly. But the deep cleavage and the white patch on her chest made Lucifer feel a little hot in his nose. He reached out and touched it, and he actually had a nosebleed. Lucien quickly washed it with seawater. Lucien's embarrassment also made Karina and Sansa laugh softly. After experiencing the life and death crisis, the relationship between the three people has improved a lot, especially the way they survived the life and death crisis is so special. But just as the three were laughing about escaping death, the moon in the sky suddenly turned into a blood moon, and the red moonlight sprinkled from the sky and shone on the three people. A red light suddenly flashed around Karina's waist. Karina touched her waist and took out an irregular ruby. This was the thing that Lucien had seen with magic points before. Now it was emitting a bloody light under the red moonlight. This light was not the reflected moonlight, but the ruby itself was a source of 3 bloody red lights. The witch Sansa also saw that this was a witchcraft prop and asked, "What is this?" Karina hesitated for a moment, but still said, "This is something from the diary left by my father." Karina also took out the diary of Galileo. Unexpectedly, when the red light from the ruby shone on the cover of the diary, a layer of hidden handwriting appeared. To release the power of the sea, separate everything. Along with the handwriting, an island appeared. Karina saw the island and looked at the star map that had been used as a decoration in the diary. She immediately understood and said, "I know where the trident is. It's under this star." Karina happily pointed to the star next to the island and said to Lucien, "Trident? Are you looking for the trident?" The witch Sansa immediately grasped the key information. System points. Lucien first added all the favorability points that Karina had given him to the magic of the pet contract. Although the magic did not reach the 2nd level, after adding points, Lucien was able to master it. At least it was no problem to sign an equal pet contract with Sansa, who would not resist. After doing this, Lucien said to Sansa, "Before talking about this, let's sign the contract first." The witch Sansa was surprised and said, "Have you mastered the pet contract?" Lucien did not speak, but drew the formation of the god's descent ceremony and the sacrifice ceremony on the ground. After finishing, Lucien caught 2 fish from the sea and threw them into the magic circle. As Lucien recited the spell, 1 fish was sacrificed in the magic circle, and then the other signed an equal contract with Lucien. After signing the equal contract, the fish's thoughts also came to Lucien's mind. "Is this human crazy? He always picks on my fish." Lucien looked down and found that the fish that signed the magic pet contract was actually the fish that accompanied him in swimming and fishing practice. Lucien didn't know whether to laugh or cry and let the fish go. At the same time, he said to himself, "Let's go quickly." The Fothed fish returned to the sea, looked at Lucien, and immediately swam away. Then Lucien turned to look at the witch Sansa and asked, "How is it?" The witch Sansa directly expressed her intention with her actions and walked directly into the Shenjiang magic circle. Lucien caught another fish and put it in the sacrificial magic circle, chanting a spell. A spiritual link was formed between the souls of Lucien and the witch Sansa. Lucien nodded to Karina at this time, indicating that the witch could be trusted now. The two told the witch Sansa about their plan to find the trident. So one of you wants to find the trident and follow your father's footsteps. The other wants to find the trident to solve your father's curse? The witch Sansa looked at the two fatherless children and felt that she was a little out of place. Yes, Lucien nodded. But before setting out to find the trident, I have to make some preparations first. Added. What preparations? Sansa and Karina didn't know that Lucien had this plan. Have you heard of Aztec gold coins? Aztec gold coins? You actually know a secret too? The witch Sansa said in surprise. That's right, I was also a fan of pirates back then. I just didn't watch the later movies. If I had, I would know the plot of this one. Lucien regretted why he was obsessed with Pirates of the Caribbean and the hundreds of Caribbean series. It would have been great if he could have spared some time to watch the real Caribbean. Lucien touched his nose and said, We now have the navigation chart of the trident and know the direction to go. The next step is to prepare for the dangers on the way. What risks will there be on the journey? Karina asked. I know there is a group of undead people looking for revenge on Jack Sparrow. I think these people may be our obstacles, Lucien said. These dead people want to seek revenge on Jack Sparrow. Why would they become our obstacles? Karina was puzzled. Well, Lucien was a little speechless. It's impossible to say that the protagonists will definitely encounter villains, so they will be our obstacles. I know that, the witch Sansa said. Lucien and Karina looked at Sansa. Sansa continued to explain. A ghost ship appeared on the sea 2 days ago and attacked ships everywhere. Among them, the fleet of Admiral Barbossa suffered heavy losses. If Barbossa wants to protect himself, he must do 2 things, one of which is related to us. Lucien had wiped the blood from his nose and sat on the ground with Karina to continue listening to the witch's story. Seeing that Karina's clothes were still wet, Lucien took the initiative to sit a little closer to Karina. Karina also hugged her body and sat a little closer to Lucien. The witch Sansa looked like she was full of dog food, then found 2 pieces of rotten wood on the beach, waved her hand, and a ball of fire immediately burned. Come over to warm yourself by the fire if you're cold. Are you 2 still listening? The witch Sansa said with a cold face, And doesn't your broken hand hurt? Lucien realized at this time that after leaving the ocean, his self-healing and pain tolerance abilities brought by Atlantis were greatly weakened. Lucien's attention was on the witch Sansa's abdominal muscles and Karina's chest muscles before, so he didn't feel anything. Now that Sansa reminded him, he immediately felt, Damn, it hurts. Karina also reacted. She saw Lucien didn't take the broken hand seriously before, and he could catch fish with 1 hand. She thought Lucien could make his hand bigger just like he made his body bigger. Unexpectedly, Karina quickly took out the cloth that Lucien had used to wipe her tears and bandaged Lucien's wound. Witch Sansa said more calmly, Can your magic help you heal your broken hand? Lucien grinned hoarsely in pain and shook his head. The self-healing of Atlantis blood is just a little faster than that of normal people, not to the extent of Wolverine and Deadpool. At most, it can make the wound of the broken hand heal faster. After seeing Lucien shaking his head, Sansa directly picked up a torch and pressed it on the wound of Lucien's broken hand. With the crackling sound and the aroma of roasted meat, the wound on Lucien's broken hand was charred and the bleeding stopped. This made Lucien sweat coldly. Karina thought of Lucien's appearance in the water before and asked, Will you feel better if I put you in the water? Lucien nodded. Karina dragged Lucien's more than 100 kilograms of meat to the sea. With the comfort of the ocean, the Atlantis bloodline regained its full effect. At least Lucien's pain tolerance immediately came up. Sansa, continue talking. I'll listen in the sea, Lucien said while lying in the sea. The witch Sansa looked at Lucien with a strange look in her eyes. He could gain power in the seawater, but when he came to the ground, his power would be weakened. This situation usually did not happen to humans, but more often to those cursed monsters in the ocean, such as the crew of the Flying Dutchman, who could only go ashore once every 10 years. Thinking of Lucien saying that his father was cursed by the ocean, Sansa had a new guess in her mind, but her face remained calm and she continued the previous topic. After Salazar is free, he will seek revenge on Jack Sparrow who killed him. Barbossa wants to protect himself, so he can either send Jack Sparrow to the dead captain in advance and use the form of a deal to exchange the dead Captain Salazar not to attack his fleet, or he can regain his previous power. After all, the first undead captain was actually Captain Barbossa, who was cursed by the Aztec gold coin. After the curse was lifted, he was killed by Jack Sparrow. It was only after he made a deal with the goddess of the sea that he came back to life. If he is willing to bear the risk of the Aztec gold coin curse, he can become an undead captain again. Plus the living ship of Blackbeard he obtained before, Barbossa also has the ability to fight the dead Captain Salazar. And if we want to get the Aztec gold, we will naturally have to fight Barbossa. If Salazar also had a wizard who could predict the future, he would have come in advance to rob the Aztec gold coins. And if Barbossa and Jack Sparrow did not want to be suppressed by a younger generation of pirates and wanted to eliminate the dead Captain Salazar, then they would have to look for the legendary trident that can lift all curses like us. After hearing this, Lucien understood the plot of the movie. Jack killed Salazar, and then Lucien's predecessor met Salazar. Salazar was unsealed and came for revenge. Then Jack Sparrow, who did not want to be killed by the dead captain, and Barbossa, who did not want to be attacked by Salazar's fleet, needed the immortal power of the Aztec gold coins, and then further obtained the trident to solve Salazar. And the predecessor who wanted to save Wiltner and lift the curse of the Flying Dutchman after experiencing a life-and-death crisis, in order to ensure his own safety, also had to seek the immortal power of the Aztec gold coins and then find the trident. Karina needs the trident to find her father's footprints, and according to the nature of the movie, there must be a CP. Karina, who is paired with Lucien, must also go with her lover to find the Aztec gold coin. In this way, the movie should have two small climaxes. One is the group battle around the Aztec gold coin, and the other is the decisive battle around the trident. The Aztec gold coin is likely to be obtained by Captain Jack Sparrow, Captain Barbossa, Lucien, and Karina, and then the undead skeleton captain will fight the dead captain. Well, that should be it. Lucien felt that he had sorted out the plot clearly. But what is Barbossa's living ship? Lucien asked the witch Sansa about his doubts. Sansa gave Lucien a strange look. Lucien knew the secrets of the Aztec gold coin, but he didn't know about the well-known thing about Blackbeard's living ship. Where did this strange Lucien come from? Sansa temporarily put her doubts in her heart and patiently explained it to Lucien. Karina on the side was roasting a campfire and listening to real ghost stories like she listened to fantasy stories when she was a child. When Jack Sparrow, Barbossa, and your father Will Turner defeated Davy Jones and the East India Company, the sea was peaceful again for several years, until the legendary Captain Blackbeard received a prophecy of his death and needed to find the Fountain of Youth to extend his life. This also set off. Sansa said this, and Lucien interrupted directly. Can you summarize it and tell us the ending directly? Sansa rolled her eyes at this impatient audience and said, in the end, Blackbeard's daughter became the biggest winner and drank the Fountain of Youth, but the Fountain of Youth was destroyed. Captain Barbossa obtained Blackbeard's saber and used it to control Blackbeard's living ship, becoming the second winner. Captain Jack got nothing and continued to drift. Oh, Captain Jack saved his life, and there was a black pearl sealed in a bottle. There is actually such a story. After Sansa finished speaking, the memory fragments in Lucien's mind kept flashing. These things were also known in the previous life, but the scattered memory fragments had no corresponding stimulation and could not be re-evoked. Then let's hurry up and get the Aztec gold coin first and become an immortal, Lucien said. Aren't you going to treat your hand? Karina said worriedly. We are wanted criminals now, so it is impossible to find a normal doctor, but I don't know any black doctors, and it takes time. If we get the Aztec gold coin, the immortality curse, on it can directly make me immortal with defects, and the infection of this broken hand will naturally not kill me, Lucien said in a heroic manner. Karina stroked Lucien's broken hand, still looking a little worried. This feeling of being cared for, especially by a beautiful woman, Lucien felt that this kind of life with both beauties and adventures was what he wanted. Maybe it would be nice to stay in the Caribbean pirates world and live for a while. In this era, Technology is not yet developed, and relying on his advantage of foresight, he can still make a breakthrough in technology. Lucien collected his thoughts and comforted Karina. I wanted to install a hook on my hand before, and now I have achieved my wish. I will make a golden hook and put it on it. Isn't it cool? Lucien raised his severed hand and pretended to be a pirate captain. Karina couldn't help laughing. Seeing Karina laugh, Lucien also laughed. Sansa next to her after. The three of them sorted themselves out. They attacked separately. Under the guidance of Captain Jack's compass and combined with her own prophetic witchcraft, Sansa found a stranded but still usable boat. Karina ran around the island and drew lines on the nautical chart based on the direction of the compass. Through the coordinate system and the algorithm of the intersection of two lines, she calculated the location of the dead island where the Aztec gold coins were stored and calculated the sailing time and the materials needed to sail there. Lucien swam to the sea and caught a lot of fish, seaweed, and other things as a backup dinner and food for the voyage. After everything was ready, the three-person adventure team set off on a boat. Well, it was said to be a boat, but in fact, it was Karina and Sansa who were sitting on the boat. Lucien was pushing the boat at the stern. Lucien, look over there," Karina said, patting Lucien's arm as he pushed the boat, pointing in a direction. Lucien stopped swimming and looked up in the direction Karina pointed. There were some ruins of ships, and some people were struggling to survive by holding on to the broken planks. Lucien immediately understood what Karina meant and said, "Let's go over and take a look." After that, Lucien activated part of his heaven and earth magic, and his legs turned into real long legs, and then he kicked his legs outward, and the water immediately pushed the boat forward for a while. When he pulled his legs back, Lucien immediately canceled the heavenly and earthly magic, and his legs immediately retracted. The movements that were originally a little slow after they became bigger immediately became flexible. Then he kicked his legs again, and at the same time, his legs became longer. The force of kicking and the reaction force of the longer legs made the boat continue to move forward. In this way, Lucien's legs were like an engine, splashing water. The speed of the boat immediately increased a lot. This was the experience Lucien had summed up while swimming in the past 2 days. It not only saved physical strength but also increased speed. After swimming for a long time, everyone came to the front of the wreckage. There were still fresh wood stubbles on the broken wooden boards floating on the sea, and it seemed that they had just been smashed not long ago. Countless corpses were floating on the sea, and their pale faces silently narrated the fear they had experienced. It can be judged from the clothes on the corpses that these people are Navy and some civilians. It turned out that the blue sea water had been dyed light red by their blood. Karina saw this tragedy for the first time, and she lay down on the side of the boat and vomited. Lucien also swallowed his saliva. He had only seen this kind of scene in some zombie movies before. Now that he saw the real scene up close for the first time, Lucien also felt nauseous, and at the same time, an invisible fear was like a big hand grasping his heart. This fear came not only from the dead in front of him, but also from the fear of the pirates who slaughtered these people. The title of a man drifting on the sea sounds very heroic, but heroic corresponds to danger. When facing this kind of danger for the first time, Lucien was a little scared. The witch Sansa, however, looked normal. She looked at the two rookies and shouted, "Don't stand there. See if there are any supplies to collect, and then we will leave directly." Lucien and Karina were called back to their senses by Sansa's gentle shout, and they both nodded. Karina and Sansa set up the boat on the water to collect supplies. Lucien suppressed his nausea and searched under the water. Suddenly, a faint gurgling sound reached Lucien's ears. Lucien immediately waved his hand and said to the two, "Don't move. It seems that someone is still alive." Karina's eyes lit up. Sansa rebuked, "What if he is alive? You can still save people. This is the Hygiene ship, and we are wanted criminals now." Lucien frowned and said, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Our wanted order should not be delivered so quickly. Save people first. If they want to catch us, we will just run." Sansa frowned, and it seemed that she didn't like Lucien's saintly behavior. Karina agreed very much. the favorability was increased by 1. Lucien felt that by solidifying the favorability and making it increase, as long as he continued to brush up the favorability, Karina would soon reach 100%. He didn't know if there would be any other benefits besides the copying ability after reaching 100%. Lucien stopped his dirty thoughts and dived into the water. He added all the goodwill he had accumulated over the past few days to his Atlantis bloodline, and his hearing in the seawater became better. Lucien used the magic of heaven and earth to enlarge his ears, making them bigger than his head. The originally faint snoring became much clearer. Lucien immediately swam in the direction of the snoring and found that it came from a densely packed box. Lucien enlarged his hands and tore the wooden box apart and found that there was a child trapped inside. The wooden box had a certain waterproof effect, which prolonged the child's survival time in the water. But now the box was full of water, and the child was about to drown after choking on water. There were several wooden boxes containing children. Lucien quickly smashed all the boxes, regardless of the children's condition, and put them all in the clothes on his chest. After hugging them together, he quickly dived up. He sent all the children to the surface of the sea, found a large wooden board and put it on. Then he began to press the chest and give artificial respiration. He really saved a few. The children cried when they saw Lucien, and Karina hurried over to comfort them. Sansa saw that the children's originally cold face softened a little. After quietly throwing the bodies of the children who failed to be rescued back into the sea, she also went to comfort the living children. Karina was stunned when she saw this scene, but she immediately calmed down and focused on the living children. Lucien quietly collected the things that could be used on the ship, unexpectedly found several cabin corner fragments that could be made into a small boat. There were also some barely edible foods, especially some fruits with skins, which could supplement the vitamins that were difficult to supplement at sea. During Lucien's search, the favorability system suddenly gave several prompts. Dag Lynch favorability 5, Cag Whitehead favorability, Frederick Pascal favorability, Anya Perkovich favorability. This is the favorability of those children just now. Lucien turned his head to look at the children and found that they had been coaxed and were looking at him under the guidance of Karina. It seemed that Karina told them that she had saved them. Thinking of this, Lucien smiled happily and then pushed the makeshift boat and supplies to the few people. Then he took some fruits and smiled at the children. "You must be hungry too. Eat some fruits first, and your brother will cook for you later." "Thank you, Brother Lucien." Several children's voices sounded, not very uniform. There were several notification sounds of favorability. Dag Lynch favorability, Cag Whitehead favorability, Pana, Federico Pascal favorability. This kid's favorability is easy to cheat. Oh no, it's profitable, but that doesn't seem right. It's not important, seeing a grateful kid. Lucien was even happier and risked the boat being burned to make fresh grilled fish for them. He cheated another wave of favorability and a total of more than 30 points of favorability. With this wave of favorability, Lucien made another overall upgrade. With a tingling feeling, the system panel also changed. Host, lose favorability, 0. Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd level primary law of heaven and earth, 2nd level primary magic power perception, 2nd level primary magic pet contract, 2nd level primary prayer witch fire, 1st level primary water spirit divination, 1st level primary swimming, 1st level primary. Fire witchcraft and water spirit divination are both new witchcrafts that Lucien and Karina have learned. They were just getting started before, but after adding points, they finally entered the 1st level. Just as Lucien smiled and laughed with Karina, Sansa, and several children, a ship with black sails came in the distance, on the Black Pearl. All the crew members were lying on the deck. Each of them was so hungry that they were exhausted and their lips were pale. Only a few crew members who were still working had food in their hands. The others who had no work to do could only lie down to reduce their physical consumption. Oh, it's not that they don't have food if they don't work. There are still 2 privileged ones. Damn it, can't you eat less? Barbassa snatched the dried fish from Jack Sparrow's mouth and scolded. Why don't you say that you just ate 2 fish? Jack Sparrow bit the fish meat tightly and refused to let go, like a fish biting the bait. But the rebuttal still popped out of his mouth. Several crew members nearby watched the two captains fighting over the fish meat, and they all swallowed their saliva and said, "Captain Barbassa, Jack, you should save your energy. There is not much food left. Don't waste your energy on these." Jack heard this and immediately encouraged everyone. Preparing food before sailing is the captain's job. Now Barbassa is standing in the captain's pit, but he can't do the captain's job well. Why don't we turn him against him? You elect me as the captain, and I promise to make sure you have enough to eat. Hearing this, Barbassa narrowed his eyes and looked at Jack and the crew with his sinister eyes. The crew members who had resentment in their hearts were stared at by Barbassa and immediately said, "At least Captain Barbassa led us to escape from the hands of the dead Captain Salazar. That's all because of my lovely black pearl." Jack immediately raised his orchid finger and talked about his own merits. "The black pearl has been in your hands for many years, and it has always been kept in that bottle as a decoration. If I hadn't freed the black pearl, where would everyone have a boat to ride on?" Barbassa snorted coldly, while tightening his grip on the Blackbeard command knife at his waist. This was the witchcraft knife that Barbassa had snatched from Blackbeard after he killed him. It has the ability to command Blackbeard's living ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge, and the ability to access Blackbeard's witchcraft. The Black Pearl was sealed in a wine bottle by Blackbeard before, and it was Barbassa who used this knife to free the Black Pearl, and at the same time relied on the Black Pearl's extremely fast sailing speed to escape the pursuit of the dead Captain Salazar. Seeing that no one had the courage to resist him, Barbassa took out his remaining anger on Jack and said, "And what ability do you have to feed everyone? Is it because you were almost eaten by a shark when you were fishing, or your empty head?" Jack said unconvincedly, "As a captain, the most important thing is to lead the fleet in the right direction. Look over there." Jack Sparrow pointed to the place with a puff of green smoke in the distance. "The smoke there means that there is land, or at least a big ship. If we go over there, we will have food." Everyone was reminded by Jack and saw the very light smoke in the distance. Barbassa took out a telescope from his arms and looked into the distance through the telescope. It was a small shipwreck area. There was a man, 2 women, and a few children grilling food on a small boat. There were even some fruits on their boat. Barbassa, who ate fish all day, drooled at the sight and immediately said to the crew, "Damn pirates! Turn around immediately. Our food is on the way." "Oh, who?" Upon hearing that there was food, the pirates, who were as salty as salted fish, immediately showed a warm passion. Some steered the rudder, some pulled the ropes, and the Black Pearl immediately sailed in the direction of Lucien and his companions. "Hey, this is my credit," Jack said proudly. "It's mine now," Captain Barbassa said proudly. "Hurry up and work, crew member Jack, or I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish." "You damn pirate." Jack Sparrow cursed, but his body went to work honestly. In the previous battle with the dead Captain Salazar, most of Jack's crew and Barbassa's crew were killed, resulting in insufficient remaining people to drive the Black Pearl. It turned out that Jack, who was trapped on the flagpole as a prisoner, was also dragged down to do hard labor. While pulling the rope to change the direction of the black sail, Jack complained, "Being a pirate is more tiring than being in jail." Lucien, Karina, and others also saw the black ship coming this way. Several children were immediately frightened and shrank into the arms of Karina and Sansa. Just now, when they were eating, the children also told what they had encountered before. What they encountered before was Salazar's ghost ship, which was also a completely black and rotten ship. The original white canvas was also stained gray and black by the corpse water, so when they saw the ship's hull painted all black, even the sails were black. The previous fear memory was immediately revived. Lucien and others looked at the silent ship and the floating corpses on the sea not far away, and their hearts sank. Lucien took another look and immediately realized that this was the legendary ominous ship, the Black Pearl. Lucien first felt like he had seen a living star, and then immediately thought of Captain Jack Sparrow, who made him feel that meeting him was not as famous as hearing about him. Lucien thought it was wrong. He remembered that Jack had lost his ship before, so the captain of this ship now might not be Jack. Could it be Barbassa? Lucien took out the compass, thinking of Jack and Barbassa in his mind, and found that the compass pointed to the Black Pearl. Lucien told everyone about his discovery. Compared to Jack, who is not very good at talking, Barbassa is a real pirate. He is thick-skinned and black-hearted and has killed countless people. I remember there was a joke when I watched the first movie. Barbassa wanted to use Elizabeth for blood sacrifice, but in the end he cut his palm and left a little blood. Elizabeth laughed at him. That's it? This became a joke that everyone made fun of when they were making fun of Pirates of the Caribbean. But don't forget that when Elizabeth was kidnapped, Elizabeth's servants and guards were killed and injured. The delicacies that Elizabeth ate on the ghost ship were all snatched away. After Elizabeth's blood sacrifice failed, everyone shouted to chop off her head directly. If it weren't for the plot to stop it, Lucien believed that these pirates would really chop off Elizabeth's head. It's just that it might not be so obvious, just like those guards and servants. It's cool to watch the story of such a hero across the screen, but if you participate in the story, you may be killed by this hero if you are not careful. You can't say to Barbassa, "I know you, and I like your role as Captain Barbassa." Barbassa will probably treat him as a madman. Thinking of this, Lucien was a little unsure. Lucien and his companions only had a small boat, and they could not outrun the legendary Black Pearl, which was the fastest. After seeing the power of the cannon last time, Lucien did not dare to use gunpowder weapons. Thinking of this, Lucien immediately clapped his hands and said to everyone, "When the pirates come, I will board the ship first and see if I can knock them down. Then you can take the opportunity to escape. If it doesn't work..." Lucien looked at the children who had just been rescued. He could escape alone. If he took others, he could only take Karina and Sansa with him. He certainly couldn't take these children with him. Karina also thought of this and frowned. Sansa's face was a little solemn, but much clearer than Lucien and Karina. Karina held Lucien's hand and said, "Let's go together. I'm not a woman who just waits to be protected." Lucien felt a little warmer when he heard this. Then he looked at Sansa. The witch Sansa said, "Don't look at me like that. Witches are welcome everywhere. I know the two captains of the Black Pearl. If you fail, I will plead for you." This made Lucien feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that they should have some feelings after spending so many days together. But he forgot that for Sansa, she was kidnapped by Lucien. The two were originally enemies. "Then please take care of the child." Lucifer first said to the witch Sansa, then turned to look at Karina and said, "Men should protect women. I'll go over and try. If it doesn't work, you and Sansa surrender together." After saying that, without waiting for the two to react, Lucien immediately dived into the water. Karina wanted to grab Lucien's hand, but it was empty. She felt a piece of emptiness in her heart. Lucien in the water received a system prompt. Karina's favorability exceeds 50. Do you want to set Karina as your partner? After setting it as a partner, you can share abilities by consuming favorability. Are you saying that I can share Karina's abilities? Lucien asked. Sharing abilities means that they can be shared with each other. The host can borrow Karina's abilities or share their own abilities with Karina, but each sharing consumes favorability. How much is the favorability fee? For each ability, 1/10 of the upgrade cost is consumed for each day of sharing. 1 day? That's a lot. Lucien was delighted and said, "Then if I share the second level law of heaven and earth with Karina, does that mean I will use a little favorability per day?" Yes. With Karina, the chances of success are even greater. Lucien turned around and emerged from the water again. Karina, who was still immersed in Lucien's heroic fight against the pirates to protect herself, was stunned for a moment when she saw Lucien's head emerge. Then Karina hugged Lucien's head, and the oncoming facial cleanser squeezed Lucien so hard that he couldn't breathe. Lucien even suffered internal injuries, and a little blood came out of his nose. Karina hugged Lucien and said, "Let's run away now. You pushed the boat before, wasn't it fast?" Lucien had a strong willpower. He lifted his head from Karina's Mariana Trench-like chest and said, "I have a way to make us win." Lucien told Karina that he could share his ability with her for 1 day, and then asked Karina if she was willing to go on an adventure with him. Karina nodded immediately. Lucien set Karina as his partner, and after paying a little favorability, Karina immediately gained the ability to control the heaven and earth. Lucien couldn't help but think, if Karina used her ability on her chest alone, would that be? Lucien shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. If Karina could do this, could he also? Why do these messy thoughts always pop up? Lucien suddenly thought of a question. Hey, I suddenly remembered, why can't the previous mother, Atlanta, share abilities? Lucien asked the system. Atlanta's favorability has been completely consumed, less than 50 points of favorability. After copying the other party's ability, will the favorability be completely consumed? No, it should be the sum of the favorability provided before. Yes, this is still a loss, not a big one. Lucien put the question aside and turned to talk to Karina about the precautions of the ability. You have also seen how I usually use the magic of heaven and earth. The main thing is to make the body bigger overall, and part of the body bigger. After the enlargement, your strength will be enhanced at the same time, but the speed will remain the same as before. At the same time, the physical strength will be consumed very quickly, so unless necessary, don't directly transform into my current strongest 5-meter little giant form. Try to use the ability of partial enlargement. Karina listened to Lucien's instructions and nodded repeatedly. At this time, Sansa suddenly grabbed Lucien's hand and said, I am willing to take risks with you. How about you lend me your ability? Lucien looked at the system background. So far, Sansa has not given any favorability points, let alone more than 50 points. He made up an excuse and said, My magic is for my family only. If you want to use it, you must become my wife. After that, Lucien took Karina, who was still using the magic of heaven and earth with a look of novelty, into the water. Wife? Sansa looked at Karina, who could grow bigger by herself, with envy, wondering what Lucien meant by wife. Then she immediately realized that wife meant family members. How could a girl who had no relatives or friends with him become his wife? Of course, she could only become him. Sansa spat, thinking that Lucien looked like a good person, but she didn't expect him to be so dirty inside. But then she thought, the magic of heaven and earth, which can directly act on oneself, should only be used for one's family members. Is she going to sell her body? After Lucien gave Karina a deep breath, he said, I will go up from the stern first. When I yell at the damn pirates, you will come up from the penetration and hit them by surprise. Karina nodded, and then she took the initiative to ask for a breath of air in order to hide in the water for a longer time. Lucien swam to the stern, and then his hands became bigger, and he climbed up directly by holding the dents on the hull of the Black Pearl made by shells and rocks. Jack Sparrow, Barbossa, and others on the ship had already gathered on the deck. Barbossa raised the sailor knife in his hand and laughed. Just now I saw 2 people there who saw us coming and jumped into the sea directly, trying to escape, but they didn't come out again after jumping in. Everyone laughed after hearing this. What are you laughing at? Barbossa put away the smile on his face and cursed. They jumped into the sea and didn't come out again, which means that there may be sharks or something, attracted by the smell of blood? You bastards should pay attention. Got it, Captain, the pirates said. Okay, let's go hunting. Barbossa waved his hand, and many pirates put their knives, muskets, and other things back to their waists and began to throw down ropes, preparing to descend from the deck to Sansa's boat. Lucien had already secretly come to the stern, shrunk his body back to normal size, and prepared to sneak over. Unexpectedly, there was a pirate looking out on the flagpole. After seeing Lucien, he shouted loudly, Captain, someone is sneaking over at the stern. Barbossa immediately turned his head, and many pirates stopped preparing to get off the ship. It seems that this gentleman still has some courage. Come on, guys. Barbossa drew out his sailor knife and pointed at the stern, and many pirates swarmed up. Seeing so many pirates, Lucien didn't care about hiding his clumsiness. He directly enlarged his hands and then rushed up with a fist as big as a real casserole. Lucien's abnormal behavior startled the pirates, and Lucien took the opportunity to punch the pirate closest to him. The huge force directly smashed the pirate's face, and Lucien took the opportunity to grab a sailor's knife. The pirates saw this man who could make his fists bigger, and saw that Lucien's sleeves and trouser legs were already rotten. It looked like he was torn, and his body was only in tattered shorts and vest. The only sailor's knife in his hand was just taken from him, and he looked poorer than the pirates. Barbossa also saw this scene and cursed, "You bunch of cowards, come on." As he said that, Barbossa took out his musket and pointed it at everyone, and it was unclear whether it was pointed at Lucien or the pirates. Under Barbossa's power, the pirates continued to rush towards Lucien. Lucien punched forward and hit 2 pirates, but his hand was immediately cut by 2 knives from other pirates. Seeing that Lucien could be injured, the other pirates immediately became courageous and surrounded Lucien and hacked at him. Lucien was caught in a dilemma. He held a knife, or 7 or 8 knives looking at him. In a few seconds, blood began to flow from his body. The pain in his body made Lucien crazy, and he turned into a 5-meter-tall little giant which scared the pirates. But the weight after the enlargement made the Black Pearl unbalanced, and the stern where Lucien was located sank. At the same time, Lucien staggered and fell directly from the ship into the sea. Many pirates were immediately frightened when they saw Lucien turned into a giant. Barbossa showed the courage of the captain, and directly took out the musket in his arms and hit Lucien's forehead with a bang, knocking Lucien's head back. Lucien's head was dizzy and his body shrank again. At this time, Barbossa took a large-caliber musket from a pirate and fired again, and blood immediately burst out in front of Lucien's chest. When Karina saw this scene, her eyes immediately turned red, and she immediately transformed into a 5-meter-tall female giant. But Karina did not rush up immediately, but learned that being too big would make her a sitting duck. She hid under the Black Pearl, and then used her brute force after becoming bigger to shake the Black Pearl. At the same time, she reached out and put Lucien, who had returned to his normal size, on her chest. But there was too much water on the sea, making Karina's skin very slippery. Lucien slipped directly into Karina's clothes. When Lucien woke up from his dizziness, the first thing he saw was a huge that was bigger than his head. Karina's face immediately turned red. Lucien immediately climbed out. The touch of his hands made him forget the wounds on his head and chest, but the Black Pearl on his head reminded him that he was on the battlefield. "How are you?" Karina asked with concern. Lucien touched his forehead and chest. The wound on his head was not bad. The bullet was stuck in the skull after it enlarged. After it shrank, it was squeezed out directly. But the murderer's injuries were very serious. Barbossa seemed to have used something like a shotgun. After shrinking, the wounds were still bloody. Lucien waved his hand and prayed that the witch fire would burn on his chest immediately to stop the bleeding. "The battlefield is indeed the place where people grow the fastest." Lucien gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine." Lucien thought for a while and said, "They have guns, we can't beat them. But we can dismantle the ship and let them sink into the sea. Gunpowder can't be used in the sea." Karina thought it made sense and started to expose it with Lucien. Seeing his beloved Black Pearl being dismantled, Jack Sparrow suddenly stood up and said, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! We are all acquaintances. Give me some face." "You are a captive yourself. What face do you have?" Barbossa laughed at Jack and roared, "Those with guns, use your muskets and kill the other monster. Those without guns go to the sea. We can't let them dismantle the ship." The pirates really didn't dare to go down. Barbossa fired another shot and roared, "We are fearless pirates. We have defeated Davy Jones and captured the goddess of the sea. The dead Salazar couldn't take our lives. What is a monster that can grow big? Fight for me." The pirates looked at each other, continued to pick up their courage, and jumped into the sea like dumplings. Lucien took the initiative to go forward to meet the enemy, protect Karina, and destroy the Black Pearl. At this time, Jack suddenly leaned close to Barbossa's ear and said, "His father is Will Turner." "So what?" Barbossa said disdainfully. "The one who transports the dead. There is also a Flying Dutchman and the seafood crew, which is not as easy to deal with as Salazar," Jack said. This immediately cooled Barbossa's fiery brain. Lucien looked very bluffing and big. As long as they were going to die, they were not afraid with muskets and cannons. But the Flying Dutchman was a problem. Especially after they died, They would send their dead to the world of the dead through the Flying Dutchman. "Stop! Stop it all!" Barbossa shouted immediately and asked Lucien at the same time, "Is your father Will Turner? Did he remember the previous relationship?" Lucien gave an affirmative answer. Barbossa's expression immediately changed from that of a ruthless captain to that of a friendly uncle. He smiled and said, "Oops, I called the wrong number. I'm Barbossa, and I'm a friend of your father." Lucien was a little unsure of Barbossa's tactics and said, "Why should I trust you? Come on, throw away your guns," Barbossa said to the pirates. The pirates looked at each other, but still obediently threw their guns on the deck not far from them. At this time, Jack also popped up and said, "Hey, kid, remember your Uncle Jack?" Lucien ignored the unreliable Captain Jack and continued to be very wary and said, "If you don't want to fight anymore, then let's just keep out of each other's way and leave." Jack's eyes turned, and he pinched his fingers like an orchid, staggered to the side of the boat, and said to Lucien, "Remember you told me before that you would work with me to find the trident and solve the curse of Salazar and your father Will Turner. I think this cooperation can continue now." "But how can I trust the credit of pirates?" Lucien said. "Let me do it. Under the witness of the gods, I will draft a witchcraft contract and you will become allies." Sansa came slowly over in a small boat. The children who were rescued before were rowing hard, and Sansa stood at the bow looking like a hermit. "Why are you here?" Barbossa asked, a little surprised. "I was also forced to join the Trident team." Sansa roughly explained the cause and effect. "What do you think of the boy who can grow big?" Barbossa asked. Lucien thought about it and said, "Okay." The witch made a contract for Lucien and Barbossa to sign, but in fact it was just a bluff to deceive muggles like Barbossa. But Lucien could see that there was no magic power flowing in the contract. After completing the contract, Lucien took the children to the Black Pearl, and also brought the supplies collected before, and also hunted a few fish for everyone to eat. The enemies who had fought to the death immediately became good brothers in the eyes of the pirates. This erratic attitude made Lucien speechless. After dinner, everyone started to discuss the next plan. Sansa said, "You have a sea chart to the Trident." "Where is it?" Barbossa asked. Karina wanted to take out Galileo's diary to show everyone, but Lucien held her hand as if by accident and said, "I think compared to looking for the trident now, we actually have another more important thing to collect." "What is?" everyone asked. "Aztec gold coins," Lucien said. Everyone was stunned at first and then immediately understood. "This is a good idea." Everyone cheered immediately. Jack Sparrow also slapped his forehead and said, "This is really a good idea." Lucien asked, a little puzzled, "Haven't you thought about it before?" Karina and Sansa were also a little puzzled. They thought that the Black Pearl was on the way to the Island of Death when they met them, but looking at their reactions, it was obvious that they had never thought of it before. Barbossa also had a constipated expression. Lucien smiled and said, "I understand. You have tried your best." After hearing this, Karina and Sansa both covered their mouths and laughed. Barbossa was furious at Lucien's teasing words. He thought that these juniors were really annoying. After confirming the course, the Black Pearl, the fastest ship in the legend, immediately accelerated. Knowing that the dead Captain Salazar was chasing behind, Lucien also went to the sea and used the magic of heaven and earth to push the Black Pearl to speed up the Black Pearl. Everyone soon arrived at the legendary Island of Death. After everyone picked up the Aztec gold coins, the undead skeleton curse immediately fell on everyone. Lucien also saw the new content on the system interface. Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd level primary. Law of Heaven and Earth, 2nd level primary. Magic Perception, 2nd level primary. Magic Pet Contract, 2nd level primary. Prayer for Witchfire, 1st level primary. Water Spirit Divination, 1st level primary. Swimming, 1st level primary. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse, which can make people immortal, but they will gradually lose their 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and they will turn into a skeleton under the moonlight. Karina's lover's favorability value is 53. Wow, old friend, we meet again. Barbossa picked up a gold coin and held it in his palm, closing his eyes to experience the changes in his body. The other pirates also took one each, and then stood there as if waiting for the mysterious arrival. The witch Sansa also took one in her palm and muttered something. Lucien heard that this was a sacrificial spell, but the gods did not respond, as if they were unwilling to accept the cursed gold coin. Seeing that witchcraft was useless, Sansa picked up one herself. Karina and Lucien looked at each other and picked up one too. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the temperature in the cave seemed to have dropped a little, and a cold wind came. "Did it work?" Jack asked. "How can we be sure that we have not become the living dead before?" asked a pirate. After hearing this, Barbossa took out a musket and fired a shot at the pirate who asked the question. Bang! The sound of the gunshot startled everyone. A small hole appeared in the pirate's chest, and blood gushed out, but the pirate felt no pain at all. Jack came forward and looked at the pirate's wound and asked, "Are you dead?" The pirate felt it for a while, and it didn't hurt, as if he was fine. Then he immediately reacted and shouted at Barbossa, "You actually shot at me!" Ignoring those pirates, Lucien tried to add points to Gustatus' Skeleton Gold Curse. Skull Gold Curse is not a host learning skill and cannot be directly added. Then, is there any way to add points indirectly? Lucien asked. The host can combine a temporary state with a certain skill, but there is a certain chance of failure. What are the consequences of failure? Lucien asked. At the least, the ability will be mutated, and at the worst, the ability will be permanently lost. It may even make the curse mutated into a permanent state. Shit, Lucien complained, and then began to think about which ability to combine with this curse. Lucien looked at his ability list. Atlantis Bloodline 2nd level primary. Law of Heaven and Earth, 2nd level primary. Magic Perception, 2nd level primary. 2nd level primary. Prayer Witch Fire, 1st level primary. Water Spirit Divination, Swimming, 1st level primary. Can it become an immortal Atlantis bloodline? Or combine with Law of Heaven and Earth to become an immortal giant? Or combine with Prayer Witch Fire to become an eternal fire? The underwater breathing and various body enhancements of the Atlantis bloodline are more important, and it is not cost-effective to use them for experiments. Not to mention Law of Heaven and Earth, it is Lucien's strongest ability at present. Combine the Skull Gold Curse with Prayer Witch Fire, Lucien said. Do you want to consume some favorability points to merge the abilities of the Skeleton Gold Curse and the Prayer Witch Fire? Confirmed, Lucien said. Fusion in progress. Please wait. Fusion failed, the Prayer Witch Fire disappears permanently, and the Skeleton Gold Curse disappears. Some of the remaining abilities are merged into the Magic Pet Contract. The Magic Pet Contract is slightly upgraded. Fuck. Lucien was shocked. He looked at the system interface again. Prayer Witch Fire, 1st level primary, and temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse, which can make people immortal, but will gradually lose their 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under the moonlight. These 2 items are gone. Lucien pinched himself quietly, and the pain that had disappeared before returned. Can this thing also be used to remove curses? This is just a coincidence. It does not necessarily make the curse disappear. Lucien nodded, then picked up another Skull Gold coin, and the Skull Gold coin curse reappeared on the system. Lucien speculated in his heart that the fusion is more dangerous, and the Atlantis bloodline and the Law of Heaven and Earth must not be used. The residual ability of the failed fusion just now was absorbed by the Magic Pet Contract, which means that the Magic Pet Contract and the Skull Gold coin are more compatible. Use a little favorability to combine the Skull Gold coin curse with the Magic Pet Contract, Lucien said. Beginning fusion. Fusion in progress, please wait. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Magic Pet Contract Undead Aura. According to the host's wishes, the Skeleton Gold Curse can be given to a contracted creature. And only one person. Oh, this is not bad, Lucien said happily, and at the same time looked at the system interface. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse, which can make people immortal, but will gradually lose their 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under the moonlight. This one disappeared again. Lucien pinched himself, and it hurt again. So he picked up another gold coin, and this prompt did not appear again. System, why am I not cursed? Lucien asked. The host's body has reached its limit of the curse it can bear and cannot bear more curses. Then can I contract myself? Lucien was worried. After all, the immortality ability is still very important for the subsequent battle. If he could become an undead giant, he wouldn't have to be afraid of guns and cannons. He wouldn't have to flee in panic after being beaten by the Navy or bleed profusely after being beaten by Barbossa. Lucien saw Karina biting her finger quietly to see if it hurt and suddenly thought of a good idea. Can I spend a little favorability to share Karina's Drum Tower Gold Curse? Lucien asked. Yes. This set of dolls is pretty good, although it's a bit painful to spend favorability. After this trick, Lucien thought of another idea. What if I contract Karina after the Skeleton Gold Curse on Karina is removed and then give Karina the Skeleton Gold Curse? Can I share Karina's Skeleton Gold ability again? Lucien told the system his brainstorming method. Theoretically, it's feasible. Lucien waved his fist happily when he heard it. However, the host's existing pet contract has reached the upgrade limit and can only contract small creatures such as mice, not large creatures such as humans. Ah, is there still such a problem? Can't I add points to this skill? Lucien asked. As a low-level witchcraft, the upper limit of the magic pet contract itself is very low, and the oil system adds points, and the maximum point increase is to the second level advanced, and it cannot break through the third level. Is there such a limit to the skill? Lucien thought in his heart. Then what is the highest level that the Atlantis bloodline can be upgraded to? Second level advanced. Is the upper limit of the Atlantis bloodline so low? I remember that in the original plot, the Sea King can compete with the normal Superman. Lucien asked. The Sea King in the original plot is a hybrid of human and Atlantis. After full development, he can have a special physique at least 20 to 50 times that of ordinary Atlanteans, and also has the ability to survive on land for a long time and superpowers that most Atlanteans do not have. But the host's bloodline is the pure Atlantis bloodline of the copied Atlanta and does not have this ability. This pure blood is not as good as the mixed blood. Lucien thought for a moment and nodded immediately. Indeed, mixed blood is generally strong, and mixed blood Saiyans are stronger than pure Saiyans. What about the law of heaven and earth? Lucien asked. The law of heaven and earth can be upgraded to the 9th level at most. What is the highest level? Lucien asked curiously. Level 10. Lucien nodded and thought, it seems that the ability rewarded by the system is relatively reliable. Lucien suddenly thought, then how did I sign a contract with Sansa before? That was just an equal contract, not a magical pet contract with coercive force. A magical pet that signed a magical pet contract will obey the host's orders. Lucien nodded, and then thought that it was too wasteful to only contract mice with a magical pet contract. Is it possible that there is a bug? Looking at the law of heaven and earth, Lucien suddenly thought, if I become a giant, then ordinary people will be small creatures to me, so can I sign a contract? The system may also be confused by Lucien's wild idea. After a while it said, yes, but after the host turns back to an ordinary person, the coercive force of the original magical pet contract will be greatly weakened. That doesn't matter. Large creatures don't necessarily need coercive force to obey orders, Lucien thought. At the same time, Lucien put down the gold coins in his hand and said to Barbossa, Captain Barbossa, I have a way to make you immortal without losing your 5 senses all the time. Barbossa looked at Lucien with surprise and asked, what conspiracy do you have? The old pirate captain Barbossa didn't believe in pie in the sky. As long as you sign a contract with me and recognize me as your master, I can give you the immortal skeleton curse. But at the same time, I can revoke this curse at any time, so that when you fight, I will give you the curse, and when you don't fight, I will take back the curse, and you can live a normal life. Lucien explained with a smile. Sansa was very surprised when she heard it. She naturally knew the restrictions of the magic pet contract. How could Lucien contract such a big creature? How can a pirate give up his freedom? You are insulting the great Captain Barbossa. Jack suddenly jumped out to speak for Barbossa, but in Lucien's view, it was just to sow discord. After Barbossa scolded Jack, he said to Lucien, an immortal ability that can be turned on and off at any time is indeed tempting, but how can you expect a pirate to recognize you as his master? Barbossa seemed to have received a huge insult and pulled out the sailor knife at his waist and pointed it at Lucien. "There is no need to fight even if you disagree. Don't let Jack instigate you." Lucien spoke calmly on the surface, but privately he was ready to borrow the power of the undead skeleton curse from Karina at any time. "What you just said reminded me that now that you are not dead and the musket can't kill you, it is inevitable that you will have some crooked thoughts." While speaking, Barbossa looked at Jack Sparrow and said, "It seems that you also want to be a captain. It's a good time to have a fight to see who is the captain of the Black Pearl." Jack was not afraid at all. He even drew his sailor knife and said, "Today I let my precious Black Pearl return to my arms." Barbossa laughed and said, "Haha, you ungrateful things, I knew you were unreliable. Have you forgotten who Captain Barbossa defeated before?" After speaking, he winked at the pirates around him, and the pirates before Barbossa immediately charged towards Lucien and Jack. Some of Jack's original crew also fought with Barbossa's crew. Karina was stunned as she watched the people who had just been living in peace suddenly become mortal enemies. Sansa pulled Karina to the side, away from the melee area, and said, "This is the pirate." Under the moonlight, everyone turned into a skeleton. A group of living dead fought each other, but they couldn't be killed. Lucien, Jack, and Barbossa also started a melee. Lucien consumed a little bit of his favorability and turned directly into an undead giant, but he didn't expect that only a small part of his body turned into a skeleton, and the rest was still a living human body. "Ha ha ha! There's something wrong with your ability." Seeing this, Barbossa laughed and fired 2 bullets at Lucien's legs, used the same large bullets as the hand cannon before. Lucien was knocked to his knees, and his hands fell to the ground, just touching the skeleton gold coin. Unexpectedly, Lucien's other living bodies gradually turned into skeletons. Lucien looked at the system panel. Favorability's Bloodline, 2nd level primary. Law of Heaven and Earth. Magic Perception, 2nd level. Magic Pet Contract, Undead, 2nd level primary. Water Spivination, 1st level primary. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse 4, which can make people immortal, but will gradually lose their 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under the moonlight. Karina's Lover Favorability Value 53. After I become the Law of Heaven and Earth, can I absorb the curse? Counting the previous one, after I become bigger, I can absorb the curse of 5 people? Asked the system. Yes, it's really fucking amazing. Lucien, who had completely turned into an undead giant, showed his power and beat Barbossa and Jack back step by step. The crew members in the melee below also quickly decided the winner. Although Jack's crew members were also undead and could not be killed, they all had skeleton entities. They were directly tied up by Barbossa's crew members with ropes, iron frames, etc. In the end, even Jack was tied up. The melee situation turned into Barbossa and his crew besieging Lucien. Suddenly, some crew members took some super long ropes and threw them at Lucien. Lucien looked puzzled, took the long rope as his weapon, and swung it over to hit a large number of pirates. But Barbossa suddenly pointed at the rope, and the rope immediately crawled back to Lucien like a living snake tying him up. "What is this?" Lucien asked in surprise. "This is naturally a souvenir from before, the rope on the Queen Anne." Barbossa laughed. Lucien seemed to be entangled by many pythons and could not move, but Lucien still smiled and said to Barbossa, "Captain Barbossa, you are really powerful, but I am not bad either." Barbossa was shocked by what Lucien said. Lucien began to chant a spell, and Barbossa and others only then saw that a strange magic circle had appeared under their feet. Barbossa and others suddenly had a splitting headache, and a pressure came from Lucien. Many pirates, including Barbossa, seemed to be mice seeing a cat, seeing the king's subjects, and they immediately knelt on the ground. But not all pirates knelt on the ground. Only 9 pirates knelt on the ground. Jack looked at the people kneeling on the ground in confusion and asked, "Aren't you going to win? Why are you kneeling suddenly?" Barbossa heard this sarcastic remark and looked at Jack angrily. At the same time, he wanted to order others to continue attacking Lucien, but he couldn't give this order anyway. Lucien also asked the system, "Can I only sign 9 creatures? Can I sign 10? Why only 9?" There is also a fathed fish. Lucien immediately remembered and said, "Can the creatures I contracted appear?" The system interface immediately popped up new content. Favorability, Atlantis Blind 2nd level elementary. Law of Heaven and Earth, 2nd level elementary. Magic Perception, 2nd level elementary. Magic Pet Contract, Living Dead, 2nd level elementary. Sector Barbassa, Gorodets Kent, Darren Akin, Pietro Gallo, Emily Form, Manic Stone, Cabaltetta Rice, Hefferson Gardy, Dimiter Washington. Water Spirit Divination, 1st level elementary. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Cursed 4, can make people immortal, but will gradually lose the 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under the moonlight. At the same time, his heart moved, and Fathed Fish's contract was immediately lifted. Then Jack also knelt. Barbassa looked at Jack Sparrow and laughed. "Why did you kneel down all of a sudden?" Jack looked like he had eaten a fly, which made Barbassa very happy. After that, Barbassa looked at Lucien. His face changed from mockery to resentment and said, "Boy, what did you do?" "Nothing. I just contracted you to become my magical familiars." Lucien looked at Barbassa and said, "Untie me, and then tell me how to control the ropes." Barbassa heard Lucien's order and immediately took up the sailor knife and waved it, and all the ropes on Lucien were immediately untied. At the same time, Barbassa said, "This is Blackbeard's witchcraft. It turns out that Blackbeard can directly control all ships, even the ropes and rudders on the Black Pearl. But after I got it, I can only control the Queen Anne's Revenge. The Anne was robbed by Salazar before, but after Salazar robbed, we only had time to grab some ropes." Lucien nodded, and he also heard about Blackbeard from Sansa. He said, "Give me the knife." Barbassa was very reluctant, but he couldn't control himself and gave Blackbeard's knife to Lucien. Lucien grasped the knife and immediately sensed the cables through the knife. The cables immediately coiled around Lucien's feet. "Now everyone put the Aztec gold coins in your hands back into the treasure chest, and the gold coins must be covered with your own blood," Lucien said. Barbassa, Jack, and 10 other people immediately did so. Karina and Sansa also took action immediately. The other pirates looked at each other and finally saw Lucien's little giant-like skeleton body and the cables under his feet. They all returned the gold coins with all their hearts. When Lucien returned his gold coins, everyone's curse was lifted. Then Lucien cast the living dead curse on Barbassa alone. Then everyone picked up the gold coins again. Now, except for Barbassa, everyone on the fleet is cursed by the skeleton coin. They are living dead who are immortal but cannot taste anything in the world. Barbassa also got the skeleton coin curse because of Lucien's magic pet contract Living Dead. But the ownership of this curse is in Lucien's hands, so if Lucien wants to kill Barbassa, he only needs to cancel the ability of magic pet contract Living Dead, and he can kill Barbassa with one shot. Okay, now I declare that I am the captain of the Black Pearl, and Barbassa is the vice captain. Who agrees and who disagrees? Lucien shrunk his body back to normal size. The 4 skull gold coins curse made Lucien's normal body skeleton cleaner than others. The others looked at each other. Who dared to object? They all agreed. Now let's head towards the Trident. Black Pearl, captain's room. I'm not very familiar with sailing. Captain Barbassa, please discuss it with our navigator, Lucien said. Karina then took out her Galileo diary. As soon as the diary appeared, it attracted the attention of all the pirates, and they all came over to take a look. After all, it records the secret of the Trident. It is not only the most precious treasure on the sea, but also their hope to destroy Salazar. But when Barbassa saw the diary for the first time, he was stunned. It was as if he had seen something incredible. Karina was frightened by the pirates who suddenly surrounded her and took a few steps back. Lucien scolded the pirates. "Why are you all crowded here? The captain of the voyage knows it, so go to work." The pirates listened, although unwilling, but still walked out 2 steps at a time. Jack felt that he was not a crew member and wanted to stay, but he was directly kicked out by Lucien. Jack was a big troublemaker, so such important information naturally could not be let him know. Sansa wanted to stay, but when she saw Lucien's eyes, she realized that she was not trusted. So she had, Karina then said, "The location of the Trident has never been recorded on any nautical chart. Even the legendary compass cannot point to the Trident. but we can use the star map as a guide to find the trident." Barbossa stared at Karina in a daze. His eyes were a bit straight and not very friendly. Lucien coughed twice and said, "Ahem, Captain Barbossa, look at the star map." "Oh, okay." Barbossa immediately concentrated on looking at the star map and said, "Miss Karina, I know this diary. I remember there was a ruby on its cover." Karina was a little surprised when she heard it and took out a ruby from her skirt pocket and said, "I didn't expect you to know this diary." Barbossa looked at the ruby. His expression was lost in memory and said, "But I remember it was stolen back then. How did you get it?" "Stolen? Mr. Barbossa, you must have heard the wrong rumor. My diary has been with me since I was a baby. It is my father's legacy," Karina explained. At the same time, Karina glanced at Lucien. She didn't want Lucien to mistake her for a thief. "May I ask your full name?" Barbossa asked with a gentleman's salute. Karina looked at Barbossa, who was suddenly acting strange, and said, "My name is the brightest constellation in the north." "That should be Karina." Barbossa looked at Karina with some shock in his eyes. "Karina Smith." Karina said, "I didn't expect you to know astronomy." It was also the first time that Lucien heard Karina's full name. Lucien felt strange watching Barbossa interacting with Karina frequently with a colorful expression on his face, and said, "Deputy Captain Barbossa, how do you think we should sail next?" Barbossa retracted the shocked expression on his face, bowed to Lucien, and continued, "Miss Karina will take the helm directly from now on, and I will take care of other things. In addition, you need to find more food in the sea." Lucien nodded in confusion. "That's fine, I'll go out first. We can set sail in 10 minutes." Barbossa said. "Okay." Lucien nodded. Barbossa walked out of the captain's room, turned a corner, and suddenly hunched over, then held the wall with his hands. At the same time, tears flashed in his eyes. It turned out that in his hawk-like eyes there was a look of love and regret. The witch Sansa, who was at a corner, saw Barbossa like this and took the initiative to ask, "Captain Barbossa, are you okay?" Barbossa's face immediately turned into a heroic one. He looked Sansa up and down and said, "I'm fine, but it looks like you are in trouble." "Nothing. I just came to care about an old father who just found his daughter." Sansa whispered in Barbossa's ear. Barbossa's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent, and his hand immediately reached to his waist to draw his sword, but he touched nothing. Now the sword is with Lucien. Barbossa didn't touch the knife, but he immediately reached up and grabbed Sansa's neck and then dragged her into a cabin. "What do you want to do?" Barbossa asked. "Or it would be a good idea for me to kill you now. If you kill me, my magic pet will also tell Karina the good news of the reunion of father and daughter," Sansa said. Barbossa didn't say anything, but tightened his grip. Sansa's neck was bruised and red from being pinched, and she couldn't breathe well. "I want 2 things. One is Blackbeard's witchcraft legacy, and the other is to recommend me as a researcher of Poseidon's trident when necessary," Sansa said tightly. Sansa was suffocated by the pinch, and her eyes began to turn white, but Barbossa had no intention of loosening his grip and continued, "Wake up, do you think she will believe you? Believe that I, a pirate full of sins, am her father?" Barbossa was trying to convince Sansa, and it seemed that he was also trying to convince himself. Her father is a great astronomer who was able to explore the trident, and her husband is a noble from the Earl's family of Port Royal, the Swan family. She is about to embark on the greatest adventure in history. Her life will be perfect and spotless. Before Sansa was about to be strangled to death, she finally regained her sanity and said, "I am the only real wizard here. Without me, even if you find the trident of Poseidon, you don't know how to use it to deal with Salazar." Upon hearing this, Barbossa let go of Sansa and threw her to the ground. Sansa coughed twice and took a deep breath before she recovered. Barbossa stared at her coldly and said, "You think you have the handle on me, but don't forget that your life is also in my hands. If you tell this secret to Karina, I will lead this ship of undead crew members to hunt you to the ends of the earth. I have sealed the goddess of the sea. Do you think I would be afraid of a little wizard like you?" After that, Barbossa pushed away and left, leaving Sansa with bruises on her neck. At this time, Jack Sparrow suddenly sneaked in and said to Lucien, "Captain, I would like to recommend myself to be the deputy captain." Lucien tilted his head and looked at Jack, thinking, Where do you get the courage to be the deputy captain? Jack seemed to understand the emotion in Lucien's eyes. He immediately opened his mouth, showing his gold teeth, and said with a smile, "Captain, Barbossa was my vice-captain on the Black Pearl, and then he usurped my position. He also stole the Black Pearl that I loved so much. Twice. The situation now is exactly the same as it was back then. Barbossa is a rebellious man, and he must not be willing to continue to be the vice-captain. I just saw his eyes were bloodshot with anger. Who knows, he might rebel against you at any time." Jack first talked about Barbossa's problems and then talked about his own advantages, saying, "I don't know many sailors on this ship, and they are always trustworthy. They are also good friends with your parents, and they are absolutely reliable. I think I'm the most suitable to be your vice-captain." Hearing Jack's words, Karina also felt that Barbossa, who had just reacted strangely, was not very reliable. Lucien also remembered Barbossa's previous feat, abandoning Jack twice in a row and becoming the captain of the Black Pearl. As a pirate, Barbossa is a qualified pirate who is unscrupulous, selfish, and scheming in order to achieve his goals. However, he may not be very suitable to be a vice-captain. Relatively speaking, Jack is more like a treasure hunter. Although he often cheats his friends and gets things for free, he is relatively less dangerous. At this time, Barbossa's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Damn, Jack, you are really trying to sow discord here." Barbossa walked in. When Jack saw Barbossa coming in, he was not afraid and said directly, "Isn't what I said the truth? I can offer my loyalty to the captain. What can you offer?" In addition to loyalty, I can also offer the Queen Anne. After Barbossa retorted to Jack, he said to Lucien, "Captain Lucien, I actually concealed a piece of information before. After the Queen Anne was intercepted by Salazar, Salazar did not take the Anne, but abandoned it where it was. I have used Blackbeard's witchcraft to remotely control the Anne to sail in our direction. When the Anne comes over, you will have 2 legendary ships." Jack looked at Barbossa with a look of surprise. Why is this old guy willing to invest so much? He speculated that it was probably because the Anne was too big, and he probably couldn't hide it, so he said it. Jack's eyes rolled around twice and said, "I can also offer Captain Lucien the legendary Fountain of Youth. I have a map to the Fountain of Youth, and I have hidden the Holy Grail in a place only I know. If you drink the Fountain of Youth, you will be immortal, Captain." After Jack finished speaking, he looked at Barbossa provocatively. Barbossa was not intimidated at all. He clapped his hands, and 2 pirates came in carrying a treasure chest. Barbossa said, "Here is Blackbeard's witchcraft. I once practiced it, but unfortunately I don't have the talent for witchcraft, so I can only use the above formations like a fool. Now these witchcrafts are all yours. After learning them, you can use them to control the Black Pearl." Jack's eyes widened when he heard this. Is this how he wants to fight? To give away both the witchcraft and the Black Pearl? Could it be that Lucien is Barbossa's long-lost biological son, or that Elizabeth has an affair with him? It doesn't look like that. Jack felt his whole body and found that nothing valuable was left except for a few extra skull gold coins. He said, "I can give you a few more gold coins." Barbossa laughed when he saw Jack admitting his defeat. Lucien was also very happy when he saw the 2 of them giving gifts crazily. Seeing that Barbossa won in the end, Lucien nodded and said, "I will announce the appointment." Jack and Barbossa both stood. "I appoint Barbossa as the first officer and Jack as the second officer. The 2 of you will work together and supervise together. Once we find the trident, I will give you freedom." Jack looked at Barbossa and found that Barbossa was looking at Lucien and Karina. Barbossa looked at this young man who was not very old, but had many means and took him as a magical pet. He felt a little entangled before, but now he felt more and more comfortable. Lucien also suddenly received a series of favorability points. Barbossa Favorability 2, Barbossa Favorability 3, Barbossa Favorability 6, Barbossa Favorability 10, Barbossa Favorability 10, Barbossa Favorability exceeds 30, create a character card. Do you want to consume 10 points of favorability to solidify the character's favorability? Lucien looked at this series of favorability records and was confused. What's going on? Is Barbossa suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? But after fixing the favorability value, when it rises to 50, he will probably become a loyal captain. Fix the character's favorability, Lucien said to the system. Barbassa's face did not change much. After thanking Jack, he went out. The more Jack looked at Barbassa, the more he felt something was wrong. He thought, is there something I didn't notice? Has Barbassa become an old glass? Has he fallen in love with Lucien? That's not right. He also looked at that navigator girl in the captain's room. Lucien looked at his system interface, but he didn't understand it. He put it aside for the time being and took Blackbeard's witchcraft book to read. Karina also read it for a while, but found that she couldn't understand it at all, so she went out to lead the way. After Lucien used the magic power to perceive some experiments, 3 new witchcrafts finally appeared on the system. Revitalization, World in a Bottle. In addition to these 3, there is also a spell to curse the Scarecrow in Blackbeard's secret book, but the book that records it is incomplete and cannot be practiced. However, Lucien is already very satisfied with these 3. Revitalization is the witchcraft that Barbassa used to control the cable before. This witchcraft is actually a kind of witchcraft infection and sacrifice, sacrificing life to the object to increase its spirituality. At the same time, the object is marked with its own mark through witchcraft infection. In this way, similar effects of cable control and even ship control can be achieved. However, the upper limit is also very low, only up to the 2nd level of elementary, and the maximum is to control a ship. Voodoo Zombie is a witchcraft that uses various poisons to transform living people into zombies with infinite power, which is very evil. The upper limit is the 1st level of elementary, and it is directly maxed out right after learning it. World in a Bottle is a magical space spell which belongs to a branch application of revitalization, using sacrifice and witchcraft infection to turn the bottle into an extraordinary prop. Then peel off a small piece of space and put it in the bottle for sealing, and the maximum volume can be sealed is as large as a building. Lucien spent a little bonus point to fuse Voodoo Zombie with Magic Pet Contract Living Dead, turning it into Magic Pet Contract Undead Zombie. It can make the contractor extremely powerful and not afraid of death. However, due to the restrictions of the Skeleton Gold Curse, it can only be granted to 1 person. World in a Bottle is very useful, but it is not used for the time being, so don't add points. Finally, the most useful activation. Lucien directly added 10 points and upgraded it to the highest level. If Lucien is given enough worlds, Lucien can directly turn the Black Pearl into a living ship. But now, with the witchcraft knife that Blackbeard had before, it can also temporarily control the Black Pearl. At the same time, through the Blackbeard Witchblade, Lucien also sensed the location of the Princess Anne's revenge, and could control it remotely, which was very magical. And the Princess Anne's revenge was full of spirituality, like a kitten. It had basic consciousness. Lucien added all the remaining points to the law of heaven and earth, and Lucien felt the feeling of ants crawling in his bones again. After experiencing the pain of rebirth, Lucien felt that he could now grow to 10 meters tall. With this height, he really didn't need to take the elevator to go to the 3rd floor in the future. At the same time, Lucien felt that something that might not be clear was brewing in his body. I feel that if I break through to the 3rd level, there may be a new change in the law of heaven and earth. But now that so many points have been added, the law of heaven and earth is still at the primary level of the 2nd level. The experience bar from the 2nd level to the 3rd level is much longer than Lucien imagined. Lucien looked at his system interface. Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd level primary. Magic Perception, 2nd level prime contract. Undead Zombie, 2nd level primary. Tractors Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbosa, Gorodetz Kent, Darren Akin, Pietro Gallo, Emily Form, Manic Stone, Cabelta Rice, Hefferson Guard, Demeter Washington. Water Spirit Divination, Swimming, 1st level primary. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse 4, can make people immortal, but will gradually lose their 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under moonlight. Activation, 2nd level primary, World in a Bottle. 1st level primary, Karina's Lover's Favorability 53, Barbosa's Favorability 30. Lucien walked out of the cabin. When the pirates saw him along the way, they all greeted him. Lucien also nodded in greeting. When Karina saw Lucien coming out and saw that the pirates were still preparing for the voyage, she handed the rudder to her deputy, gave instructions for the arrangements, and came to find Lucien. "Miss Navigator, how do you feel?" Lucien saw Karina calmly commanding the pirates and joked, "If the captain can come to help, our progress may be much faster." Karina said playfully, "I am going to help now," Lucien said, and pulled out Blackbeard's command knife. At the same time, Lucien used the skill of activation, and Lucien's magic power quickly infected the entire Black Pearl. A feeling of flesh and blood extending reached Lucien's brain, and the Black Pearl seemed to have become another part of his body. Lucien's heart moved, the sails of the Black Pearl immediately dropped, and all the cables were rolled up and automatically buckled. This strange and familiar scene attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their eyes to Lucien. Lucien glanced at everyone. He looked up and saw the skull pirate flag flying on the ship. Lucien waved his command knife, and several cables quickly climbed up the pirate flag and rubbed it continuously. The original pattern of the pirate flag was worn off, and the thin hemp ropes on the cables were separated and quickly shuttled on the flag like embroidery. Soon, a somewhat rough and abstract black dragon flag was completed. It symbolized Lucien's plunder of the sovereignty of the ship. Lucien stretched out his command knife and shouted, "Let's go!" The Black Pearl sailed out of the harbor directly and headed towards the vast sea. This handsome scene made Karina contribute several points of favorability. At the same time, these pirates also contributed favorability, which surprised Lucien. But after seeing the eyes of these pirates, Lucien understood. These pirates fear power but not virtue. If you conquer them, they will naturally believe in you. "What are you looking at? Go to work," Lucien scolded. The pirates immediately began to move in a hurry. At this time, Karina suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Captain, do you know which direction we are going?" Lucien thought for a moment, touched his head and said, "Hey, where should we go?" Karina rolled her eyes and said, "Go southeast." Karina pointed in a direction while speaking. Lucien directly gave the knife to Karina and said, "You take the command. I will teach you how to use it." After the witchcraft veins are designed, even people who do not know witchcraft can use this witchcraft command knife to control the ship. Lucien taught Karina how to control the ship step by step, and their bodies inevitably touched each other. During the intimate interaction, the prompt sound of Karina's favorability value increasing kept coming. "Karina, favorability. Lucien taught Karina how to control the entire Black Pearl and bend the cable into various shapes. Karina taught Lucien how to read the star map to guide the direction. It was not until the evening that Karina told the helmsman the direction and asked him to keep an eye on it. Then she went back to the captain's room with Lucien to rest. Barbossa, who was far away, looked at this scene with both relief and anger, and his heart was very complicated. But what he didn't expect was that he was even more angry. The witch Sansa actually walked towards the captain's room and gave Barbossa a provocative look before entering the door. Barbossa was immediately angry. Lucien, this stinky boy, hadn't even had a wedding with Karina yet, but now he wanted to do that. And one was not enough, he even wanted to fly again. This was intolerable. Barbossa cursed inwardly, "Beast!" Karina saw Sansa coming and happily took Sansa's hand. Then the two girls followed Lucien into the captain's room. The two girls had been sailing together for so long, and they had developed some feelings for each other. Barbossa held his forehead, hating himself for not fulfilling his responsibilities. How could his own child be like this? Barbossa tightly grasped the saber that he had just snatched from another pirate, but when he thought of Lucien's powerful and strange strength, he felt a little scared. But Barbossa still walked to the door of the captain's room and pushed it open. Then Barbossa saw Lucien sleeping on the floor in the office area of the captain's room. Karina and Sansa were making beds in the lounge in the compartment. Barbossa immediately understood that although the three people were in the captain's room, they slept separately. Lucien looked at Barbossa with a serious face and asked, "Deputy Captain Barbossa, what can I do for you?" Barbossa stammered, "Captain, please go to bed early. I'm on duty tonight." After that, Barbossa fled. After Barbossa calmed down, he understood Lucien's intention of making such an arrangement. The ship was full of men, and they were men who had been holding back for a long time. Seeing two women on the ship, it was easy to lose control of themselves. So when going out to sea, basically no ship would bring women. One reason is that women are easily violated, and the other is that men fight because of women. So bringing women on board is not only bad for women, but also a source of trouble for the entire fleet. Lucien arranged Karina and Sansa to his captain's room, and the problem was solved. After all, no one dared to go to the captain who could turn into a giant. Thinking of this, Barbossa nodded with satisfaction to Lucien, his son-in-law, and then whistled and proudly patrolled the Black Pearl in the captain's room. Lucien was a little confused when he saw the sudden increase in Barbossa's favorability. What did he do to increase Barbossa's favorability? Did Barbossa really have Stockholm Syndrome? But it was a good thing to get favorability points. Lucien planned to cultivate Faqianxiangdi first. After all, Faqianxiangdi would be most useful for the final battle with Salazar later. As the favorability points he got today continued to be consumed, Lucien felt as if his body was about to be torn down, constantly breaking and merging. Lucien quickly bit the quilt to prevent himself from screaming in pain. But in the lounge next door, Karina and Sansa heard Lucien making this strange sound. Sansa looked at the door with an old driver's expression and curled her lips. Karina was originally wondering what was wrong with Lucien, with a puzzled look on her face. Sansa directly made a shaking motion with her hand. Karina blushed immediately. After Lucien went through the painful transformation, he felt as if his body was rejuvenated, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing this, Sansa whispered to Karina, "This time is a bit short." Karina buried her head in the quilt, and to see but a little shy, she asked, "How did you see it? Can witches see through things?" Then Karina realized what Sansa said, and her face immediately turned red. Feeling ashamed to face people, she directly covered her face with her hands and pretended to be asleep. Sansa rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. After Lucien finished adding points, he looked at the system interface. Atlantis Bloodline 2nd level Elementary. Law of Heaven and Earth, 2nd level Intermediate. Magic Perception, 2nd level Elementary. Pet Contract Undead Zombie, 2nd level Elementary. Contractor Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbossa. Water Spirit Divination, 1st level Elementary. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse 4 can make people immortal, but will gradually lose their 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under moonlight. Activation, 2nd Order Primary World in a Bottle. 1st Order Primary, Karina's Lover's Favorability 59, Barbossa's Favorability 33. After adding so many points, Faqianxiangdi finally reached the 2nd Order Intermediate. Lucien felt that after he was fully enlarged, he could be 20 meters tall, which was almost the height of a 6-story building. From now on, when picking dates from the tree to eat, he would not have to climb the tree to eat the dates at the top of the tree. At the same time, the curse of the skeleton gold coin seemed to be surpassed by Faqianxiangdi's resistance, and Lucien felt the cold and hard floor. After taking a satisfied look at his system, Lucien touched the Blackbeard command knife and activated the activation skill. The things in the captain's room automatically locked the doors and windows. Then Lucien fell into a deep sleep. After a while, the sleeping Lucien felt something rubbing against him, and his chest was a little itchy, followed by his lower abdomen and then his pubic area. Lucien woke up immediately. When he opened his eyes, he saw Sansa sticking to him like a beautiful snake. The clothes Sansa was wearing were also looming. Lucien stared at first, and then reacted immediately. He rolled away from Sansa and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Sansa saw Lucien's rookie look and smiled. "Aren't you willing to let me learn the law of heaven and earth if you let me become your family?" Lucien was confused for a moment. Then he remembered what he had said before and explained. "I said that you have to have a good impression of me, and then our relationship has reached a certain level and we can trust each other. Then I will share the law of heaven and earth with you." Lucien was talking about the system's favorability value, and Sansa naturally heard something else. Sansa scratched Lucien's palm with her fingertips and said, "I have a good impression of you now, and we can become a family right now." "I don't mean a family like this." Lucien quickly dodged Sansa's hand. At this time, Karina was awakened, opened her sleepy eyes, and saw the scene in front of her. She was stunned at first, and then immediately became angry. She ran between Lucien and the two of them in her pajamas. Lucien quickly explained, "I didn't do anything. It was Sansa." Lucien wanted to say that Sansa took the initiative, but he immediately felt that she was a bit of a scumbag. But this is true. Seeing Karina's look of catching an adulterer in bed, Sansa said to Lucien a little angrily, "Then you should explain clearly. What do you mean by having a good impression of you and becoming a family?" Karina heard this and immediately looked at Lucien. Lucien was also at a loss. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have a spell that can detect other people's kindness and malice towards me. The good impression I mentioned refers to this. You have only a little kindness towards me, not to mention the kindness Karina gave me. You are not even as good as Barbossa. How can I trust you?" After hearing what Lucien said before, Sansa felt that Lucien was perfunctory. But when she heard Lucien say that Barbossa's kindness to him was higher than his own, she immediately understood that Lucien really had this magic to detect people's hearts. Because Lucien didn't know that Barbossa was his cheap father-in-law. Seeing this, Sansa could only put on her clothes and return to the lounge. Karina also sorted out the situation and asked at the same time, "Then can your magic tell how much kindness I have towards you?" Lucien then noticed that Karina was only wearing a white pajamas, the material of which was very thin, and you could still vaguely see inside. Lucien swallowed his saliva and said, "Your affection for me has exceeded the affection between lovers." Hearing Lucien's words, Karina's face was slightly flushed, but Sansa was so angry that she closed the door of the lounge and put up the baffle and said angrily, "If you two are lovers, sleep together and don't come over." Karina hurried forward to open the door with soft words, but Sansa refused to open it. Lucien could only touch his head and said, "Why don't you sleep here with me? I'll sleep on the floor." Karina saw that Sansa really didn't open the door, so she had to do so. But seeing Lucien lying on the floor was a bit unbearable, so she pulled Lucien into the quilt. But the two drew a line in the middle of the quilt, and they must not cross it. Whoever crossed it would be a puppy. As a result, Sansa next door heard the dog barking for a long time. The next day before dawn, Karina covered her mouth and walked out of the captain's room with a blushing face. Lucien was also in high spirits and was very happy to see that his favorability had increased by another 5 points. Sansa was speechless about the two people who were so excited after a kiss. They slept in a plain bed for a whole night. What a waste! Sansa looked at the two idiots, shook her head and went to the stern. The stern had left the shadow area of the sails, and the thin moonlight in the early morning sprinkled on the ship. Many crew members were immediately exposed to the moonlight and looked like skeletons. However, this was only the first 2 times that they could be scared, and they would get used to it after being scared a few more times. Lucien, whose half-body had also turned into a skeleton, put his hand on Blackbeard's witchcraft command knife and thought. The open-air toilet in front of the stern was turned into a closed toilet, and a new toilet was built for the two ladies to use. After obtaining the skill, revitalization, Lucien really loved the feeling of being able to control everything. Especially now that Lucien had lost one hand, some actions were not convenient to perform. At that time, he had the ability of revitalization. At least on this ship, Lucien had countless hands. Unfortunately, the upper limit of revitalization was too low. It was only a second-level primary skill, and it was impossible to truly control everything. At this time, the lookout on the ship suddenly issued a warning. Dead men are chasing us." Lucien immediately activated the partial enlargement of the Fan Qiang Di and enlarged his eyes. Sure enough, in a long distance, he could see the silhouette of Salazar's ghost ship. All the pirates immediately became panic-stricken. They had just been chased by the ghost ship before, and now the terrifying memory was like a ghost claw grabbing their hearts. Some pirates retreated in fear just by seeing the ghost ship. "Don't be afraid, we can defeat them." Lucien encouraged these lame pirates. but it seemed to have no effect. Moreover, Salazar's ghost ship was getting closer and closer, and everyone could already see the appearance of the dead Captain Salazar and his ghost ship. It was a ship full of holes, as if all the flesh and blood had been eaten by rats and maggots, leaving only the skeleton of a person. The ghost ship only had a keel and some frames that looked like the ribs of a dead person. The crew members on it all looked like rotting corpses. Captain Salazar's entire head was almost corroded away, and only the front of the next one could be seen as a human being. But this was even more terrifying. The other crew members also had dark faces and various corpse holes on their bodies. One of them was rotten with only half of his face and 2 hands left. But even so, he could still stand steadily, as if he had another invisible body in the invisible. The dead Captain Salazar stood on the bow and laughed. "Sparrow, Jack Sparrow, the dead are coming for you." As he spoke, some rotten corpse fluid flowed out of Salazar's mouth, and the cracks of the corpse spots and wounds on his face. It was both terrifying and disgusting. On the Black Pearl, Barbossa was also a little scared. Lucien looked at the fleet that was about to surrender before the battle and directly pulled out the Blackbeard command knife in his hand, shouting and cursing, "You bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of?" Lucien's scolding temporarily attracted everyone's attention. Lucien waved his long knife, and the sails on the Black Pearl were immediately rolled up, and the moonlight completely covered the entire Black Pearl. All the crew members turned into skeletons. Lucien shouted at the same time, "I have given you immortal bodies. They can't kill you. You are afraid of a soft egg." When many pirates saw the ghostly appearance of their ship, the fear in their hearts began to gradually fade away. Lucien looked at Barbossa again and said, "Vice Captain, Barbossa, I will give you the body of an undead zombie now. Do you dare to fight with those dead people?" While Lucien was speaking, he silently gave Barbossa the ability of Magic Pet Contract Undead Zombie. Barbossa's body immediately began to swell, and the original wrinkles on his face were flattened by the bulging muscles. Captain Barbossa, who was not short to begin with, now turned into a 2-meter-tall, sturdy voodoo zombie. Barbossa felt the powerful force in his body and shouted to Lucien, "Let's show those dead people how powerful we are." Lucien seemed to be a fanatical pyramid scheme leader. He waved his command knife, and the Black Pearl immediately changed its course and charged towards the ghost ship Salazar. "Pirates, be angry, roar and charge." Roar! All the pirates raised their knives and roared loudly. On the ghost ship Silent Mary, Sarah looked at Lucien and the others who were roaring and laughed loudly. "Let's bring death to them. Death! 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 Death!" The dead crew also shouted loudly. The Silent Mary also raised its bow high. The rib-like frame of the ship seemed to be an open mouth, and each rib frame was a sharp fang. The entire Silent Mary seemed to be a megalodon, trying to swallow the Black Pearl whole. Lucien did not dare to delay immediately. With a wave of his command knife, all the cables on the Black Pearl immediately twisted into a strand and turned into a thick whip to whip the Silent Mary. Barbossa immediately shouted, "Don't whip it head on. The Black Pearl will be silent. Push it aside." Lucien immediately understood and swung his command knife diagonally, and the cable whip chopped the Silent Mary sideways. The Silent Mary was immediately beaten and turned around, but the dead crew members on the Silent Mary jumped off the ship one by one and jumped onto the Black Pearl. Lucien immediately spent 2 points of favorability and shared the law of heaven and earth with Karina. Then the 2 giants attacked these crew members, but some of the dead pirates who had just boarded were immediately pushed off. But Lucien and Karina also had many more scars on their bodies. The curse that Lucien had absorbed before was not enough to turn the entire Dharma body of Fadi and Xiangdi into a skeleton immortal body, and there was real flesh and blood in every place. But the 2 bloody giant skeletons that suddenly stood up also startled the dead pirates. The pirates on Lucien's side were very imposing. "Kill!" Barbossa shouted and rushed towards the dead crew members who kept jumping down. The skeleton pirates and the rotten corpse dead pirates fought together. "You stab me. I am a skeleton. I can't die. If I stab you, I would have been a rotting corpse long ago, and I would not be able to die." But chaotic battles continued to occur. After the dead crew members fell into the sea, They were unexpectedly able to step directly on the water, just like stepping on land, and madly hacked at the Black Pearl. Protect the Black Pearl. After seeing this, some skeleton pirates immediately jumped into the sea to stop the dead pirates from destroying the Black Pearl. But the situation was immediately reversed here. Compared with rotting corpses, these dead crew members are more like undead on the sea. The dead pirates can stand directly on the sea surface or dive into the water. They have a positional advantage, but the skeleton pirates can only swim by desperately stepping on the water. The dead pirates relied on their height and kept hacking and smashing the skeleton pirates into the sea like playing whack-a-mole. The dead Captain Salazar also jumped down and rushed directly to Lucien's face. Lucien slapped Salazar with his hand as big as a door panel, but he didn't expect to slap nothing. Lucien's hand went straight through Salazar's body, as if Salazar was a phantom. But Salazar's sword did stab Lucien's eye. Lucien's eyeball immediately exploded like a balloon, and blood and various fluids in the eyeball rushed out. Lucien cried out in pain and hit Salazar with his hand. Unexpectedly, this blow hit Salazar and directly flattened Salazar's already rotten body. It was as if it had become a distorted famous painting, The Scream, but Salazar ignored the injury at all. He grabbed Lucien's hair, which had turned into a skeleton and turned yellow, and pulled out his sword, and was about to stab Lucien's other eye. Karina hurriedly stopped him, but Salazar dodged it again. Lucien hit Salazar several times, but he couldn't touch Salazar, and could only watch Salazar attack him. At this time, Barbassa suddenly lurked behind the crowd, climbed onto the ghost ship Silent Mary, and then jumped down and pulled Salazar down from Lucien with a knife. Karina suddenly had an idea and said, he must see the attacks of others before he can turn into a ghost and dodge. He can't dodge those invisible attacks. Lucien immediately understood and pressed the Blackbeard command knife. Several ropes on the floor seemed to be poisonous snakes hidden in the dark, constantly attacking Salazar. Karina, go and destroy that ghost ship, Lucien said to Karina. Now the dead pirates and the skeleton pirates are completely fighting each other, but the only damage so far is that Lucien lost an eye. The other pirates looked ferocious and terrifying, but there were no casualties. If they continue to entangle like this, they will only be a group of people who can't die entangled until the end of time. So the way to break the deadlock now is to destroy the ghost ship Silent Mary, and then everyone can rely on the Black Pearl's fast sailing to get rid of these unkillable dead pirates. And only by finding the trident and solving the curse on these dead pirates can they really be killed. Karina also understood Lucien's idea and directly reached out to break the ship frame on the Silent Mary. Protect the Mary. The dead pirates saw Karina dismantling the ship with her bare hands and immediately jumped back to the Mary to attack Karina. Seeing this, Lucien was doing two things at the same time, constantly attacking Salazar with a cable while attacking the dead pirates on the Silent Mary. The battle turned into the dead pirates destroying the Black Pearl, but the skeleton pirates tried to stop them. Karina and Lucien wanted to dismantle the Silent Mary, but the dead pirates tried to stop them. After the two groups of undead pirates found that they could not kill each other, the battle turned into a battle to dismantle ships. At this time, a horn suddenly sounded from a distance. At the same time, there was also a high-pitched voice. Pick up your weapons. Prepare to fire. The control of the sea must be in the hands of the British Empire. Lucien looked over there. It turned out to be a royal ship of the British Empire. Commander on the ship was the one who had tried to interrogate him about the magic of heaven and earth. A dozen ships formed a naval fleet, and they stretched out their guns together, aiming at the Black Pearl and the Silent Mary. Each ship had 3 layers of gun turrets, and each layer had more than 10 gun turrets. As the gun turrets continued to stretch out, it was really like a forest of guns. Even Lucien couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fire! The naval officer gave an order. Hundreds of shells came together. The thunderous sound of huge shells tearing through the air made the skeleton pirates and the undead pirates stop their fighting. Everyone looked up at the shells that seemed to be a death crow. "Go back to the Mary! Dive! Dive!" Salazar shouted immediately. All the dead pirates didn't care about fighting and rushed to the Silent Mary. Barbassa, Jack, and others were shocked. Salazar's ghost ship can go to the sea, but what about the Black Pearl? Lucien's mind was working quickly, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Lucien's eyes lit up. There is a way. Lucien grabbed the ghost ship Silent Mary and then burst out with his strongest strength. He actually lifted up the entire ghost ship. This scene, like a giant moving a mountain, stunned everyone. The Silent Mary was rotten to the point that only the ship frame was left, which greatly reduced the weight of the hull. Salazar and the others attacked Lucien one by one, and Lucien's already bloody body immediately became even more bloody. Lucien endured the pain and threw the Silent Mary towards the shells. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of shells hit the Silent Mary. Sporadic shells penetrated the Black Pearl, but there were only many more leaks, and it did not sink. Lucien punched the Silent Mary again, pushing it towards the British Empire fleet. Reload. The British Empire fleet prepared again. Lucien immediately added all his favorability points to the world in a bottle. At the same time, Lucien looked for bottles on the Black Pearl, but there were none on the deck. Lucien suddenly remembered Barbassa's artificial leg and directly manipulated the cable to remove Barbassa's artificial leg and passed it to himself. Pull out the stopper on the prosthetic leg, pour out the wine inside, and cast world in a bottle. A huge suction force came from the prosthetic leg wine bottle. The Black Pearl and the surrounding seawater were sucked into the bottle. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. The second round of artillery rain came again. Salazar controlled the ghost ship Silent Mary to dive to avoid the shells, and at the same time looked at Lucien fiercely and said, "Boy, you can't run away." Lucien immediately dived with the prosthetic leg bottle, constantly using the method of instantly growing bigger, and the whole person swam towards the distance like a shark. But Salazar's ghost ship followed closely behind. Lucien's swimming speed was not as fast as the ghost ship Silent Mary, which was sailing at full speed. Lucien immediately turned around and rushed to the direction of the British Empire Navy fleet. Ready, aim underwater. Lucien and Salazar moved too fast in the sea, and white waves could be seen splashing on the surface of the ocean. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. Countless shells attacked Lucien and the ghost ship Salazar. Lucien immediately changed to the size of an ordinary person to avoid the shells. A large number of shells hit the Silent Mary, and many private crew members were directly torn apart by the shells. Lucien took advantage of this and immediately swam away quickly. After swimming a few thousand meters, he immediately released the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl itself had an extremely fast sailing speed, and Lucien and Karina continued to accelerate by kicking their legs at the stern with instant expansion. The Black Pearl quickly shook off the Salazar ghost ship and the Navy fleet behind it. Only then did Lucien climb back onto the deck of the Black Pearl. Seeing Lucien covered in blood, with knife wounds, sword wounds, and reduced shell wounds, and missing one eye, all the pirates took off their hats to greet him. At this time, Lucien received the pirates' favorability points one after another. Hector Barbassa's favorability 1, Jack Sparrow's favorability 0.5, Gorodet's Kent's favorability 0.6, Pietro Gallo's favorability plus 0.3, Cabaltetta Rice's favorability plus 0.2, Sansa's favorability 9. Karina looked at Lucien distressedly. Lucien comforted Karina in turn, saying, "I'm fine. I still have one eye to see you." Karina immediately burst into tears out of distress. Sansa took some simple medical supplies necessary on the ship to treat Lucien. However, Lucien was exhausted, inflamed, and feverish due to too many injuries. However, there was no doctor on the Black Pearl, so Lucien could only rely on himself, but various inflammatory reactions made Lucien fall into a semi-comatose state. Karina took the initiative to take care of Lucien at night, wiping his wounds and changing his bandages. Lucien also felt Karina's care in the chaos of coma and awakening. The next night, under the dual effects of the law of heaven and earth and the blood of Atlantis, Lucien's wounds quickly scabbed. Consciousness gradually became clear. At this time, Lucien was moved that someone was wiping his face with a wet towel. Lucien opened his eyes and saw Karina wiping his body. The two looked at each other. Karina was surprised and then happy and hugged Lucien. She had seen Lucien so badly injured before, and she thought Lucien would not survive. Lucien also slowly hugged Karina's waist, Karina was wearing a white silk suspender nightgown, which showed off her graceful figure. Her shoulders and white chest were exposed in the air, which exuded a kind of seductive charm. Lucien and Karina looked at each other, and an ambiguous atmosphere was created between them. The subtle friction between their skin made Karina blush slightly. Lucien looked at this beautiful face and couldn't help but kiss her. Karina was stunned by the kiss and then began to respond slowly. Lucien began to clumsily undress Karina. At the last moment, Karina suddenly grabbed Lucien's hand and said, "Not now. I want to wait until I become a living person." Karina's face was like a ripe apple. Lucien suddenly remembered that Karina was still under the curse of the skull gold coin and could not feel the fresh flesh. Lucien hugged Karina in his arms and said, "Well, it won't be long." Karina buried her head in Lucien's arms in shame. Lucien saw Blackbeard's witchcraft knife at the head of the bed, touched it casually, activated activation, and a blanket automatically covered the two of them. At the same time, Lucien received Karina's favorability reminder. Karina favorability. The next morning, the morning sun shone in through the window, and the mottled light spots sprinkled on the faces of the two people, giving them a warm feeling. Karina moved her aching body. Although nothing substantial happened between the two of them last night, everything else besides the substantial happened. Karina found herself hugging Lucien's body like an octopus, her face slightly red. But seeing that Lucien had not woken up yet, and seeing Lucien's handsome face, Karina could not help but go forward and kiss him. Seeing Lucien's covered eye, Karina's eyes also flashed a trace of pity. Lucien also slowly woke up and saw Karina, who was looking at him quietly. He hugged Karina, then turned over and pressed her under him. Karina cried softly and then pushed away Lucien's hand that was playing tricks on her. Last night, Lucien actually wanted to cast a spell to share the ability to make people bigger with her. This absurd idea was stopped by Karina, but Lucien didn't give in and tossed for a long time. Karina said, "Hurry up and get up, the sun is rising." Lucien reluctantly had another tender moment with Karina, and then they got up. After a day of recuperation, Lucien reappeared in front of everyone. Lucien's appearance had changed drastically, with an eye mask on his head and a prosthetic hand with a rope frame and cloth wrapped on his left hand. This added a bit of toughness to his originally immature appearance. The pirates took off their hats and saluted Lucien. Lucien nodded in response. Coming to the bow, Lucien asked Barbassa, "How long will it take us to reach the Trident?" Barbassa glanced at Karina, who followed Lucien closely, and said, "According to Miss Karina's calculations and our 2-day sailing experience, we should be able to reach the Trident tomorrow." Lucien nodded. After inspecting the Black Pearl again and checking the repair status of the damaged parts in the previous battle, Lucien returned to his captain's room. Lucien opened the system interface. Favorability, Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd level elementary. Law of Heaven and Earth, Magic Perception, 2nd level elementary. Magic Pet Contract, Undead Zombie, 2nd level elementary. Hector Barbassa, Water Spirit Divination. Swimming, 1st level elementary. Temporary status, Skeleton Gold Curse 4, can make people immortal, but will gradually lose the 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under moonlight. 2nd level elementary, World in a Bottle, 2nd level elementary, Barboza Favorability 4. Although Lucien lost an eye in this battle, he also gained a lot of favorability. Of the 17 favorability points, 12 were provided by Karina, and the rest were provided by Barbassa and other crew members. Lucien thought about it. Magic Pet Contract, Undead Zombie, World in a Bottle, Revitalization are all good skills, but unfortunately the upper limit is too low and they are all maxed out. Atlantis Bloodline didn't work much after adding points. Lucien finally decided to cultivate Law of Heaven and Earth first. After Lucien kept 2 points for backup, he invested all other favorability points into Law of Heaven and Earth. The sound of bones breaking and growing again came from Lucien's bones. Lucien stood in a horse stance and punched with great force. There was actually a slight sound of piercing the airflow. Lucien felt that his complete form of Law of Heaven and Earth should be able to reach nearly 30 meters. This is the height of a 10-story building. At the same time, the growth of the flesh is feeding back to Lucien's spirit. It turned out that Lucien was a little sleepy due to the hard work last night, but after adding points, he felt that his mind was particularly energetic. After that, Lucien jumped into the sea again and used his legs to expand instantly to tread water to speed up the Black Pearl. Finally, in the early hours of the next morning, everyone arrived at the island where the legendary trident was located. The island seemed to be an upside-down galaxy, with countless gemstones scattered all over the island. Under the morning light, it shone with a faint glow. Walking on this island is like walking in the Milky Way. Karina and Sansa were fascinated by the romantic scene in front of them. Barbassa, Jack, and others were drooling at the gems. If they took these gems back, they would be rich. Lucien turned on the magic power perception, and a huge magic reaction entered Lucien's eyes. The entire island is a huge witchcraft array, and something is missing at the most critical core node, causing the array to be incomplete. Lucien immediately thought of the ruby in Karina's diary. "Karina, give me your ruby. I think I found its source," Lucien said to Karina. Karina saw the red crystal on the island and understood what Lucien meant, so she took it out immediately. Lucien took Karina's small red gem and compared it with the red crystal the size of a human head on the island. But he couldn't find a particularly suitable mount, and the red crystal on it seemed to be like this. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Suddenly the lookout on the Black Pearl shouted loudly. Lucien and others turned their heads and saw that it was Salazar who brought the British Royal Navy troops from last time. The number of the Royal Navy fleet was half of that of the last time, and there were many battle scars on the ships. Lucien activated Law of Heaven and Earth and enlarged his eyes to see that there was a dead pirate on every ship. After defeating the Royal Navy fleet, Salazar asked his crew to control the remaining surrendered fleet. Lucien punched his palm, feeling envious and jealous. It would be great if the Black Pearl could dive directly into the water like the ghost ship Silent Mary. A sneak attack directly on the seabed, coupled with undead soldiers, would be invincible in this era, when muskets were just emerging and there were no mines. Salazar and several dead pirates driving the ghost ship Silent Mary laughed happily. "Ha ha! Death is here! The dead fleet has found you." Then Salazar's face suddenly turned cold, and he roared, "Fire!" Boom, 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 boom. The fierce sound of artillery came from afar. Countless shells were fired into the sky by the muzzle at a 45-degree angle and then flew from the sky to Lucien and others. "I'll deal with the shells. You guys hurry up and find the trident." After Lucien finished speaking, he activated Law of Heaven and Earth and immediately turned into a giant 30 meters tall. Lucien picked up a long rock from the island and held it in his hands. The rock was thin and long and about the same size as the Black Pearl. Lucien saw the right moment, and when the shells were about to bombard him, he threw out the flaky rock and collided with the shells first. Boom, 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 accompanied by violent explosions. The shells collided with the rocks. Most of the shells lost their kinetic energy after shattering the rocks and fell into the sea, while a small part bombarded the Black Pearl, creating one small pit after another, and occasionally a few directly smashed a hole. But the Black Pearl was not sunk. Barbassa was heartbroken to see his beloved Black Pearl being destroyed again. After groping for several times, Karina finally found the right place and pressed the ruby into a gap in the red crystal rock on the island. At the same time, Karina said silently, "For my father." After hearing this, Barbassa's eyes flashed with a complex look, and he also said silently, "Yes, for your father." After the ruby was pressed, it actually merged with the gap of the red crystal rock. In an instant, a beam of red light shot up from the red crystal rock. At the same time, 4 more beams of light lit up on the island at the same time, and these beams of light connected to form the shape of a trident. An invisible wave suddenly came out from the trident magic circle. Lucien looked back. Salazar also hurriedly took out the telescope and looked at the location of the red light in surprise. In Lucien's magical power perception field, suddenly a powerful magical power, or divine power, gushed out from the trident magic circle and then spread into the ocean. The sea trembled at the same time. A thin crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the sea, and then the crack continued to expand. The sea was separated by the huge sea power, revealing the land on the seabed. Several naval fleets were right on the expanding gap, and they fell directly into the abyss of the seabed and exploded. The dead pirates on it were immediately turned into powder the moment they touched the land. Lucien saw this scene, and a light bulb flashed in his mind. Sriracha narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene and ordered, "Full speed ahead." Salazar's ghost ship Mary and the naval fleet quickly approached the Black Pearl. But suddenly, the entire island under Lucien's feet was shaking. Under the majestic power of the sea, the entire island seemed to have become a cookie in the hands of a naughty boy, and a hole was torn directly in front. Karina, Jack, and the others fell directly into the crack that suddenly opened. Lucien grabbed Blackbeard's command knife tightly. Several cables on the Black Pearl immediately flew out and caught several people who were about to fall to the bottom of the sea. Karina grabbed the rope that was wrapped around her waist to prevent her from falling and looked down. The land on the bottom of the sea was rocky, and on one of the hills formed by stones, a trident was inserted. This trident seemed to be carved from stone, and the harpoon on the trident seemed to be a dry finger reaching to the sky. The halberd body seemed to be solidified and entangled flesh and blood, and where the harpoon branch and the halberd body were combined was an energy core emitting a golden glow. Karina shouted to Lucien in surprise, "Trident! The trident is down there!" Lucien also looked down at the bottom of the sea after hearing Karina's words and saw the trident in the direction of Karina's finger. Salazar, who was almost in front of the island, also saw the trident. Lucien's mind moved, and all the cables rolled Karina and others back to the island. At the same time, he ordered, "Stop Salazar, I'll get the trident." After that, Lucien jumped to the edge of the sea crack and used the seawater to reduce the impact. Seeing this, Salazar was anxious, but he ordered in a flash, "Fire at the trident." "Captain!" The dead crew looked at Salazar in surprise. "Fire!" Salazar roared. The pirates heard it immediately. "Fire! Fire!" Boom, 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 boom. Countless shells hit the seabed. Lucien stretched out his hand to stop it, but except for a few shells that hit Lucien's body, causing bloody holes, the other shells fell to the seabed. Under such a saturation attack, a shell finally hit the trident. The trident, made of crystal stone, was directly blasted into pieces. At the same time, the magic power and flashes that originally flowed on the fragments of the trident quickly dissipated, and the power of the sea returned to heaven and earth. No! Lucien was shocked and angry. The trident was not only an important tool to deal with Salazar, but also an important tool to complete the task left by its predecessor, to contact the Curse of Wiltner. It was also an important tool for Lucien to leave the hidden sea in the center of the earth after returning to the DC main universe. Now it was destroyed by Salazar. Boom! At the moment, when the trident was shattered by the shell, a huge energy wave came out from the trident. But Lucien didn't care so much, and rushed directly to the largest fragment of the trident. The power of the sea on this fragment had not completely dissipated, and the energy brilliance flowing on it could be seen. At the moment Lucien touched it, the power of the sea instantly flowed to Lucien's body. Lucien felt that his soul instantly flew out of his body, rising continuously as if he saw the empty space through the crystal wall of the universe. Looking back, this world seemed very small. No, it's not small, but it feels like a very low energy level. This trident is the highest energy level in this world. Even the will of the entire world is bound to the trident. Touching the sea power leaking out of the trident is equivalent to touching the will of the world, and even becoming the god of the world for a short time. At the same time that Lucien's soul ascended and briefly became the god of the world, Lucien's system suddenly received a series of favorability value improvement information. Xin 94, favorability +4. Chinese language, favorability plus Zhenlei Fudi, Zhangya favorability +3. Madaoyang favorability 1. Gods and Buddhas all destroyed, favorability +1. Stupid 114 die watermelon favorability 3. Book Friends 2020 in 9844 +4, +3, +1. When the system information popped up, all kinds of garbled characters suddenly appeared. Then the previous prompt quickly turned into a normal name. Karen Abramovich favorability 4. Carol Paredes favorability +3. Flavia Karadzic, Favorability 3, Karen Abramovic, Favorability 1, Buzwag Andrade, Favorability 1. Lucien, who was in the state of soul ascension, knew nothing. Lucien came back to his senses only after all the sea power of the fragments in his hand dissipated. At this time, the fragments in Lucien's hand had completely lost the sea power and turned into gravel, slipping from Lucien's hand. Lucien, who realized what had happened, was extremely angry and roared. Seeing the walls of seawater approaching on both sides, Lucien jumped in directly and swam quickly to the shore. At this time, Lucien suddenly saw that his system interface had 146 points of favorability. Lucien was shocked and asked the system, "System, where do these favorability points come from?" "Host, please explore on your own." "Why would I explore this thing?" Lucien was speechless. But there was no time to worry about this now. If you have money, you should spend it. If you have goodwill points, you should naturally add some. "System, add them all to the law of heaven and earth," Lucien said. Okay? A large amount of goodwill points were quickly reduced. Law of heaven and earth quickly upgraded from the second order intermediate to the second order advanced, and then directly broke through the second order and finally stopped at the third order primary. Lucien, who was still swimming, immediately rushed to the body. A warm current came from deep inside his body, and then the warm current continued to increase and become hotter, and finally it seemed like magma directly melted Lucien's body and then smelted it into a new body. Lucien screamed in pain in the water, but the seawater took away all the sounds. Kalina and others saw that Lucien had not come up, and they were very worried. When Kalina wanted to go down to save people, suddenly a 100-meter giant suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea. This 100-meter giant was the upgraded Lucien. Lucien was now huge, and the top of the sail of the Black Pearl could only reach his chest. At the same time, the eyes and hands that Lucien had lost in the battle had all grown back, and all the wounds on his body, big and small, had healed. Everyone was stunned and speechless as they watched Lucien become a 100-meter giant. Lucien canceled Law of Heaven and Earth and quickly shrank back to the size of a normal person. The retracted Lucien was still covered with layers of light platinum spirit, but this layer of platinum spirit quickly dissipated. Karina ran in front of Lucien and said in surprise, "You got the trident?" But before Lucien could say anything, Karina suddenly said in surprise, "I seem to be able to sense you." Lucien didn't understand what she said in reality, but he understood immediately and asked, "Are you saying that your skeleton curse has been touched?" Lucien also called up his own system interface. Favorability, Atlantis Bloodline 2nd level primary, Law of Heaven and Earth, Magic Perception, 2nd level primary. Magic Pet Contract Undead Zombie, Contractor, Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbosa. Water Spirit Divination, 1st level Mary. Swimming, Temporary Status, Skeleton Curse 4 can make people immortal, but will gradually lose the 5 senses and cannot enjoy everything in the world, and will turn into a skeleton under the moonlight. Activation, 2nd level Primary World in a Bottle. 2nd level primary, Karina's lover's favorability 71, Barbosa's favorability 34. The words of temporary status are disappearing quickly. Karina smiled and said, "Yes." Then, Lucien turned his head to look at the ghost ship Salazar and saw that Salazar's people were gradually returning to normal. Their previously rotten bodies grew rapidly in the void, turning from dead people to living people. Even the ghost ship Silent Mary gradually changed from the hideous appearance of only the skeleton of the ship to a normal sea ship. Some crew members on the Royal Navy fleet found that the weird dead pirate who had been guarding them before had turned back to living people, and carefully drew their swords to cut him. After discovering that this person would bleed, they immediately started to riot. At this time, Lucien also received a system prompt. The main task of helping Will Turner get rid of the curse of the Flying Dutchman is completed. The host can choose to return to the main universe or stay for another 24 hours. The host has received a reward treasure chest. Do you want to open it? The villain hasn't been killed yet, but the mission is already completed? Lucien felt a bit magical, and it seems that the villain helped him complete this mission. And after completing the mission, can I leave in one day? Open. Lucien temporarily suppressed other thoughts and looked at the treasure chest first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Skeleton Gold Curse, the Flying Dutchman Curse, and the Silent Mary Curse. What's the use of giving me this bunch of curses? Lucien said with a dark face. The host can use these curses to curse others. These curses are actually defective enhancements, although there are defects such as turning into a skeleton, seafood, or a rotting corpse, but the curse of not fearing death and even being able to turn into a virtual being, or gaining the power of sea beasts if it is imposed on one's enemies, wouldn't it be helping the enemy? But if it is used on one's own people, it won't work. After all, no one wants to turn into a skeleton who can't enjoy delicious food and beauties, or turn their bodies into seafood, or turn into a rotting corpse. It's tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. Thinking of this, Lucien suddenly had an idea and said, "Can you merge it into the magic pet contract for me?" "Yes, then merge it for me," Lucien said happily. Need to dissipate some goodwill points. Lucien's face was embarrassed. In his previous rage, he invested all his goodwill points into the Fatianxiang Di in order to kill Salazar. Now there is nothing left. Karina saw Lucien frowning and asked, "What's wrong?" Lucien looked at Karina and suddenly had an idea and said, "Nothing. I just found that I like you very much." As Lucien said this, he smelled Karina's lips. Karina was suddenly attacked by Lucien and punched Lucien's chest twice, but she soon fell. At the same time, Lucien received a system prompt. Karina's favorability 1, Karina's favorability, fuse me, Lucien said. Fusion begins. Fusion in progress. Fusion ends. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ghost Servant Contract. Ghost Servant Contract, 2nd level primary. After signing the Ghost Servant Contract with the host can grant the contractee 3 abilities: Undead Skeleton, Sea Beast Strengthening, and Partial Voiding, and can also impose 2 punishments on the contractee: Dead Man's Curse and Earthbound Curse. Undead Skeleton, the body turns into a skeleton, fearless of physical damage. Sea Beast Enhancement, gain a random Sea Beast ability. Partial Void, make part of the body turn into a ghost state, 50 physical attacks or blocks. Dead Man's Curse, the body rots, unable to enjoy the food and beauties of the living world. Earthbound Curse, the body is bound to a certain place or ship and gradually becomes part of the building or ship. Lucien saw this and thought it was not bad. He asked, "Is there a limit on the number of this? And is there a limit on only small objects?" "Only 10 people can be signed and only small creatures can be signed." Lucien was speechless for a moment, but soon he encouraged himself. Once a similar contract ability is found, it will be integrated. Lucien's current system panel has become like this: Atlantis Bloodline Level 2 Primary, Law of Heaven and Earth Level 3 Primary, Magic Perception Level 2 Primary, Ghost Servant Contract, Level Tractors Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbossa, Water Spirit Divination Level 1 Prime, Activation Level 2 Primary, World in a Bottle Level 2 Primary, Barbossa Favorability 34. Now there are only 2 things left in this world: Vice Captain Barbossa. Lucien said to Barbossa, "Yes, Captain, what are your plans?" Barbossa asked immediately. "It's time to fight back," Lucien said as he shared the new abilities with the contractors. Lucien gave 1 contractor spot to Karina. "I've given you new abilities. Now I ask each of you to grab a ship for me. I'll go deal with Salazar. I hope we can have 12 ships later." The 10 contractors, including Karina and Barbossa, quickly changed their bodies and turned into sea beastmen. Karina gained the jellyfish's toxin ability, Barbossa gained the shark's ability, Jack Sparrow gained the loach's ability, and the others also gained various abilities. "Let's go," Lucien said to all the crew members, and walked towards Salazar. At the same time, the Platinum Spirit appeared on Lucien again. This Platinum Spirit is another ability that Lucien has acquired in addition to the body of a 100-meter giant. Lucien's powerful body began to feed back to the spirit from the outside to the inside. These Platinum Spirits are actually something similar to the chi formed by the combination of Lucien's spirit and strength. The Platinum Spirit on Lucien's feet continued to expand and deform into a shape similar to the soles of the feet of the Rain Man. Lucien jumped directly into the sea, then quickly stepped on the water, using the platinum spirit fishman's souls to increase the contact area between his body and the sea surface, and ran directly on the sea surface. The other crew members boarded the Black Pearl and drove it towards the Royal Navy fleet. Fire! Fire! Salazar had just come out of the joy of being alive again, and he was faced with the encirclement of the Royal Navy fleet and the attack of the monster Lucien. Lucien stretched out his hand, and a layer of platinum spirit immediately wrapped around his hand. The platinum spirit quickly changed into a fly swatter, which deflected all the shells fired at Lucien. Then Lucien instantly jumped onto the Silent Mary. Everyone on the ship took out their guns, but Lucien grasped the Blackbeard witchcraft command knife at his waist, and the ropes on the Silent Mary immediately turned into poisonous snakes and tied up everyone. Lucien seemed to be the captain of this ship. Salazar roared, "Even if I die, I will come back as a dead man." Lucien walked up to the bound Salazar and said, "I can give you a chance. Be my servant and I will give you great power again." Salazar laughed. "Dream on." "Sure enough, I don't have the aura of a king," Lucien said to himself. "Then you can only go to hell." Lucien's mind moved, and all the ropes directly hanged the crew members and threw them into the sea. Then Lucien drove the Silent Mary that he had just seized, joined everyone on the Royal Navy fleet. The crew members, who had just killed the dead pirate and regained their freedom, looked at the strange monsters jumping over from the Black Pearl in despair. "We just want to conquer the sea simply. Why did we encounter these things?" The Navy, who wanted to cry but had no tears, saw Barbassa and others who were invulnerable. They could only surrender again. Night. Everyone on the Black Pearl was singing and dancing. During the day, Lucien announced the establishment of the Dragon Fleet, and he was the fleet admiral. Barbassa and Carina were vice admirals. At the same time, the ghost servant contracts of the other 8 people were also taken back. These 8 quotas might still be useful after returning to the main world. Although the Pirates of the Caribbean world is a low magic world with low development potential, it also has its advantages. When Lucien grows up, he can directly use the high magic or high technology of other worlds to unify the entire Earth as his rear base. Of course, this is a later story, and we will talk about it when Lucien has a complete power in the main world. Moreover, Lucien currently has no way to bring back the materials of this world. After Lucien asked the system, he learned that in order to bring the materials or people of this world to travel through the world, at least he had to wait until he obtained the world anchoring volume. Lucien went to the sea to catch a whale and added dried fruits and other ingredients stored in the royal fleet to add to everyone's meal. Barbassa, Jack, and others were drinking happily. After Lucien toasted with everyone, he returned to the captain's room and started to eat a large piece of meat. After the journey reached the end, the excitement of the middle process was gone. At this time, Carina came over with a wine glass. Carina was particularly charming today. The slightly tipsy wine made Carina's face more blushing, and with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, she exuded an indescribable charm. Lucien saw Carina like this, and after drinking a little wine, he also had some reaction. Lucien arched his body, then took out the wish compass and Blackbeard's witchcraft command knife from his arms and handed them to Carina. With these things, Carina could subdue the pirates. After all, for a captain, the most important thing is to find the right direction and control his ship. Carina took these things and smiled. "Is this our engagement gift?" Lucien held Carina's hand and said, "This is my betrothal gift." Bride gift? Carina had never heard of this word. Lucien remembered that there was no such thing as bride price in the West and explained, "This is a gift given by an Eastern man to his lover when he marries a woman. It is similar to the dowry of a Western girl when she gets married. In Western marriage customs, men do not need dowry, but girls do, and the higher the status, the more exaggerated the dowry. Some princesses even give dowry to the city of the country. This also caused many conflicts. For example, in order to avoid paying the bride price, some people would directly murder their daughters. It can only be said that there are strange things in every country. Carina looked at the 2 gifts, feeling a little happy in her heart, and kissed Lucien on the lips. Lucien hugged Carina and carried Carina to the bedroom. Carina was cursed by the skeleton gold coin before, and could not feel the feelings of living people. Lucien had never been able to break through the last line of defense. Now the curse has completely turned into an ability, and Lucien can no longer bear it. After being picked up by Lucien, Karina's heart was pounding, and she felt that her heart was about to jump out, and her chest was surging. Karina knew what was going to happen next, but she did not resist, but just hugged Lucien's shoulders. Karina was thrown onto the bed, and then the beloved man seemed to pounce on the lamb, pressing down Karina's body. Karina trembled and then hugged Lucien tightly, nervous and a little shy about what was going to happen next. Lucien looked at Karina lying on his chest like a sleeping kitten. Lucien felt refreshed. The law of heaven and earth gave Lucien endless energy under normal circumstances. It was a pity that Karina had completely abandoned her weapons and armor, otherwise Lucien could have fought until dawn. Lucien silently said to himself, "Return." Then a flash of white light passed before Lucien's eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the DC main universe, the world of the sea hidden in the center of the earth. Lucien, who returned to the DC world, first felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Then his pupils immediately dilated to adapt to the dark environment. Lucien saw a huge wave of stomach acid rushing towards him. If it hit him, Lucien would be corroded into a skeleton on the spot. Lucien's whole body was full of power, and the platinum spirit burst out and turned into a harpoon to hook the upper layer of this huge stomach sac. The owner of the stomach, the mosasaur that had swallowed Lucien before, was stabbed in the stomach by the harpoon. He immediately rolled over in pain. The world inside the stomach was upside down. The stomach acid that was originally below Lucien became above Lucien and rushed towards Lucien again. Lucien used the platinum spirit to shoot out 2 chains to hook the mosasaur's big mouth that was roaring in pain. As soon as the chains were retracted, Lucien dodged the stomach acid wave by a hair's breadth and rushed out of the sea. The mosasaur looked at the little thing in front of him and wondered why this little thing caused him so much pain. Lucien didn't tolerate him and turned into a 100-meter giant. He punched the mosasaur's head, knocking it off balance. Then Lucien grabbed the mosasaur and swam towards the shore like a snake. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was hunting Lucien, was stunned when he saw this. It turned out that the little guy was just hitting his chest. Now he had to jump up to bite the other's horn. Lucien didn't tolerate the dinosaurs either. He used the mosasaur as a whip and knocked many dinosaurs to the ground. Lucien grabbed the dinosaur closest to him, like a puppy. The other dinosaurs fled frantically, and Lucien didn't chase them. Instead, he killed the mosasaur and dinosaurs in his hands, and then skinned and boned them for lunch. Lucien had been growing up before and didn't feel his changes clearly, but he was suddenly sent back to his original world. Before crossing over, Lucien hadn't been forced to go to heaven or earth by the dinosaurs and mosasaurs, but after the crossing, the top predator was the size of a puppy in the normal human state in front of Lucien in his perfect state. Seeing that Atlanta had no intention of coming back, Lucien prepared to repair the house that the dinosaur had hit before. At this time, Lucien looked at the system and found many messages on it. Congratulations to the host for completing the first novice crossing. The system's mall system component is activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a novice welfare discount coupon from the mall, which can buy a product at only 1/10,000th of the price. The host can use the favorability to purchase items from the previous world. Lucien became interested as soon as he saw the mall. He pulled out the bara and saw the items from Pirates of the Caribbean. The most expensive one is the trident, which actually requires 100,000 favorability points. How many people's favorability does it take to buy it? If it is just to pick up girls, it will take 1,000 girls to afford it. However, the Emperor's harem has 3,000 beauties. As long as 1,000 beauties are loyal to, you can get a divine weapon, which is also quite cost-effective. Lucien thought about it and instantly felt that the price was fair. He flipped through the pages again and found that the skeleton gold coin actually required 50 points of favorability to be exchanged, and only 1 was exchanged. The shuttle coupon he used to travel through time and space before actually required 10,000 points of favorability. And the anchoring coupon that could anchor 2 worlds and transfer physical objects actually required 100,000 points of favorability. 10,000 favorability points were required to travel through time and space once, and 100 million favorability points were required to travel back and forth. This was too expensive. Lucien then remembered his 1/10,000th novice welfare discount coupon. Could it be that this was specifically used to buy the next time he traveled through time and space? Lucien asked the system about his question, and the system actually gave a positive answer. Lucien could only raise his middle finger to express his gratitude. Lucien looked through the mall again and found that some ordinary supplies were also sold in the mall. Lucien bought an apple and spent 0.001 points of favorability. Lucien took a bite of the big and crisp apple and felt that this ability of the mall was really good. If it were in the world of the end of the world, this ability to exchange supplies with favorability would be invincible. At this moment, suddenly a white wave appeared on the sea, and the wave flew quickly towards Lucien. Lucien looked closely and found that it was Atlantis. He tried to throw the apple away, but it was too late. Atlantis broke through the sea like a deep-sea torpedo and jumped to Lucien's side with surging waves. Atlantis said anxiously, "I just heard a fierce fight here and rushed over. Are you okay?" Atlantis still had some scars from fishing, and the bloodstains seemed to be plum blossoms on the fishbone suit. But Atlantis didn't care at all. Instead, she grabbed Lucien's hand and looked up and down at Lucien's body. She found that except for the tattered clothes, everything else was normal. Lucien saw the concerned expression on Atlantis' face. Although the two were not real mother and son, the human heart was not made of stone after all, and Lucien felt a little touched. Lucien raised the apple in his hand to Atlantis and said, "I'm fine, Mom. You eat the apple." Atlantis saw that Lucien was really fine, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The whole person immediately sat down on the ground and then took the apple from Lucien's hand and ate it. But after taking a bite, he realized that there was no apple tree in the sea at the center of the earth. Atlantis looked at Lucien in shock. Lucien smiled and told Atlantis the reason he had just made up. "Mom, after experiencing a life-and-death crisis, I seem to have awakened superpowers." Lucien raised his palm. Atlantis looked at Lucien's empty hand and didn't understand what Lucien meant. Lucien looked at the system interface and silently said to exchange for a hemostatic bandage. The next second, a roll of hemostatic bandage appeared in Lucien's hand from nothing. Lucien also said to Atlantis, "I seem to be able to conjure up some things, and I can also grow bigger." Lucien said as he handed the bandage to Atlantis, and then he continued to expand and grow, turning into a 5-meter giant. "I just used this ability to kill both the Mosasaur and the Tyrannosaurus Rex," Lucien said. After being surprised for a while, Atlantis gradually accepted this setting and guessed that it was very likely that Lucien's father had mutant blood. After Lucien asked, he found out that this universe was not just a DC universe. There were mutants in Captain America. This was a hybrid universe of Marvel and DC, and maybe some other worlds were mixed in. Lucien felt a headache when he thought about having to face 2 world-destroying villains in this world: the director of the Family Planning Commission and Uncle Da, who liked to solve equations. Neither of them was a villain that could survive with the protagonists. One wanted to randomly wipe out half of the population to save energy. Whether they died or not was entirely up to luck. The other was completely for fun of destruction. If he was unhappy and shot the Earth, the whole Earth would be finished. Lucien spent a little favorability and a 1/10,000 novice welfare discount coupon to buy a time travel coupon. It seems that whether he can get out or not, he must continue to travel and upgrade in preparation for the follow-up. Lucien spent some favorability and bought 2 sets of women's home clothes, women's underwear, some pots and pans, and 2 beds for Atlantis. These miscellaneous things cost Lucien 0.1 favorability. I feel that this favorability is quite valuable. Lucien wanted to exchange something else, but was stopped by Atlantis. Because Lucien's ability had just been acquired, he was not sure if there were any hidden dangers. Matter cannot be created out of nothing. Lucien must have lost something to exchange for something. so Atlanta wanted Lucien to see if there was any backlash before continuing to exchange. Lucien was slightly touched by Atlanta's concern. With the Tyrannosaurus and Mosasaur that Lucien had killed, Atlanta didn't have to go out hunting for 7 consecutive days. Lucien also had a good rest after being tense all the time. At the same time, Atlanta was also trying to keep an eye on Lucien and prevent him from going to fight Karrasan when he had a little ability. Although Lucien didn't say what he thought, Atlanta saw Lucien's mentality at a glance. Seeing that Lucien had been very well behaved these days, Atlanta continued to go fishing on the 8th day. Lucien saw Atlanta swimming away and immediately ran into Karrasan's cave. He shouted, "Trident, I'm coming." Karrasan's cave is behind a waterfall, just like the water curtain cave in Huaguo Mountain. After entering, you have to go into a cave. Well, Karrasan's cave is not behind the water curtain cave, but below the water curtain cave. There is a hole as big as an adult bathtub, and below the hole is deep and dark seawater. After going in, the only light in the world is the little light from the hole behind Lucien. Then, with the dark vision brought by the Atlantis bloodline, Lucien can see the bottom of the water clearly. But it is even more terrifying. Because this was originally the tomb of the previous Sea King, the overall architectural style is solemn and dead, and the way to the tomb is to go downstream all the way, as if entering the 18th level of hell. On both sides of the sea, you can also see the bodies of other kings who came here before and wanted to get the trident. To be more precise, it was a corpse which had rotted away to the point that only bones remained. In the deepest part of the darkness, there was a little bit of golden starlight, which was the faint glow emanating from the surface of the trident. The DC trident was more in line with the shape of a trident, with 3 forks on a golden pole, and a faint golden glow constantly emanated from the trident. In comparison, the trident of the Pirates of the Caribbean was more like a staff, while this trident was more like a weapon. But in this eerie and terrifying tomb, this trident shining with golden glow seemed like a female ghost luring passers-by to their deaths. Lucien first glanced at his time travel scroll, and after confirming that he could travel through it immediately if there was any danger, Lucien continued to swim down. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the distance. Lucien turned his head and looked. It was an extremely huge beast, and Lucien's body seemed like an ant in front of it. Looked up and could not see the edge of Karrasan. Suddenly, a huge tentacle bit towards Lucien like an ancient python. Lucien dodged immediately, but the tentacle was extremely flexible and immediately turned back and rolled around, trying to hold Lucien. Lucien was not even as big as a suction cup on the tentacle. If he was hooked, he would probably be like an ant being slapped to death. Lucien immediately activated his platinum spirit, and a platinum-colored chain was generated to hook a nearby pillar and escape from Karrasan's tentacles. Karrasan ejected his tentacles again, and Lucien escaped like a loach. Lucien's actions seemed to have angered Karrasan, and a huge front claw suddenly stabbed at Lucien. This front claw was like a crab's claw, but it was as big as a mountain. Lucien swam desperately to the side, trying to avoid it. But after running desperately for a long time, it was like running around a group of buildings. He ran past 2 buildings, but there were still 4 or 5 buildings in front. Bang! Lucien was directly hit on Karrasan's front claw, like a mosquito hit by an anti-aircraft gun. Lucien didn't care about saving energy and directly activated the law of heaven and earth. Lucien's body quickly expanded and increased in value, turning into a 100-meter giant. Only then did Lucien vaguely see Karrasan's appearance. Lucien's full body just reached the position of Karrasan's chest and abdomen. Based on this measurement, Karrasan is estimated to be 150 to 200 meters tall. It is about the same length as the school playground. But Karrasan is not an upright creature like Lucien, but a reptile. In front are several huge scorpion front claws, and the tail behind is a huge tentacle. The tentacle was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. Lucien looked at his scroll and was ready to run away at any time. But before running away, he had to test Karrasan's strength. Lucien grabbed or hugged the tentacle that was about to wrap him up and tried to drag Karrasan. But after dragging it back for a long distance, the tentacle was still able to pull forward. Karasen's other tentacles also stretched out at the same time and slapped Lucien's chest. The powerful blow directly cracked Karasen's ribs, and Lucien couldn't help spitting out blood. At this time, Karasen's tentacles were fully extended, and it was estimated that they were at least 2 kilometers long. It would take Su Bingtian 4 minutes to run them. Karasen seemed to be hunting. Seeing Lucien spitting blood, he immediately stepped forward and entangled with multiple tentacles. Lucien was caught in a dilemma. Before, Lucien had turned into a giant to bully people of normal size. Facing a creature bigger than himself, Lucien immediately showed that he only had brute force but no attacking skills. Karasen didn't even have his front claws, but he had already caught Lucien. Karasen rolled Lucien in front of him, as if wondering how this little thing had suddenly become so big. Lucien looked at Karasen's very Cthulhu appearance, smiled, and said, "See you later." Lucien's mind moved and he chose to use the crossover scroll. Crossover begins. The host needs to cross to a world where he can communicate with animals. Add another one, a world where he can learn martial arts. Received, world selection in progress. World locked, the 4 famous detectives. Crossover in progress. This series of exchanges was instantly completed in the world of thought. At the same time, a white light flashed in front of Lucien's eyes, and he crossed again. Lucien opened his eyes, thinking that these 2 crossovers were really embarrassing. Last time, he was swallowed by the mosasaur and was about to be corroded to death by gastric acid. This time, he was almost killed by Karasen's tentacles. Fortunately, he was able to avoid danger after crossing, but Lucien opened his eyes, which were full of bloodshot. His whole body hurt. How could it hurt more than when Karasen broke his sternum? Lucien focused his eyes and saw his environment clearly. He was in a dark underwater cave before. After crossing, he came to a dark cave in the mountains. This body of his. Damn it, system, are you going to kill me and inherit my Huabei? How can you poison this body? Lucien immediately called up his system interface. Planet, Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd order primary. Law of heaven and earth, 3rd order primary. Magic perception. Ghost servant contract, 2nd order primary. Contractors. Karina, water spirit divination, 1st order primary. Swimming, 1st order primary. Activation, 2nd order prodal, 2nd order primary. Temporary status, poisoned by wolfsbane. When the wolfsbane attacks, the person will lose his mind, corrode his body, and even transform into a werewolf. Temporary status, lover, favorability. Barbassa's favorability. Wolfsbane? Transformed into a werewolf? Had he traveled to a Western fantasy world? But the name of the nameless swordsmanship sounded like a martial arts technique. Nameless? Could it be Fengyun? Was he bitten by something like a fire unicorn? Lucien tried to analyze his situation calmly in the intense pain. But at this time, Lucien felt that his face was a little bulging. Lucien found a small puddle and looked at it. His face actually began to bulge outward. Damn it, he was really going to turn into a wolf. Lucien felt a tearing pain all over his body, and his skin seemed to be torn apart. Lucien quickly activated the law of heaven and earth, and the platinum spirit was generated in his body and gradually spread out. The original wolf transformation was gradually controlled. But unexpectedly, at the moment when the platinum spirit appeared, another energy in Lucien's body suddenly rushed out and entangled with the platinum spirit. The original platinum spirit was immediately dyed into a cyan gold spirit similar to flame. This cyan gold spirit was actually entangled with wolf poison. The wolf transformation on Lucien became more intense. Lucien directly grew bigger, but the wolf poison was extremely stubborn and immediately proliferated. Lucien quickly shrank. At the same time, Lucien's previous memory fragments also flashed in Lucien's mind. His previous life died in the wolf poison. After he traveled through time, he revived this body, but the wolf poison also revived. It was over. Was he going to die right after traveling through time? This was a real death in the world he traveled through. Lucien was terrified. He also recharged the last bit of favorability to the Feiqianshang land, but it was useless. The last straw was useless. In desperation, Lucien grabbed his wolf mouth with his hands and tried to tear it off. His face was torn open by Lucien's power. Just when Lucien was about to kill himself, a man's voice suddenly sounded. It was the voice of a middle-aged man who shouted anxiously and concernedly, "You don't want to die." The man's figure and his voice came in front of Lucien one after another. Lucien looked at him with bloodshot eyes. This was a thin, middle-aged man, wearing a black uniform of ancient costume, like an ancient official. The man came to Lucien and slapped him on the back. A stream of heat flowed from the man's palm into Lucien's body. This heat flow was like a long sword with peak skills, which continuously and accurately killed the rebellious wolf poison and blue energy in Lucien's body. Lucien also immediately put away the law of heaven and earth, and the wolf poison returned to its normal form. The heat flow that the man passed into Lucien's body was even more powerful in the face of the weakened wolf poison, and it was like a charge into battle, quickly killing the wolf poison and forcing it to retreat step by step. But the wolf poison was extremely stubborn. Although it was defeated, it fought to the end and defended itself tightly so that the heat of the sword energy could not enter. Atlantis slowly finished his work and moved his palm away from Lucien's back. "What did you do? You are so careless." The man scolded, but you could hear the awkward concern that the man wanted to express but was not used to not typing it out. Lucien looked at the man's face, and fragments of memory emerged. This man was Liu Dufeng, the god of the Six Gates. He was also the master of this body. He was called a master, but in fact he was more like a foster father. Lucien was more like a child apprentice to Liu Dufeng. Lucien's nameless swordsmanship was also learned from the swordsmanship of the god of the Six Gates, and he innovated it based on it. After he became an adult, he joined the Six Gates and arrested criminals regardless of life and death. So he was promoted to the Six Gates' 4 famous constables at a young age, although it was only at the end. But he was already a top figure. It's just that the previous incarnation was infected with wolf poison and used the wolf transforming ability of wolf poison to hunt down the murderer many times, so he was often corroded by wolf poison. Finally, he couldn't stand it this time, and then Lucien came through, but he was almost killed. The previous incarnation was called Leng Lingqi, nicknamed Leng Shui. He was a cold and withdrawn person. Lucien was worried that the captured god would find out something was wrong, so he also learned the cold-blooded personality and remained silent, just constantly adjusting his body. The captured god saw Lucien's reaction and didn't say anything, but took out a prescription from his arms and continued, "This is a prescription I asked the imperial physician to find. It should be able to relieve the wolf poison in your body. Remember to take it." Lucien took the prescription and replied, "Yes." At this time, Lucien suddenly received a system prompt. It is detected that the host has crossed into the second world and started to issue mandatory mainline tasks. If the mainline task is not completed, the host will be punished with 1,000 favorability points. If the favorability points are insufficient, the host will be eliminated. Main quest, investigate the counterfeit currency case. Damn, is it so strict? At the same time, the memory fragments in Lucien's mind also emerged with related memories. At this time, counterfeit currency was rampant in the capital, and people's lives were miserable. Recently, the Six Gates have been investigating the case strictly. At this time, the god of capture also said, "It's saved." The spy found that Jia San, an important figure in the counterfeit currency case, will meet with someone secretly tomorrow. "Well, I will go to the Six Gates early tomorrow morning," Lucien said. "Well?" The god of capture nodded and continued. The god of capture was about to leave, but when he saw Lucien rolling in pain just now, he made the already dilapidated cave even more messy. The god of capture drew the long sword from his waist, and the sword wind of his contempt rose up. He cleaned up Lucien's original doghouse a little bit. Seeing this, the god of capture left with satisfaction, and before leaving, he reminded, "Don't forget to take the medicine." Well, the god of capture was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He has the typical character of a conservative father, and he also has a serious cleanliness obsession. Not only physical cleanliness, but also mental cleanliness obsession. In the court where corrupt officials are in power, he has been excluded because he disdains flattery and collusion. However, because of his own ability to investigate cases and his extraordinary martial arts skills, he has always firmly occupied the position of the Six Gates God of Capture. After the God of Capture left, Lucien began to check his body this time. This time, he was still wearing some weird clothes. The body was his own body, but the age had changed. Lucien also sorted out the world he was in, the Four. There are martial arts here that can help him fully control his own power, but where can he learn the ability to communicate with animals? Memories of this movie kept emerging in Lucien's mind. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Lucien's mind. It was Wu Qing, played by Liu Yifei, communicating with birds through his telepathic ability. But this is a special ability, not a martial art. To obtain this, you can only... But I am not good at dating. In the last world, I was already in harmony with Karina, but the favorability of the two is still around 70, not even 80. Forget it. Let's just fight when the enemy comes and cover the water with earth. Get the martial arts first. Lucien also obtained the memory fragments and abilities of his predecessor while crossing. However, these abilities are temporary and will be lost after the end of his crossing. But it is not completely impossible to obtain them. I just need to learn these martial arts during the mission. After all, I can borrow the temporary loading of the system to directly experience the effect after learning. Compared with the two, the learning speed is much faster than the general learning. Lucien practiced the various variations of the nameless sword technique in his previous life's memory in the cave. A set of fierce, strange, nameless sword techniques that did not seek defense but only offense were performed in Lucien's hands. With the blessing of the nameless sword technique, Lucien's whole body strength was at his fingertips and he could use it freely. After practicing for a long time, the entry mark finally appeared on Lucien's system interface. Main quest: investigate the counterfeit currency case. Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd level primary. Law of Heaven and Earth, 3rd level primary. Magic Perception, 2nd level primary. Ghost Servant Contract, 2nd level primary. Water Spirit Divination, 1st level primary. Swimming, 1st level primary. Activation, World in a Bottle, 2nd level primary. Temporary status, infected with wolf poison. When the wolf poison attacks, it will lose reason, corrode the body, and even transform into a werewolf. Temporary status, unknown swordsmanship. 1st level primary Vermar. Barbassa's favorability 34. After touching his empty stomach, Lucien found some savings from the corners of the cave. By the way, he picked up the pharmacy given by his master, the God Catcher, and walked towards the capital, according to his previous memories. After Lucien entered the city, he found that the capital was bustling with people, and the bustle was no less than that of modern cities. It was Lucien's first time in ancient times, and everything he saw was very new. He tried here and there, and soon his stomach was half full. Suddenly, some commotion came from not far away. Lucien walked over to see. It turned out that two people were arguing over counterfeit money. A person who looked like a gangster grabbed an old man by the neck and said viciously, "How dare you say that the money I use is counterfeit?" The old man was old and weak, and he couldn't beat the bully at all, so he could only beg. The old man said, "Fifth Master, my eyes are blurry, and I didn't see clearly just now. Fifth Master used real money. Real money. Fifth Master, please let me go." "Humph, you know what's good for you." The bully threw the old man to the ground. The old man fell to the ground, but he was not seriously injured. Lucien did observe that at the moment the old man fell to the ground, an invisible force lifted the old man. Lucien looked up and found a girl sitting in a wheelchair on the side of the crowd. The girl seemed to be as white as ice, with skin as white as cream, eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as paintings, and bright eyes and white teeth. Only a trace of sadness was tied to her eyebrows, which made people want to help her untie the worries. Lucien reacted at this time, "Isn't this Wu Qing?" Wu Qing seemed to have noticed Lucien's gaze, and after looking at Lucien, he turned his face away. At this time, the old man's son and daughter-in-law also rushed over, helped the old man up, and confronted the bully. The bully immediately shouted, attracting Lucien's attention, "Your father actually framed me, so he will pay the price. I will let you pay me 1,000 taels of silver." The bully's words directly broke the family down. 1,000 taels of silver. who in a normal family has 1,000 taels of silver. After Lucien obtained the memory of his previous life, he also had a general understanding of the prices here. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1,000 yuan in modern times, and 1,000 taels of silver is 1 million. This is like extorting 1 million from others. Isn't this forcing others to lose their families? The bully looked at the old man's son and threatened him. Don't think I don't know. Your business is good. You should have saved a few hundred taels after doing it for a lifetime. If you sell your house, you will get a few hundred taels, and if you sell your wife to the brothel in our gang, then 1,000 taels will be enough, right? The man's wife was quite pretty, but the father-in-law's son just stood there and didn't dare to resist. Lucien was very angry. He used to get angry when he saw someone trying to scam someone, but now he couldn't bear it anymore when he saw someone doing something even worse. Damn, where are all the patrol officers here? Don't they care? Hey, I'm one of the 4 famous police officers. It's just right for me to take care of it. The bully was still threatening. Boy, don't be shameless. You have to give this money whether you want to or not. If you look at it yourself, I wonder who dares to buy the old cakes you sell in the future. This was really hitting the nail on the head. Lucien slowly walked out of the crowd, then took out a tael of silver from his arms and put it in the old man's hand, saying, "Old man, I want to buy a cake." After saying that without waiting for everyone's reaction, he picked up a cake and started eating. This old cake is said to be invented by a university scholar. First, grind the glutinous rice into powder and dry it, then mix it with flour in a ratio of 2:1, and it can be eaten after it is cooked. It is said that even the emperor of the time praised it after eating it. I don't know whether this origin story is true or not, but when Lucien entered his mouth, it was indeed soft and greasy and very delicious. Seeing Lucien's provocation, the bully clenched his fist and hit Lucien's head. If this punch was real, a normal person's head would bleed directly. But fortunately, Lucien is not a normal person. Lucien turned his body, then stretched out a foot and put it normally on the bully's calf, and the bully was directly thrown to the ground by his own strength. Then Lucien used his clever strength to press the bully's arm tendons, and the bully grimaced in pain. Before, Lucien used his powerful strength to oppress ordinary people at most, but after learning martial arts, Lucien only needed to use normal human strength to play with this powerful bully. The way Lucien stepped forward made Wuqing look at him twice. The people around saw someone coming to stop the bully, and they all applauded. Lucien saw that there were sporadic favorability values coming from the system background. Most of them were 0.01. But no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Lucien grabbed the bully's hand, grabbed him with his backhand and pressed him to the ground. The bully was still unconvinced and threatened viciously. "Where did you come from, you young fool? Do you know where I am from? My master follows the god of wealth." God of wealth? Lucien was puzzled. Country bumpkin, the god of wealth is Anshigang Anye. The bully said, "Oh, it's Shubo, one of the top boys' criticism list." Lucien suddenly had a new idea in his mind. Lucien said, "Then do you know who is behind me?" "Who are you?" the bully asked. Lucien took out the 6 gates sign in his arms and said, 6 gates. Unexpectedly, after seeing it, the bully said directly, "Hey, the flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family doesn't recognize each other." Lucien was stunned. Didn't Anyi just donate a large sum of money to your 6 gates? The bully was trying to get close. Lucien immediately felt the strange looks from the people around him. "Sorry, we are not a family. You are suspected of assault and fraud. Come with me." Lucien tied the bully's hands. Then he took out a handful of silver and copper coins from the bully's arms and handed them to his father-in-law. Lucien said, "This is to compensate for your medical expenses and mental damages." Seeing this, the bully immediately struggled and said, "You dare to touch my things. You see, this old family will be killed by us after you leave." Hearing this, Lucien's face darkened, and a wave of anger rushed to his brain. Lucien actually didn't have any feelings for Anshigang. Lucien had no contact with Anshigang, a national-level wealthy businessman, before he crossed over. Just like many people said that Ma Yun's Jifubao used Huaba for leverage operations, which may have triggered the subprime mortgage crisis. Lucien couldn't understand it and felt that it was very far away from him. But the gangsters from Tangshan bullied the girls at the barbecue stall, which made Lucien very angry. Because this was a scene that was within reach of Lucien, today it might be these girls who were bullied. Tomorrow it might be Lucien and his girlfriend who were bullied. And this bully was the gangster from Tangshan. The wolf poison in Lucien's body also broke out at the same time. Lucien exerted force on his hands, and the huge force directly broke the bully's arm. The bully cried out in pain and wanted to hold his injured arm, but his hands were bound and he couldn't move at all. Lucien said coldly to the bully first, then to the others, "I will protect these people. Anyone who dares to serve and protect them will be like this man's arm." Lucien exerted more force, and the bully's arm was completely changed into a strange shape. The crowd was shocked, but then they all cheered. Lucien told the old man his name and asked him to find him if anything happened. The old man said that he would leave the capital tonight and go back to his hometown to make a living. Lucien wanted to ask the old man to believe him. But when he thought about the fact that this trust needed to be guaranteed by the lives of the old man's family, he couldn't say anything. He could only give all the silver he had on him to the old man and apologize to him. "I'm sorry. It's because we, the Six Gates, didn't manage the public security well that you can't live a stable life." The old man waved his hand to indicate that it was not Lucien's fault. After Lucien said goodbye to the old man, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Wu Qing, who was in the crowd before, was nowhere to be found. Lucien curled his lips helplessly, and after sending the bully to the Six Gates, he continued to buy medicine. But after arriving at the pharmacy, Lucien checked his body and found that all his money had been given to the old man before. Now he had no money on him. The pharmacy owner saw Lucien's appearance, and then looked at the Six Gates sign on Lucien's waist and left to understand. He quickly said that he didn't need money. Lucien was not a fool, and he understood it immediately. He quickly put the medicine down, saying that he would put it here first and go back to get the money to buy it. Suddenly, a strong arm stretched out from the side, holding half a tael of silver. "I'll pay." Lucien turned his head to look. "Hey, Chang Wei." Oh no, it was Ti Shou. Next to Ti Shou was Wu Qing, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Wu Qing was playing with a bird in his hand. When he saw Lucien looking over, he looked at Lucien coldly and said nothing. This made Lucien's eyes light up, not only because Wu Qing, who was playing with the bird in the mottled sunlight, had a stunning beauty. It was also because the ability to communicate with animals was exactly what Lucien had been thinking about. Wu Qing felt Lucien's somewhat fiery gaze and pursed her lips. At the same time, she found that she could not read Lucien's heart. On the other side, Ti Shou said with a face full of flesh but a gentle tone, "Brother, I saw your righteous act just now and I admire you very much. Please do not refuse this little money." Lucien nodded to express his gratitude. Lucien was too lazy to run back and forth for this little money. After Lucien got the medicine, he said to Ti Shou and Wu Qing, "I will return this money to you tomorrow." As he said that, Lucien seemed to take something from his body as collateral. But there was nothing else on him except a set of tattered clothes, a sword, and a waist badge of the Six Gates. Ti Shou waved his hand and said, "It's just a small favor, no need." Lucien refused righteously. "No, this is a principle." Lucien borrowed a piece of paper from the boss, wrote an IOU and gave it to Ti Shou. Ti Shou couldn't persuade Lucien and said, "Then I'll take it." "Brother, what disease do you have? I know some medical skills. Do you want me to help you?" "Is Ti Shou also a doctor?" Lucien remembered that Ti Shou had made a wheelchair for Wu Qing that could be controlled by his mind. "But we can try it first. This wolf poison is a hidden danger after all." Lucien stretched out his hand for Ti Shou to feel his pulse. Ti Shou said that he could not cure this wolf poison. However, the internal skill half-broken brocade that Wu Qing is practicing now has a good healing effect. Wu Qing and Ti Shou came here to get medicine. Wu Qing's legs are paralyzed, and he must take medicine regularly and combine it with the internal skill half-broken brocade to prevent his legs from atrophying due to long-term immobility. But this martial art is the martial art of Zizai Men. Lucien has now worshipped the god of capture as his master, so this is naturally impossible. After Lucien thanked the two again, he returned to his cave. After drinking a packet of medicine, the wolf poison that had been restless in his body was indeed weakened a lot. The next morning, Lucien went to the 6 gates to report for duty and prepare for the arrest of Jiasan. But unexpectedly, before the whole team went to capture Jiasan, a group of beauties came to the 6 gates. I saw that all the beauties were wearing the standard uniforms of the 6 gates, and they all had a heroic spirit when they walked. The leading girl had a wandering gaze, her thin lips were tightly pursed, she was charming but not coquettish, and her every move was 3 parts of beauty, 5 parts of laziness, 3 parts of charm, and 1 part of heroism. It was Jiahua. The other beauties followed closely behind. This made the 6 gates detectives who had always been monks in the temple couldn't help but look sideways. Lucien also felt that Jiahua's beauty was more beautiful in real life than the character on the screen. The god of capture announced to everyone that these 6 female detectives were exactly the Penglai masters recommended by the prince. Because they were recommended by the prince, he made an exception and accepted the 6 people, and he assigned these 6 people to the first detective, Sen Chong. Sen Chong was the person closest to the god of capture, and he only cared about the results and would do anything to get what he wanted. Naturally, Sen Chong was not very interested in Jiahua and the other 6, and directly assigned them to his subordinate Han Long. Han Long treated Jiahua and the other beauties gently because of their beauty, and said that he could ask him if he didn't understand anything. But Jiahua was even bolder, and she came directly to Lucien and said, "You are Brother Leng. I have admired your swordsmanship for a long time." Lucien pondered for a moment. It seems that the two of them didn't seem to have much in common. Or maybe they had met before, but his memory fragments were missing, so he couldn't remember it? Lucien bragged that he could continue to pretend to be a cold-faced man. Changlifang, Zuiyue Tower. The building was bustling with people, and many diners were feasting inside. In the middle of Zuiyue Tower was a Lucien and several constables disguised as diners eating in the hotel. At this time, another group of people were also waiting, led by Zhuge Zhengwo, the leader of the Shenhou Mansion. Zhuge Zhengwo is the spiritual leader of the Shenhou Mansion. He is introverted and resourceful. Wu Qing was raised by Zhuge Zhengwo, similar to how Liu Dufeng raised Leng Shui. Wu Qing has the superpower of being able to perceive everything through his mind. She is in control of the upstairs and downstairs and the surrounding situation, as well as all the martial arts skills. Jiasan came here and sat down. The proprietress specially asked the waiter to change his wine. The Shenhou Mansion was about to take action. Another expert came. His name was Kui Luoshang. He was known as Zhui Ming in the Jianghu. He was good at collecting debts and could identify counterfeit money. He was addicted to alcohol and was known for his ability to collect debts. He was a righteous man and often paid debts for others. At this time, the 6 gates also surrounded Zuiyue Tower. Zhui Ming sat down and drank while urging Jiasan to pay. Jiasan said that he would pay the debt after doing big business. The so-called big business refers to the copper mold for printing money. This was exactly the information that the 6 gates had obtained before. Leng Shui pretended to trade with Jiasan and prepared to take down Jiasan in one fell swoop. But Zhui Ming suddenly found that the wine was poisonous and fought with Jiasan. Jiasan used the clone technique and turned into 3 people to take the opportunity to escape. As a result, he was arrested by the 6 gates, represented by Lucien, and the Shenhou Mansion, represented by Ti Shou. Lucien had seen Ti Shou and Wu Qing before, and in fact, Lucien also knew that the two were from Shenhou Mansion. When Wu Qing saw Lucien on the street before, Lucien had already revealed his identity as a member of the 6 gates. There was no misunderstanding between the two groups, and the cooperation became closer. Jiasan had 3 clones. One was caught by Lucien, and it was found to be a fake. Ti Shou also caught one, but it was also a fake. The real Jiasan saw Wu Qing sitting in a wheelchair and wanted to kidnap Wu Qing to escape. As a result, his arm was nailed by the long sword shot by Lucien. Lucien came to Wu Qing and said with concern, "Are you okay?" Wu Qing was a little uncomfortable with Lucien's act of saving people and simply shook his head. In the end, Jiasan was captured by Ti Shou. Ming was mistaken by the Six Gates as Jia-san's accomplice and was captured together. He shouted that he was innocent, and just when everyone was besieging Jia-san, someone actually assassinated the god-catcher Liu Dufeng. Jia, who had just joined the job, immediately stopped the enemy. Seeing that the situation was not good, the enemy immediately fled. Jia and other female detectives, as well as Jiahua's boss Han Long, immediately chased after them. However, due to the issue of Jia-san's affiliation, the Six Gates and the godly Marquise's mansion had a conflict. Liu Dufeng didn't have many friends in the court, except Zhuge Zhengwo, who was a retired first guard of the imperial city. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Zhengwo, the first guard of the imperial city, relied on his connections to directly establish a Shenhou mansion directly under the emperor, and he had the support of the prince. He was far behind Zhuge Zhengwo in status. After all, they were all doing work for the emperor, and Zhuge Zhengwo was closer to the emperor. After taking out the token bestowed by the emperor, everyone had to kneel. He was far behind in momentum. However, Zhuge Zhengwo proposed to Jia-san in exchange for Ming, and lied that Ming was the person sent by the Shenhou mansion to handle the case. The god-catcher Liu Dufeng disagreed, and the prince mentioned Zhuge Zhengwo's support and hinted, "There's no need to trouble the emperor with such a small matter." The god of capture Liu Dufeng had no choice but to let him go. On the other side, Han Long was killed by Jiahua and the master behind Jiahua, the god of wealth, Anye. It turned out that the assassination of the god of capture tonight was just a trap. The purpose was to use these assassin heads to make the god of capture trust Jiahua more. Han Long followed by himself, and he could only be killed unlucky. After returning to the Six Gates, Sen Chong congratulated the god of capture, Liu Dufeng, for recovering Jia-san and the bronze mold and solving the bronze mold case. But the god of capture felt that he had lost face. He laid a net of heaven and earth, but Jia-san was captured by the people of the god Marquis mansion. Someone tried to assassinate him, but all the assassins were killed. Han Long was killed, and he had no clue. It was obvious that someone was against him. The first capture, Sen Chong, put the blame on Lucien, thinking that Lucien was incompetent. As the first person responsible for the loss of Jia-san, Lucien was indeed guilty and could not escape the blame. He was directly dismissed from his post by the arresting god Liu Dufeng and ordered to leave the Six Gates. Lucien still remembered this plot, silently handed over the token, and left in silence. Jiahua was promoted to Han Long's position because she took the initiative to track down the assassin. In just one day, the positions of the two people changed drastically. In the morning, Lucien was the fourth arrestor, and Jiahua was a female arrestor who got in through the back door. In the evening, Lucien had been directly dismissed, but Jiahua rose straight up and became the #1 arrestor. Returned to his own cave. Lucien invested all the sporadic goodwill points he had obtained from punishing bullies into unknown swordsmanship. However, the goodwill points reported by the masses, although there were many people, were very low for each person. The total goodwill points were less than 1 point, which was basically useless. Lucien combined the temporary state and nameless sword technique and practiced it continuously. He actually upgraded the nameless sword technique from the first level elementary to the first level intermediate without spending any favorability points, and compared to directly using favorability points to upgrade directly. Learning sword techniques in this form, similar to copying, made Lucien feel that he had the ability to control it at will. At the same time, after the platinum spirit of Fa Tianxiangdi in the normal state was fused with the internal force, the internal force could be controlled more smoothly. Now Lucien can directly attach the internal force to the sword edge and turn it into a 3-foot sword light. This ability to form a sword aura out of the body with internal force was originally a special move that could only be used when the nameless sword technique was perfected. Unexpectedly, with the integration of the platinum spirit of Fa Tianxiangdi, Lucien was able to use it when he was still at the first level. The platinum spirit of Fa Tianxiangdi seemed to have a special fit with internal force, and Lucien's previous incarnation had a maximum of 3 feet of sword aura. But with the blessing of the platinum spirit, the effect of the internal force condensation was better. As long as Lucien continued to inject internal force, Lucien could directly use a 3-meter sword aura, and the durability was much stronger than before. If the internal force was directly transformed, the original body's ability could only support a true man for 5 seconds at most. But the platinum spirit of Fa Tianxiangdi can directly support 5 minutes, which is a normal time for a normal person. Lucien slashed the mountain wall with a sword and easily cut a hole. Cutting gold and breaking jade is nothing more than this. This sword force reminded Lucien of his childhood, when he faced a group of weeds with a long sword made of branches, and made the weeds 10 steps in front of him bow their heads. Just when Lucien was practicing hard, the god of catching suddenly came here. Lucien was not surprised by the arrival of the god of catching. In the original plot, Lucien's predecessor was sent by the god of catching to the god Marquis mansion as an undercover. Well, Ji Yaohua is also an undercover sent to the 6 gates by the god of wealth and Shigeng. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to change the name of the 4 famous catchers to Infernal Affairs? The god of hunting said that he wanted Lucien to leave the 6 gates in order to let him go to the god Marquis mansion to investigate why Zhuge Zhengguo wanted to establish the god Marquis mansion. Because the god of hunting guessed that Zhuge Zhengguo might be a minion of Prime Minister Kai, just like the god of wealth and Shigeng. And Shigeng, the white glove, brought a huge amount of money to Prime Minister Kai. And Zhuge Zhengguo and the god Marquis mansion might be the white gloves that Prime Minister Kai wanted to seek power. And Lucien's task was to find evidence of Zhuge Zhengguo's collusion with Prime Minister Kai. After Lucien finished investigating the god Marquis mansion, he would let Lucien return to the 6 gates and be promoted to the head of the 4 famous hunts. Lucien naturally did not disagree. Knowing the main plot, following the protagonist group, and then secretly reaping the benefits, wouldn't it be fine? After all, I came here to practice martial arts and conquer Wu Qing. Psychological induction ability. After the god of hunting left, Lucien, who had the Atlantis bloodline and the blessing of the law of heaven and earth, suddenly heard the sound of someone moving secretly. The person's footsteps were very light, not much higher than the sound of a kitten. Soon, this person came to the cave, but he was just lying on the top of the cave, and Lucien observed it through the reflection of the pool on the ground. He found that there was no one on the top, and this person actually had the ability to be invisible. When did this plot come out? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by himself? Lucien held the sword upward, and his internal force flowed to his legs. Then he gathered power in his thighs and kicked hard. The whole person immediately flew to the top of the cave, and at the same time, a 3-meter white and blue sword aura shot out. Horizontal sword, the white and blue sword aura directly cut a deep groove on the top of the mountain. At the same time, the disguise of the person who had been hiding on the top of the mountain was also scratched, and it was Ji Yaohua. Ji Yaohua immediately used her body skills to try to avoid the sword aura. But the sword aura was extremely fast and sharp. In the end, Ji Yaohua was affected by Lucien's white and blue sword aura, and the whole person immediately fell from the top of the mountain. Lucien remembered that An Shigeng seemed to be killed by Ji Yaohua in the end. Lucien quickly gathered his sword energy and stretched out his arms to hold Ji Yaohua, who was falling from the sky. At the same time, he stabbed the long sword into the mountain wall, relying on friction to slow down the speed of falling, and finally landed smoothly. Ji Yaohua, who was in Lucien's arms, saw Lucien's profile and felt nervous and scared after being discovered. At the same time, she felt that Lucien was a little handsome. Lucien was a little fanciful. Ji Yaohua was already a top beauty, so intimately held in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance of a girl emanating from her body. Feeling the soft yet feminine body under her nightgown, Lucien felt a little dry in the mouth. He quickly put Ji Yaohua on the ground and asked, "Why did you eavesdrop on my conversation with the god of capture?" Ji Yaohua had already thought of an excuse and said, "I'm not here to eavesdrop on you and the god of capture. I'm here to find you." When she said this, Ji Yaohua showed a shy look at the right time, as if she was a little girl whose secret crush guessed her secret. But Lucien saw through the system background that Ji Yaohua didn't provide any favorability points. but Lucien didn't intend to expose it. After all, he knew Jiaohua inside and out and even knew what Jiaohua would do in the future, and Jiaohua didn't know that she would say and do so at this time. Lucien did not pursue the matter further and said, "Don't do such things again in the future. This is very dangerous. If it is Chen Chong who finds you, he may have become a corpse." As Lucien spoke, he took out the gauze and ointment he always kept and treated the wound that Jiaohua had been hit by his sword. At the same time, he said, "You should keep today's matter to yourself. If the arrested god knows about it, you will not be able to survive in the 6 gates in the future. It is not easy for a girl to make a career. She should be more cautious than a man." Jiaohua saw Lucien bandaging her wound seriously, and her heart moved slightly. Lucien also saw the prompt on the system interface that Jiaohua's favorability was +1. Lucien frowned slightly. Jiaohua said shyly, "Thank you, Brother Leng." Lucien nodded silently. Then the two fell into silence. Jiaohua looked at Lucien's cave-like primitive-style house, which looked like a doghouse, and said, "Brother Leng, let me help you clean up your room." Lucien was about to refuse, but Jiaohua had already taken action. She quickly tidied up Lucien's messy room. For the first time, Lucien felt that it was really important to have a girl to take care of his life. In the godly Marcus mansion, Zhuge Zhengwo borrowed the favor of saving Jue Ming's life, plus Jiaonyang's good wine. Jue Ming, who was loyal and loved alcohol, agreed to work in the godly Marcus mansion for a while. After that, Zhuge Zhengwo asked everyone to find Lucien. Because the godly Marcus mansion was just established, it was short of staff, and Lucien himself was a master, and he was dismissed by the god of arrest, which was the best opportunity to win him over. Jue Ming, who had just joined the group, questioned that the godly Marcus mansion had no relationship with Leng She, that is, Lucien. How could they recruit such a great master? Wu Qing and Tisho told him about the time when they met Lucien and helped him out. They also mentioned that Lucien was poisoned by wolfsbane and needed the half-brocade to cure him. When Zhuge Zhengwo heard about this story, he immediately smiled and said, "Isn't this a solution?" Jiaonyang frowned, wondering if it was inappropriate for Zhuge Zhengwo to pass on the martial arts of his sect to outsiders. Zhuge Zhengwo thought that exchanging a healing internal skill for the joining of a master was the most appropriate deal. This is it. Wu Qing and Tiesho found Lucien early in the morning and invited him to the Shenhao mansion with the bargaining chip that they could help Lucien get rid of the wolf poison. After arriving at the Shenhao mansion, Lucien found that this government office was not quite what he had imagined. The 6 doors were all quiet and solemn. But the front of the Shenhao mansion was like a vegetable market, with all kinds of vendors coming and going. It didn't feel like the Shenhao mansion, but a slum. After looking carefully for a while, Lucien saw Zhuge Shenhao from a stall next to the Shenhao mansion. At this time, Zhu Zheng was diagnosing people's pulses like a country doctor. This scene made Lucien's eyes light up. There were factions within the 6 gates, and all kinds of people were trying to sabotage them. It had changed from a place for people to handle cases to a high-ranking government office. The godly Marquise's mansion was just founded, and Zhuge the godly Marquise had no heirs at all, and he mingled with the people. After Lucien detained the bully, he gained favorability points from the people. Although each person gave very little, if the people could see that he was chivalrous and righteous, it would be a considerable amount. In the hearts of the people, the officials of the 6 gates were already high-ranking officials, and even if they handled the case, they would not be grateful. Just like yesterday, when Lucien had just found the bronze, mold, and Jiasan, it was considered a major case, but the people's response was mediocre, and there was no favorability points at all. But think about it. The 6 gates forced the people to disperse in order to solve the case yesterday. They spoke and acted as if the people owed them money. How could people feel good about them? The Divine Marcus Mansion was even closer to the people. Along the way, several people greeted Wu Qing and Tisho. Several people who were seeking medical treatment even thanked Zhuge Divine Marquise. Lucien felt that being a doctor who saved the dying and the wounded was also a good source of income for favorability. At this time, Zhuge Zhengwo also saw Lucien and took the initiative to greet him. Brother Leng. Zhuge Zhengwo apologized to the patient he was seeing and was about to get up, but Lucien stopped him and said, "I'm not in a hurry. It's not too late to talk after you finish seeing the patient." Lucien's reaction made Zhuge Zhengwo look at Lucien and said, "Then please wait a moment." Zhuge Zhengwo continued to see the patient, and Lucien watched from the side. Zhuge Zhengwo did not charge for his medical treatment. It was completely free. If he met a patient with a difficult family situation, he would give him some money. That's why the people were so grateful. Lucien also saw the hidden danger of harvesting favorability. When you become a saint to gain the favor of others, you will be bound by the identity of a saint. Once you make a mistake, you will be backfired by your reputation. Just like a good person has done good things all his life and did a bad thing before he died. Everyone says he is a fake good person, and who knows how many bad things he has done before. But Lucien looked at Zhuge Zhengwo's dress carefully again. Zhuge Zhengwo was wearing a long gown, with a kind face and white spots on his forehead and temples. Just looking at these, he looked like a master. But Zhuge Zhengwo tied his beard into a small braid, and the whip behind his hair was not a regular hair tie, but more like a girl's braid, giving him the feeling of an artist who is engaged in music now. This makes Zhuge Zhengwo's character look like an old naughty boy on the surface, but a kind-hearted master at heart. In this way, he gained popularity and would not be bound by his reputation. Compared with the loyal minister character of Liu Dufeng, the god of catching, Zhuge Zhengwo is undoubtedly better in terms of freedom in doing things and the feeling of getting along with people. This is worth learning. While Lucien was analyzing Zhuge Zhengwo in his mind, Zhuge Zhengwo had cured all the patients in a short time, and some people who came one after another were taken over by Tai Shou. Zhuge Zhengwo took Lucien into the God Marquis mansion, and the most conspicuous thing was a plaque. It was inscribed with 3 big characters, God Marquis Mansion, and next to it was a small signature Xuanping Imperial Gift. Zhuge Zhengwo first felt Lucien's pulse and came to the same conclusion as Tishao. Lucien's wolf poison had penetrated deep into his bones and could not be eradicated. He could only use the half-brocade to suppress it and create a balance. Zhuge Zhengwo asked Wuqing to teach Lucien the half-brocade. Lucien and Wuqing came to the martial arts arena. Wuqing stroked the bird in his arms and said, "The half-brocade has a special effect on healing injuries." The wonder of half-brocade is that the more serious the injury, the faster it heals. The wonder of half-brocade is that it can heal yourself and others at the same time. In addition, half-brocade is not completely without offensive means. Wuqing said, frowning, and an invisible telekinesis emanated from Wuqing, and the fallen leaves on the ground actually floated up. It was like the stars in the sky slowly rotating. Lucien looked at this unscientific scene and suddenly became more interested in half-brocade. Wuqing taught seriously, and Lucien studied seriously. In one day, Lucien quickly completed the introductory course and formed a mark on the system. Main quest: investigate the counterfeit currency case. Atlantis Bloodline, 2nd level Heaven and Earth. Magic Perception, 2nd level Elementary. Ghost Servant Contract, 2nd level Elementary. Contractors, Water Spirit Divination, 1st level Elementary. Swimming, 1st level Elementary. Activation, 2nd level Elementary. World in a Bottle, 2nd level Elementary. Temporary status: infected with wolf poison. When the wolf poison attacks, you will lose your mind, corrode your body, and even transform into a werewolf. Temporary status: unknown swordsmanship. Unknown swordsmanship: 1st order intermediate half-brocade, 1st order elementary. Karina's lover's favorability 71, Barboza's favorability 34. At the same time, Lucien suddenly had a feeling that half-brocade and the magic perception of the Pirates of the Caribbean world were very similar and could be integrated. Lucien found that as long as the ability he learned personally was better than the ability that was completely added, it was easier to use, and he could also experience the various wonderful things in it. Lucien used the favorability he just got from Jiawa to integrate. Lucien took half-brocade as the main body and integrated magic perception into it. He immediately gained a new ability, Divine Mind Field, 1st order intermediate. Divine Mind Field. inherited the healing ability and object control ability of half-brocade and the detection ability of magic perception. However, the divine mind field is still in the realm of martial arts, and the source of the power used is still the mixed energy of platinum spirit and internal force in Lucien's body. When using the divine mind field, Lucien's mixed energy will turn into a white-green force field and spread around. It is like a sonar that detects the surroundings and gives Lucien a 3D energy vision. At the same time, when these thoughts can be condensed together, they form a visible divine mind field layer, just like Lucien's hand, which can hold an object and then lift it out of thin air. It forms a similar ability to control objects that Wuqing just demonstrated. At the same time, these white and blue telekinesis seemed to be a warm current that was lingering and changing in Lucien's body. Lucien's predecessor had some hidden injuries due to martial arts training and chasing criminals, but under the immersion of the telekinetic force field, it was slowly healing. What a magical ability! Lucien looked at the leaves flying up and down in his telekinetic force field with 3 parts of surprise, 4 parts of surprise, and 3 parts of novelty. Lucien's learning speed of learning the half-brocade skill in 1 day and being able to use it immediately after learning it shocked Wuqing. Lucien's attention was all on the ability he had just acquired, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The white and blue force field light also rose on Lucien's hilt. Lucien opened his palm, and the long sword immediately flew into Lucien's hand. Lucien was in high spirits and practiced the nameless sword technique. Under the sycamore tree, the young swordsman swung his sword and danced with fish and dragons all night. Lucien's sword style and the divine force field complemented each other. The swords, spears, halberds, wooden figures, stone pillars, and rustling leaves in the entire martial arts arena all danced with Lucien's sword. Lucien was the master of this small world at this moment. The huge noise attracted Zhuge Zhengguo, who was discussing the bronze model case with Ming and Shou, as well as other people from the Divine Marquis's mansion. Everyone came to the martial arts arena and saw the shocking scene of Lucien's sword power moving this small world. Seeing this scene, Zhaoniang had to admit that it was a wise move for Zhuge Zhengguo to use half-bro to invite Lucien to join the Divine Marquis's mansion. Others thought it was more than wise. They made a fortune. At the same time, Lucien also received multiple favorability points, added up to 1.2 points. Lucien was still immersed in the combined skills of unknown sword technique and the divine force field, but Lucien felt that this was not the point. The ability of activation can also be integrated, forming an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. It just so happens that everyone has contributed to the favorability points. Lucien directly integrated activation into Divine Mind Field. The name of Divine Mind Field has not changed, but the ability to control objects has been greatly improved. Lucien directly integrated the white and blue telekinesis into the object. The object also floated in the air. If Lucien used telekinesis to condense the field to control the object before, it was like holding an object with his hand. Now this method directly turns the object into Lucien's hand. And the most important thing is that the upgraded ability to control objects no longer requires a fulcrum to suspend the object. For example, the objects controlled by half-brocade seem to be suspended in the air, but in fact they are connected to Lucien's body through the invisible internal force. Lucien is a fulcrum, so it is impossible for Lucien to control the object and then step on the object himself to achieve the effect of flying like a fairy with a sword. However, with the addition of activation, flying objects no longer requires guidance, and Lucien can now fly with his sword. But at this time, Lucien also noticed the crowd coming to watch and slowly ended the exercise. All objects slowly returned to their original positions under the control of the divine force field. Lucien put the fallen leaves on the ground into the garbage dump. Zhuge Zhengguo took the lead in applauding Lucien, and everyone applauded. Lucien smiled shyly at everyone, and then glanced at Wuqing. Wuqing's eyes were also a little surprised. At the same time, Lucien checked the previous records, and Wuqing also provided 0.5 favorability points. This made Lucien a little happy. Zhuge Zhengguo saw the implicit interaction between Lucien and Wuqing, and said with a smile, I heard that Brother Leng's martial arts was created after you learned the God Catcher. Is this the case? Brother Leng has created a set of internal skills today? Lucien said. I guess so. What's the name? Zhuge Zhengwo asked. Lucien looked at the name of Divine Mind Field on the system and said, let's call it Nameless Heart Method. The Tao that can be spoken is not the real Tao. The name that can be named is not the real name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, and the named is the mother of all things. Nameless Heart Method, Brother Leng has a great ambition in his heart. Zhuge Zhengwo said, stroking his beard. Lucien complained in his heart that he just said a name casually. But after Zhuge Zhengwo explained it in this way using the Tao Te Ching, Lucien felt that Nameless Heart Method was not bad. As Lucien thought, Divine Mind Force Field turned into Unnamed Mental Method Divine Mind Force Field. Lucien thanked Zhuge Zhengwo. I still have to thank the Divine Marquis for his contribution. I wonder if there is anything I can do to help the Divine Marquis Mansion? After Zhuge Zhengwo asked everyone to go home, he took Lucien to visit the Divine Marquis Mansion. The core building of the Divine Marquis Mansion is an archive room. The walls around the archive room are densely packed with various archives. Each file folder is more than 10 meters high. In the middle of the archive room is a huge mechanical column with spiral patterns engraved on it. A huge lever is connected to the spiral pattern. People can stand on the lever and use the lever to continuously rotate and rise on the spiral pattern to get the archive files at a high place. Everyone's rooms are also arranged around the archive room. In addition to the bedroom, Zhuge Zhengwo has an independent study room. There is a plaque on the study room. The words on the plaque are useless, which is a bit strange. T. Shou has an independent blacksmith shop. All the buildings in the Shenhao Mansion, from the heavy industrial style to the ruthless wheelchair, are made by T. Shou. Then there is the martial arts arena just now, and the medicine hall in front of the door. Lucien came to the medicine hall and saw T. Shou still helping people with diagnosis and treatment, and at the same time using his inner strength to help patients regulate their bodies. He said, I just learned half brocade. The Nameless Heart Method derived from half brocade also has the ability to heal injuries. Why don't I come to the medicine hall to help? Zhuge Zhengwo looked at Lucien strangely and said, it's great that Brother Leng can come and help treat the people, but the copper mold case. Before Zhuge Zhengwo finished speaking, Lucien had already sat down. After asking T. Shou how to use his inner strength to treat, he mobilized the white and blue divine thought force field in his body to cover the patient. The patient, who was still in pain just now, stopped groaning immediately. Half brocade is indeed very effective in healing injuries. At the same time, Lucien saw the 0.5 points of favorability that the people gave him, and he felt more motivated. As for the copper mold case, he was not in a hurry. He remembered the whole story of the copper mold case and the mastermind behind it, the god of wealth and Shigeng. If he wanted to arrest someone, he the people from the godly Marquis Mansion to arrest him now. But he came to this world to practice martial arts and gain the ability to communicate with animals. Once the case was solved, he would leave in a hurry. So Lucien's personal purpose actually conflicted with the main task. Although he had to do it, he could slack off and do private work. Treating diseases and saving lives and earning favorability at the same time, it couldn't be more suitable. In the following days, Lucien used his own spiritual force field to heal and save people. The spiritual force field blessed by the platinum spirit of Fa Tianxiang Di was more useful than Zhuge Zhengwo's half-brocade internal force. Zhuge Zhengwo's injury took a quarter of an hour to heal, but Lucien only needed half a quarter of an hour. Moreover, the platinum spirit of Fa Tianxiang Di can be replenished quickly as long as there is food. It is much more convenient than the internal force that needs to move internal breath to increase, so Lucien's endurance is also very fast. After a few days, Zhuge Zhengwo and T. Shou only served as consulting doctors, and the real work was handed over to Lucien. Now the street in front of the Shenhao Mansion knows that there is a new Dr. Leng. It must be said that the ancients were still simple and honest, and there was no medical trouble. Patients were sincerely grateful after being cured, and Lucien could gain an average of 7 or 8 points of favorability every day. After Lucien worked as a doctor for many consecutive days, the system actually added a skill of traditional Chinese medicine. Lucien added 10 points to it, and all kinds of Chinese medicine knowledge appeared in his mind. Before, Zhu Zhengwo told Lucien where to apply internal force, but Lucien only knew the result but not the reason. Even if Zhu Zhengwo explained, Lucien lacked basic knowledge and could not understand the mystery. It was like a person who had never attended elementary school, who could not understand anything when reading calculus directly. He could only write 1 and 2 under the teacher's request. At the same time, he used the divine force field to perceive the internal structure of the human body and summarize it himself. Now, after the upgrade, Lucien immediately understood what Zhu Zhengwo's treatment logic was. In order to cover up his sudden knowledge of medicine, Lucien went to the study next to the archives room when he was free these days, and read the medical books on the bookshelf. At the same time, Lucien also knew why Wuqing had disabled legs. Wuqing saw Lucien staring at her legs and felt a little unhappy and said, "What are you looking at?" Lucien was still thinking about Wuqing's legs and was stunned by Wuqing's question. Then he came to his senses and said, "I'm thinking about how to heal your leg injury." Lucien was thinking that Wuqing's leg had not atrophied due to the half-brocade, but the bones were dislocated and the nerves that transmit mental signals were broken. If all these old injuries were re-interrupted and Wuqing shared his law of heaven and earth with him, with the self-healing ability of law of heaven and earth, if he interrupted it a few more times, there would be a certain chance that Wuqing's leg could be healed. Most disabled people don't want others to see their disabled parts. Wuqing used the book in his hand to cover his legs and said, "My injury is not healed by my uncle and brother Tisho. You are a young doctor who has just learned for a few days. Humph." The inferiority in his heart made Wuqing a little angry under Lucien's gaze. Halfway through his words, he realized that he was a little mean. After all, others were doing it for his own good, so Wuqing took back his words. Lucien smiled and said nothing. "There is always hope, just in case it succeeds," Lucien said with a smile. After that, Lucien continued to go out to treat patients. Lucien treated patients for several consecutive days, more diligent than Tiesho and Zhu Zhengwo. Zhu Zhengwo asked Lucien why he liked to treat patients so much. Lucien said half-truthfully, "I like the smiles of others after they are cured and their gratitude to me." Zhu Zhengwo saw that Lucien's speech did not seem to be false, and therefore changed his opinion of Lucien. "Before, I thought that Lucien became a doctor because he didn't want to work for the godly Marquis mansion. Now, combined with Lucien's performance in the past few days and his previous actions to help the poor old man, I have a new understanding of Lucien's character. Lucien is still a teenager, likes to help others, and also likes the thanks and applause after helping others. This is the mentality of most young knights. However, compared to being a doctor, I need Lucien to be a constable more. After all, he is still worried about the bronze mold case. But after seeing Lucien's attitude towards treating people, I think that Lucien will not want to be a doctor in a few days." Sure enough, after a few days, Lucien soon found that he was about to be taken advantage of. When Lucien first started working as a doctor, he could earn 7 or 8 points a day. But as Lucien saw more and more patients and became more and more famous, he gained less and less favorability. The attitude of the people who came to see the doctor changed from being grateful to Lucien. This was a bit like a favor for a favor. Finally, after 10 days, Lucien became a free doctor for everyone. He earned at most 0.5 points a day. Once Lucien showed that he was unwilling to continue to treat patients, he would be criticized immediately. Zhu Zhengwo and Tisho did not have this problem. Zhu Zhengwo gave people the impression that he was more of an old and red, frivolous man, and often had some strange ideas, and his status was there. He was a god who dared to act rashly. Taisho looked like a gangster boss, and he frowned when treating people. With the tattoos on his body, he looked hideous. No one dared to mess with him. Lucien was white and clean. Although he was a little taciturn, he looked easy to talk to and easy to bully. So many patients with bad attitudes treated Lucien as a waiter. This made Lucien immediately feel sick, and he didn't want to do it anymore. Free medical treatment, no favorability points, and even ordering me around. Isn't this a case of throwing good intentions away? Fortunately, Zhuje Zhengwo came to Lucien's rescue, saying that Lucien was a constable of the Divine Marquis's mansion after all, and he had to solve the case. After leaving the pharmacy in the front yard, Zhuje Zhengwo persuaded him, "There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Don't get angry because of these people. It's just right to take a break these few days, change your mind, and go back to your job as a constable." Lucien nodded. Being a doctor to gain favor from others is not good, but being a hero to gain favor from everyone should also be a good way. But you must learn from the previous lessons and never be a good person. But speaking of being a constable, Lucien came to the archive room. The shelves here are densely packed with case files of various cases. Those that have been solved have been sealed. Most of the cases in front have been found out, but the real murderer is still at large. Speaking of finding someone, Lucien looked at the favorability value on the system panel, which had reached 63 points. There was also a wish compass worth 50 points in the system mall. He was very good at it. Zhuge Zhang, I saw the look in Lucien's eyes when he looked at the file, just like a prostitute seeing, a devil seeing a steamed bun. He smiled and said, Wuqing is responsible for intelligence gathering here, and Tiesho is responsible for finding out the news of the world. The specific actions will depend on you new brothers. Lucien picked up a file on the file shelf and opened it. There was a picture of a handsome man on it, and his name was written below, Sima Huangfen. The crime was killing his parents, his master, and killing innocent people. There was not much information, and Lucien was a little confused. At this time, Wuqing, who was putting the files away, said, Sima Huangfen, whose real name is Sima Ping, was born in a wealthy family of scholars. Unfortunately, he lived a regular life every day, and for decades he lived like a walking corpse, numb and unbearable. Until one time when his family migrated and encountered robbers, Sima Ping, who witnessed his family being killed, not only did not feel scared, but felt an unprecedented excitement and happiness, which made him feel that killing and being killed was the greatest happiness. Then he killed his parents with his own hands and cut off their heads like a madman, frightening the robbers and turning away. After that, Sima Ping met a passing boxing master. The boxing master didn't know the ins and outs, but took pity on Sima Ping's loss of his relatives and being helpless, so he took him in as a disciple and taught him martial arts. After Sima Ping became an art master, he followed his master down the mountain to kill all the robbers who robbed their family that year. Then his madness that had been suppressed for many years finally broke out, and he beat his mentor to death, and then Sima Ping continued to kill people in the world. Unfortunately, after killing for a long time, Sima Ping felt confused and numb again, and found that his real purpose was to seek a shocking death. This psychopathic murderer made Lucien feel that the world was so absurd and real, and asked, Isn't this man looking for death? Why not just kill him? Shou explained, Sima Huangfen is a martial arts master, and his whereabouts are erratic. It is difficult to track him down. Lucien nodded. After all, in modern times with sky-eye surveillance, it is extremely difficult to find a wanted criminal, let alone in ancient times. Then Lucien looked down and found that the bounty for Sima Huangfen was 10,000 taels, which is equivalent to 10 million RMB. Lucien said to Wuqing, Could you please find me this man's information? I feel like I have a connection with him. Zhuge Zhengwo saw that Lucien wanted to catch Sima Huangfen, so he quickly tried to dissuade him. Sima Huangfen's whereabouts are erratic, and his martial arts are very strong. If Brother Leng wants to find a case to practice, you should find a small case first, or we can continue investigating the bronze mold case. Lucien didn't want to investigate the bronze mold case. He would leave after he finished investigating it. Lucien waved his hand and said, Come, one by one, first take this 10,000. Oh no, Sima Huangfen. Seeing this, Ming teased, Be careful. You may earn this money but not spend it. And this man is not easy to find. He still owes a lot of debts. I went to look for him before but couldn't find him. Taisho also persuaded, I also think we can investigate other cases first. Lucien looked at Wuqing and asked, "What do you think?" Wuqing tried to use his telepathic ability to sense Lucien's true thoughts, but could only vaguely sense Lucien's confident mood. Wuqing didn't say anything, but manipulated the spiral column to find the detailed file of Sima Huangfen and gave it to Lucien. Lucien and Wuqing studied Sima Huangfen's files together. The two spent more time together and their relationship became more harmonious. "So, Sima Huangfen's last appearance was in Kyoto?" Lucien asked Wuqing after reading all the information. "Yes." Wuqing also put down the files in his hand. "Sima has a murderous addiction, so you can often see him slaughtering other people's families. But Sima Huangfen is very skilled in martial arts. His weapon is a pair of symbols. His unique skill is the 3-foot-long throat-locking finger. He likes to strike his opponents in things related to the dead, such as flags, graves, and coffins. Sima Huangfen was also very good at Qinggong, so when everyone knew about him, he had already fled the town. That's why he had never been caught." Seeing the crime record as thick as a dictionary, Lucien had a deep understanding of the words, "Knights use force to break the law." A family was wiped out, and there was less than half a page of text on a piece of paper. But the file left by Sima Huangfen alone was as thick as a dictionary. How many people died because of Sima Huangfen's psychotic hobby of killing people? This person deserves to be killed. If Lucien had arrested people before, in order to become a famous hero and gain the public's favorability. Now Lucien has a new reason to arrest people: righteous indignation. Dong dong, someone is knocking on the door. Lucien and Wuqing looked up together. It was Tisho. Tisho walked in pushing a wheelchair with a 1-meter-high iron box on it. Seeing Tisho, Lucien thought of the Tisho file he had found in the files before. It turned out that Tisho was also a murderer, but he killed corrupt officials, thieves, and bullies. Tisho had killed 11 thieves and 8 corrupt officials in 6 years. After being captured by Zhuge Zhengguo, he asked the emperor for an order to pardon Tisho's death sentence. After that, Tisho joined the Shenhou mansion and legally killed corrupt officials, thieves, and bullies. Tisho didn't know that Lucien's brain was thinking about his previous files. He used his 2 tattooed arms to pick up the iron box from the wheelchair and put it on the table. Then he showed a gentle smile on his face, like a smiling tiger, and said, "The new weapon I made before is ready. Take a look." This iron box, to be precise, is a sword box. After Tisho knew that Lucien was going to hunt Sima Huangfen, he was worried that Lucien would get into trouble, so he took the initiative to help Lucien upgrade his equipment and made a new weapon. After being soaked in the divine force field several times, Lucien's previous weapon could no longer withstand the energy rendering and began to crack. Fortunately, I prepared some extra materials to build a new wheelchair for the weapon. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find so much spiritual iron in a short time. Tisho said, "Spirit iron is a special metal in the world of the 4 great detectives, and its characteristic is that it can transmit internal force. It is similar to Western mithril or chakra metal. After Lucien's divine force field penetrates into an object, it will corrode the object, just like wood will be charred by lightning after it passes through lightning. Therefore, weapons made of spirit iron must be able to withstand Lucien's long-term use. In addition, spirit iron has various other wonderful uses. Take a look and see if what I made suits your taste. If there is anything you don't like, I will adjust it," Tisho said with a smile. "Let's look at Wuqing's wheelchair first." Tisho said, "You sit on it. As long as you concentrate your mind, this wheelchair will move according to your ideas." Wuqing's new wheelchair has a complex mechanism structure under it, which has a strong mechanical feel. Lucien became interested when he heard this. This thing is definitely black technology. Even in the near future, brainwave control is an advanced technology. But Wuqing's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and the telekinetic wheelchair actually moved immediately and came to Wuqing's side. Wuqing wanted to support his body with his hands. Seeing this, Lucien immediately said, "Let me help you." Lucien grabbed Wuqing's arm and lifted Wuqing's thin body up. Wuqing glanced at Lucien, then put his hand on Lucien's shoulder and sat on his new wheelchair. This wheelchair moved forward and backward according to Wuqing's thoughts, which was very convenient. Wu Qing's wheelchair was fine, and the next thing was Lucien's sword case. Lucien covered the sword case with both hands, and the white and blue spiritual force field flowed into the sword case like a stream of light. The fish scale pattern on the surface of the sword case, which was originally like a decoration, began to loosen and activate gradually. Lucien waved his hands, and all the fish scales immediately flew into the air. A closer look showed that each of these fish scales was a small diamond-shaped handleless sword. Under Lucien's control, these small swords seemed like fish in the sea, flashing beautiful and dangerous glimmers in the sun. After the fish-scale flying blades on the surface of the sword box dispersed, the core inside was revealed. A soft sword that looked like a dragon bone. This soft sword imitated the design of the Taoist seven-star sword, and each dragon bone joint was a sharp blade. After the dragon bone sharp blades dispersed, it became a long whip soft sword. But if you press the trigger, the dragon bone sharp blades will retract one by one and stick together tightly, turning into a hard sword. In addition to the two soft and hard attack methods, there is another form. Let's go outside to demonstrate the big sword form, Lucien said and walked out of the house. All the fish-scale flying blades followed Lucien and flew outside to the martial arts field. Wu Qing and Tisho also followed. Lucien's mind moved, and countless fish-scale flying blades suspended in the air were like young swallows returning to their nests, and they were embedded in the dragon bone sharp blades one by one. The whole sword became a big sword as fast as half a door. Lucien could hear bursts of wind and thunder when he waved it. But this is not the most amazing thing. Lucien threw the sword in his hand into the air, and the sword immediately floated in the air. Lucien also jumped and flew up. The sword was pressed down by Lucien's weight, but then it bounced back. It carried Lucien to stand in the air. Seeing this scene, Wu Qing was also surprised and said, "It actually works." The idea of flying with a sword was an idea that Lucien had proposed when he was making weapons before. Because after integrating the activation skill, Lucien's spiritual force field can float in the air without a fulcrum. So Lucien thought about being able to fly with a sword. Lucien stood on the sword and concentrated his mind to control the sword to move forward, backward, left and right. However, Lucien, who had just stood on the sword, was not yet proficient, and his body swayed from side to side, which was very funny. Wu Qing, who was watching from below, couldn't help but laugh. Lucy was also a little embarrassed. After touching her head, she made a move with one hand. In the previous room, after removing the dragon bone sword and fish-scale flying blade that served as a support, the sword box was left with only a few partitions. After being blessed by Lucy's divine force field, these partitions immediately flew out and flew onto Lucy's body, turning into wrist guards and breastplates to help Lucy stabilize her body. With these aids, Lucy finally stood firm. Then she instantly used her power and flew into the sky. Lucy's actions also caught the attention of others. Zhuge Zheng, who was treating patients in the pharmacy, saw Lucy flying to the sky and sighed. Young people are still very creative. When other people saw Lucy flying to the sky, they all knelt down and kowtowed. Lucy ignored all this and continued to fly upwards, saying hello to the birds and keeping company with the goshawk. He even flew above the clouds and felt like a god. However, the higher he flew, the colder the temperature became. Lucy needed to use his internal force to drive away the cold. At the same time, this kind of flight also consumed a lot of internal force. Even though Lucy had the platinum spirit of the law of heaven and earth as a source of energy, he felt that he could only fly for 30 minutes at most. At this time, Lucy suddenly received a lot of feedback on his favorability. Wenkai favor 0.6, Shichin favorability plus 0.5, Yuan Yongxi favorability 0.4, Duan Muzongxia favorability, Niaoqing favorability 0.9, Zheng Shitai favorability 3, Chujin favorability 0.5. What is this? Lu Shi looked down and found that many people were kneeling down to him. Is this thinking of himself as a god? Compared to when he was a doctor, he would occasionally get a little bit of favorability like urinating. Now the favorability is much higher, and each favorability is not low. The average is more than 0.5. Maybe pretending to be a god is also a good way to gain favorability. At this time, Lu Shi received another large amount of favorability. Wu Qing favorability plus Lucien looked at Wuqing. Wuqing looked at Luxi's flying figure in the air with some envy, while she placed her hand on her immobile leg. Luxi's eyes turned, and she immediately adjusted her posture and flew back to the Shenhao mansion. Then she stretched out her hand and invited Wuqing. "Do you want to try it together?" Wuqing's face was a little moved, but the girl's reserve prevented her from casually holding a man's hand. Luxi was more direct and activated the divine power field to lift Wuqing's body slightly. Then Luxi hugged Wuqing in her arms like a princess and attached the armor that helped Luxi to fix her body to Wuqing's body. Helped Wuqing stand on the big sword, and then Luxi held Wuqing's waist to help her fix her body. Wuqing was still a little uncomfortable with such close contact. But Luxi's mind moved, and the two immediately soared into the sky. Wuqing didn't know whether he was frightened or surprised and exclaimed, "Ah!" At this time, a bird also followed. It was Wuqing's bird, Heir. Wuqing stretched out her hand and let Heir stand on her finger. Heir tilted her head, as if wondering why her master could fly so high. Heir's cute expression made Wuqing burst out laughing. At the same time, Wuqing looked at the beautiful scenery in the sky and reached out to touch the clouds within reach. A feeling of joy rose in his heart. At this time, Lucy used the divine force field to add a layer of internal energy to the two of them to protect them from the cold. Wuqing noticed this, looked back at Lucy, who was close at hand, and said, "Thank you." At the same time, Lucy received a new system prompt. Wuqing's favorability 30. Do you want to consume 10 points of favorability and solidify the solidify? Lucy said in her heart. Lucy glanced at Wuqing, and Wuqing's face was full of a bird that had escaped from a cage, enjoying this rare freedom. A trace of joyful smile bloomed on Wuqing's face, as if it was an unfolding flower or the glimmer of dawn. Seeing this, Lucy couldn't help but pursed her lips. Lucy wanted to do something further, but she felt a little uncomfortable. She just quietly held Wuqing and soared in the air. Wuqing seemed to have sensed Lucy's emotional changes, when Lucy just quietly held herself. I felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. My daughter's thoughts are the hardest to guess. Only when my internal energy was almost exhausted did Lucien fly back to the godly Marquis mansion with Wuqing. At this time, many people in the godly Marquis mansion had gathered in the martial arts arena. Seeing Lucien coming back, someone couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lengshe, have you become a god?" Lucien smiled and said, "No, I'm not a god, but the godly Marquis taught me new kung fu, and Brother Tisho made me new equipment." The young man looked at Zhuge Zhengwo in surprise and asked, "Then you, the godly Marquis, can fly too?" Zhuge Zhengwo, who was stroking his beard and braid, was stunned by the question. After giving the young man a squinting look, he said to Lucien, "Brother Leng, let's talk inside the house." Lucien looked at everyone and said, "Okay." Then Lucien used the divine mind force field to help Wuqing return to his telekinetic wheelchair. Wuqing looked at his wheelchair, and when he thought about going from the original state of flying with a sword to the state of being trapped in a wheelchair, he felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something very precious. Seeing Wuqing's emotional changes, he had a new idea in his mind. However, whether it can be done or not, he still needs to discuss with Tiesho later. Luxi pushed Wuqing and followed Zhuge Zhengwo to the study. Zhuge Zhengwo asked Luxi in detail how he achieved the effect of flying with a sword. Luxi said what she had thought of before, saying that she combined half-brocade with nameless sword technique and added her own special physique to achieve the effect of flying with a sword. The special physique Luxi referred to was Law of Heaven and Earth, but what others knew was that Luxi was infected with wolf poison. Zhuge Zhengwo let Luxi bleed a little and then went to study it himself. Luxi took Wuqing to find Tisho and told him what she thought in her heart. Brother Tisho. The contact in the past few days also made Luxi accept Tisho, who looked like a gangster on the outside, but was actually a warm man. "I have a new idea. Can we make an exoskeleton? In this way, Wuqing can walk or even fly by controlling the exoskeleton." Tisho understood Lucien's idea and said, "You can try it. I'll go back and think about it." Tisho went back to his blacksmith's room. Wuqing and Lucien were the only two people left in the room. Wuqing said to Lucien, "Thank you for just now." After the favorability value increased, Wuqing's attitude towards Lucien was obviously much more relaxed. Before, Wuqing was like a snow lotus in a cold mountain that could only be admired from a distance. Now the ice and snow have melted a lot. Lucien smiled and said, "Nothing. The equipment has arrived. Let's pack up and prepare to arrest Sima Huangfen." "I can't go with you. I'm still in charge of the copper mold case." Wuqing refused. "Besides, it's not convenient for me to go out like this." Wuqing touched his leg and said with a cold face, "Well, then I'll go by myself first." Lucien nodded and then said, "Your leg may be cured, I promise," Lucien said while looking at Wuqing with her eyes. Wuqing looked at the sincerity in Lucien's eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. Turning his head, he said, "I'm going back to my room." After saying that, Wuqing moved the wheelchair back to his room. Lucien also turned back to her room. Wuqing stood in front of her door window, looking through the gap in the window at Lucy's back as she turned and left. She said to the bird heir standing on her shoulder, "I feel like he likes me, but what should I do?" The bird heir didn't understand the complicated feelings of its master, and just used its beak to help Wuqing comb his hair that had just been messed up during the flight. Lucy also returned to her room and looked at the system. She had earned more than 60 points of favorability from curing illnesses and saving lives, and Wuqing contributed more than 30 points later. In addition to the favorability from being worshipped as a god, minus the 10 points that solidified Wuqing's favorability, Lucy now had 96 points of favorability. Lucy looked at the wish compass, worth 50 points in the system, and bought it with a wave of her hand. Host purchases the wish compass. Give away the mall space. The host can put the wish compass in the mall space and use it at any time. When the host leaves this world, he can put the compass in the mall space, and the compass can travel with the host through the heavens. The mall space can only store items purchased in the mall and cannot store other items. Oh, there is such a good benefit. It's a pity that other things can't be stored. Lucy's mind moved, and the wish compass appeared directly in her hand. Lucy thought of Wuqing in her mind. The pointer immediately pointed to Wuqing's room. Thinking of Sima Huangfen again, the pointer immediately pointed to another direction. Well, with this artifact for finding people, I will definitely be a famous detective. Lucy suddenly had a sudden idea and put the compass back to the mall space. It turned out that the compass can also be used normally in the mall space. Then, doesn't this leave room for me to show off? Lucy left another 6 points of favorability for backup, and then added all 30 points of favorability to unnamed Art Divine Mind Force Field. A stream of internal energy continued to flow out of Lucy's body. Compared with the synchronization that required breaking all her bones every time she upgraded, Law of Heaven and Earth, the upgrade of internal energy was like injecting a large amount of liquid into a thin pipe, expanding Lucy's meridians from the inside out. After the upgrade was completed, unnamed skill Divine Mind Force Field was upgraded to the second order intermediate level. Lucy felt warm all over, and at the same time, the expanded meridians allowed Lucy to use more internal energy per unit time. Specifically in actual combat, Lucy's casting speed was faster. At the same time, after the upgrade, the Divine Mind Force Field had a new ability, Touch Feedback. Lucy could sense the texture of the objects touched by the Divine Mind Force Field. It felt like the Divine Mind Force Field was more like an invisible extension of the limbs. But if he used the Divine Mind Force Field to support the girl, would it be suspected of taking advantage? For example, I just used the force field of my spiritual thoughts to wrap Wuqing up and help her stand up. Ah, why is her nose bleeding? Lucy threw all the messy thoughts out of his head. He was a serious person. How could a serious person think about this? Lucien's mind moved. The dragon bone sword and the fish scale flying sword that were combined into a big sword flew back to the sword box at twice the speed before. Lucy also bent the dragon bone sword in his hand into a shape suitable for storage and put it back. At the same time, Lucy looked at the outer shell of the sword box, touched it lightly with his fingers, and the fish scales on the outside slid one after another. The 3 big characters, Fish, Dragon, Sword, appeared on the sword box. The sword scales are fish, the sword bones are dragons, and together they form a fish-dragon sword. It also carries the meaning of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Lucy added another 10 points of favorability to unknown sword technique, was upgraded to the primary level of the second stage, and at the same time, all kinds of mysteries of using swords came to mind. This unnamed sword technique created by the predecessor is a sword technique that only attacks and does not defend, and every move is a life-threatening one. Dong dong dong, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lucy directly activated the divine force field, and the white-green force field opened the door. It was Wu Qing. Wu Qing sat in a wheelchair with a package on his legs. The package seemed to contain a lot of things, and it was bigger than Wu Qing's body. Wu Qing turned his face slightly to the side, his face slightly red, not daring to look directly at Lu Shi, and said, "This is the package I prepared when I went out before, and I brought it to you because there is still some left. There are some dry food in it, as well as medicine for wounds, detoxification pills, and the like." Lu Shi saw Wu Qing taking the initiative to prepare things for her and smiled. Wu Qing's face turned even redder at Lu Shi's smile, and he said in a somewhat shy tone, "If you don't like it, you don't have to." Lu Shi hurried over, picked up the package, and said, "I just need this. Thank you." Wu Qing lowered his head shyly and said, "Sima Huangfen is a martial arts master. If you find him, don't act rashly. There is some poison in this package. You can poison him first, and then arrest him." Lu Shi looked at Wu Qing with a little surprise. She didn't expect that Wu Qing, who has always been cold, would have such thoughts. "Safety is the most important thing. We will wait for you to come back," Wu Qing said and left quickly. After returning to his room, he slammed the door. Wu Qing then touched his pounding heart and felt even more excited than when he had just flown into the sky. Lucy opened the package, and sure enough, there were all kinds of things inside. There were many kinds of poisons, such as knockout drugs, laxatives, smoke, blow needles, scorpion poison, and blood-killing strychnine. Lucy wrapped a few blow needles with the force field of divine thoughts. "This thing is not bad. I will ask Ti Xiao to help make some later, but these things are too complete. This package is as big as a suitcase. It is not convenient to carry it out." Lucy thought about it and came up with a new idea. Lucy took off the dragon bone sword and sword scales, and then cast the magic world in a bottle on the sword box. Under the perception of the force field of divine thoughts, the flowing magic power quickly built magic power points in the sword box. Fortunately, the sword box used spiritual iron, which allowed the magic power to be retained. Otherwise, ordinary items could not be made into magic power items. But even so, spiritual iron is still not as good as the glass bottle refined by Blackbeard. The world in a bottle that could originally hold a ship can now only hold a cabin. But this was enough. Lucy put back the package Wu Qing gave her, her own change of clothes, the dragon bone sword, and the sword scales. Then Lucy took a look at her system panel. Main quest: investigate the counterfeit currency case. Favorability: Atlantis blood, second order primary. Law of heaven and earth, third order primary. Nameless heart method, divine minefield, second order intermediate. Ghost servant contract, second order primary. Contractors: Karina, Hector Barbassa. Water spirit divination, first order primary. Swimming, first order primary. World in a bottle, second order primary. Temporary status: infected with wolf poison. When the wolf poison attacks, it will lose reason, corrode the body, and even transform into a werewolf. Temporary status: nameless swordsmanship. Nameless swordsmanship, second order primary. Karina's lover, favorability 6. Barboza, favorability 34. Everything was ready. Lucien rode a group of fast horses, thinking of Sima Huangfen in his heart, wishing that the compass would turn and point to a direction. Lu Shi rushed towards the direction indicated by the wish compass. In Wu Qing's room, a bird flew in from the window and landed on Wu Qing's shoulder, chirping. Has he set off? Wu Qing looked at the window, and his sight seemed to see through the window into the distance. Lu Shi ran for 2 days and 2 nights, and finally came to a remote village. Before arriving at the village, Lu Shi smelled a strong smell of blood. Lu Shi activated the magic of heaven and earth, and his 2 eyes quickly grew larger, turning Lu Shi's entire face into eyes. It looked a bit weird and grotesque, but such eyesight also allowed Lu Shi to see the scene in the village. The village was full of blood and corpses. The corpses of men, women, the elderly, children, and even livestock. There were also various corpses that could no longer be distinguished as human or animal, mixed with blood flowing all over the ground. This village that originally looked peaceful and harmonious had now turned into a hell. Suddenly, a woman's cry for mercy came from a distance. Lucien didn't care about riding a horse, and he used his internal force to fly directly. Although he had not learned special light skills, with the blessing of internal force, Lucien's short-distance running speed was now faster than that of a horse. In a flash, Lucien came to the source of the woman's cry for help. I saw a man covered in blood holding a woman's neck with his bare hands. A man, who looked like the woman's husband, wanted to stop the man, but he was also held by the man. The child wanted to run over to help his parents beat the bad guys, but the man kicked him directly, as fast as a jaguar. If the kick was real, the child would probably be dead. Lucien immediately activated the divine force field. The dragon bone sword came out of her body, and the bone blade combined to become a hard sword, flying to the man's feet. With a bang, the man's foot kicked the dragon bone sword. The man was forced to take a step back by the recoil force, and the divine force field on the dragon bone sword was almost broken by the man. Lucien stretched out her hand, and the bone blade of the dragon bone sword unfolded, turning into a sword whip and wrapped around the child, flying back to Lucien's side. Lucien hugged the child and put him on the ground. At this time, the husband whose neck was pinched shouted, "We really don't have human traffickers here. We are all kind people here. My wife was not bought." Lucien also saw the man who pinched the man clearly. He was Sima Huangfen, who she was looking for. Sima Huangfen said, "Humph, you still want to deceive me. I have already found out that your entire Maoanjiao village is a village of human traffickers." When Lucien heard this, her feet that wanted to step forward to stop him suddenly stopped. "Is this a village of human traffickers?" Sima Huangfen saw Lucien's action and shouted, "I am doing justice. Don't meddle in other people's business without knowing anything." The man whose neck was grabbed said, "We are in Majiapo, and Jiaokun, thatched cottage, is on the other side of the mountain." Sima Huangfen sneered, "You still want to deceive me now. Go to hell." Sima Huangfen was about to crush the man to death. Lucien frowned, not knowing who was good and who was bad, but now that the person was dead, it would be impossible to tell. Lucien slapped the sword box, and more than 10 sword scales flew out and stabbed Sima Huangfen's hand. Sima Huangfen had to withdraw his hand and let go of the couple. Disliked Lucien for meddling in other people's business, and said angrily, "What kind of fool is this, meddling in your grandfather's business?" But seeing the dozen sword scales flying and turning in the air, he knew that Lucien was not easy to mess with, so he did not move his hands. Lucien raised his hand and said, "I have a geomancy map here, which can tell me the name of the village here." Lucien's thoughts moved, and a map in the sword box flew out and came into Lucien's hand. Lucien spread out the geomancy map, thinking about the route he had taken in the past few days, and after comparing, he said, "This is indeed not Maoanjiao village, it is Majiapo." When the couple heard that Lucien proved that what they said was right, they both hugged their heads and cried. It was not worth it for so many people to die in vain. Sima Huangfen frowned when he heard this and said, "It's really troublesome. I finally thought of a good reason to kill someone, but I killed the wrong person." Sima Huangfen scratched his head vigorously and said, "I'm so annoyed. If I kill you all, no one will know that I killed the wrong person." Sima Huangfen finished muttering and rushed directly towards Lucien. Lucien was stunned by Sima Huangfen's weird thinking. Is he crazy? However, Lucien's hands were not slow. The dragon bone sword unfolded and turned into a long whip. At the same time, he said to the family, "Leave here quickly, I have a horse. The farther you run, the better." "Thank you, benefactor, thank you." After thanking Lucien, the couple ran outside with their children in their arms. At the same time, Lucien received 10 points of favorability. Not bad, not in vain. Lucien swung the dragon bone sword in her hand and chopped at Sima Huangfen. Sima Huangfen's martial arts is similar to Tisho's, and he practices fists and claws. Sima Huangfen's fists are covered with true qi. One fist blocks Lucien's dragon bone sword, and the other fist hits Lu Shi. There is a sound of wind and thunder from the fist, and it is thunderous. Lucien made a move with one hand, and the sword scales on the sword box flew out one after another, shooting at Sima Huangfen like a rain of swords. Sima Huangfen had to retreat and then clasped his fists in front of his chest, and a Hunyuan true Qi shield suddenly rose. Lucien controlled the sword scales to shoot at Sima Huangfen from all directions. Bang bang! Sima Huangfen saw clearly that Lucien could control the sword scale flying blades that looked like leaves. And he also used a long sword whip, which showed that he was more used to fighting at a distance. Sima Huangfen approached Lucien. He originally used his fists, and close combat was his strong point. Sima Huangfen avoided the dragon bone sword by a hair's breadth, and at the same time, he punched Lucien's chest with both fists. Boom! Lucien seemed to be hit head-on by a truck weighing several tons and was blown away and smashed the wall. But before Lucien could recover, Sima Huangfen had already arrived in front of him. It turned out that when Lucien was flying backwards just now, Sima Huangfen actually rushed after Lucien, and the distance between the two had never exceeded an inch. Sima Huangfen grabbed Lucien's neck with a throat-locking claw, lifted Lucien up, and then squeezed hard. Lucien's throat was directly torn. Lucien immediately had difficulty breathing, and a feeling of suffocation came naturally. Sima Huangfen threw the dying Lucien to the ground and said contemptuously, "I thought we could have a good fight, but you're just a rookie." Sima Huangfen dodged Lucien's dragon bone sword again and pierced Lucien's heart with one sword. After confirming that Lucien could not survive, Sima Huangfen threw Lucien down and rushed towards the family that had escaped before. Lucien felt cold all over, and regret rose in her heart. She regretted not listening to the advice of Zhuge Zhengwo and Te Shou. She didn't expect to die inexplicably in this place. Just when Lucien was desperate, the unknown heart method in her body suddenly started to work quickly, and a large amount of internal force surged out from her dantian. Lucien's whole body immediately shone with the white and blue light of the divine force field. The previous serious wound began to heal quickly. Seeing this, Lucien immediately invested all her favorability points into the unknown heart method divine force field. The previous internal force was even more surging, and Lucien felt that her wounds were healing quickly. But the blood in her chest could not be stopped. Lucien directly used the divine force field to construct a force field light film in her heart, and directly used the force field to fix the pierced heart part to ensure blood circulation. At the same time, she also used the divine force field to restore her throat, so that she could finally breathe air. Lucien secretly said, "Don't be reckless. This world is full of people with high martial arts skills. My beginner's sword skills are nothing in front of these real murderous underworld masters." At this time, suddenly a few screams came from a distance. The people who escaped were killed. Lucien did not care about exposing his ability and directly launched the law of heaven and earth. They practice martial arts, I practice immortality. I don't believe I can't beat you. Lucien directly turned into a 100-meter giant, walked a few steps to Sima Huangfen, picked up a huge stone, and smashed it towards Sima Huangfen. At the same time, after turning into a giant, he no longer had the platinum spirit. Lucien carefully used his internal force to maintain the spiritual force field on his heart and throat. What is this? Sima Huangfen was also stunned, but he took action in an instant. The internal force on his fists condensed into a fist. A punch was thrown out like a small cannonball, and it actually smashed the huge stone in Lucien's hand. Seeing this, Sima Huangfen laughed, and then used his agile body and petite figure to continuously attack from behind Lucien. Lucien's body was huge and clumsy, and when he met such a skilled master, he was directly restrained. "So you're just an embroidered pillow. It's a pity that I don't like Lord Rabbit. Otherwise I would have caught you and brought you back to have fun." Sima Huangfen laughed and punched. One punch after another directly blew small holes on Lucien's body. This horse is more powerful than the shells on the sea ship. Lucien couldn't hold on any longer, so he shrank his body and flew into the air on the fish dragon sword that was a composite sword. Unexpectedly, this escape trick became the key to the comeback. Sima Huangfen was very ruthless, even more desperate than Leng Shui's unknown sword technique. After all, Leng Shui used attack instead of defense. "I was chopped half to death by you, but you were chopped off a life by me. But when analyzing the case before, it was concluded that Sima Huangfen, this psychopath, just wanted a miserable death. In addition, he was invincible in close combat, and he also had short-range attacks such as fists. In a ground battle, Lu Shi, who was still a novice, could never beat Sima Huangfen. But Lu Shi could fly. When he just flew up, Sima Huangfen could still attack with his fists. When Luxi flew higher, Sima Huangfen could only attack with stones. But when Luxi went higher, Sima Huangfen could no longer attack him. Luxi could only take a breath at this time. After returning to normal, the Platinum Spirit was generated again, alleviating the problem that he could only use internal force to create a spiritual force field, but his internal force was insufficient. Luxi looked at Sima Huangfen, who was helpless against him, and finally had a place to vent his resentment from the continuous frustrations. Luxi waved one hand and the entire sword box and several pieces of armor came to Luxi's feet to support Luxi's body. The dragon bone sword and the sword scale flying blade floated in the sky, aiming at Sima Huangfen on the ground, shooting away. Sima Huangfen once again raised the chi shield to block Luxi's flying sword and flying blade. But Luxi had the advantage of height, and the flying sword flying downwards was more powerful after being blessed with gravity. The dragon bone sword was the main attacker, constantly stabbing. The sword scales as big as willow leaves seemed to be a piece of sword rain, constantly shooting down, then returning to the sky, and then falling again. The rapidly shooting sword scales formed two circulating rings, and Sima Huangfen's chi shield also constantly splashed with flares of chi collision. Sima Huangfen was very frustrated after being beaten and cursed, "What's the point of standing in the sky? Come down if you dare." Lu Shi wanted to say, "Come up if you dare," but her Adam's apple had been broken. Although it was wrapped in the divine force field and restored to its original state, she still couldn't speak before it was completely healed. Lu Shi turned the pain into motivation and continuously shot out sword scales. "I don't believe that you don't need to consume internal energy to fly to the sky. Let's see who can outlast who." Sima Huangfen changed his tactics, gave up the true energy shield, and continued to dodge the houses in the village. If he couldn't dodge, he would use his fist to repel. He was ready to wear Lu Shi out and let Lu Shi fall from the sky. But these dilapidated houses couldn't withstand a sword from the dragon bone sword. Sima Huangfen had slaughtered the entire village before, so Lu Shi had no scruples to use it. The dragon bone sword and the sword scales formed a group of sharks. The dragon bone sword attacked in the front, and the sword scales waited for an opportunity to sneak attack from behind and take a piece of meat from Sima Huangfen. The two spent a whole day and night and were exhausted. Lu Shi's sword speed slowed down a lot. Sima Huangfen's face turned blue, but when he saw Lu Shi like this, he laughed and said, "Ha! You can't do it." Lu Shi silently took back the dragon bone sword and sword scales and saw that many sword scales had curled up, and there were even a few fist marks on the dragon bone sword. Seeing Lu Shi like this, Sima Huangfen was even more proud. But then Lu Shi took out a piece of cake from the sword box. This was in Wuqing's previous package. This cake had no moisture at all, and the hardness could directly smash the stone. But it also had a long shelf life, and it could resist hunger after eating. Lu Shi bit it with his teeth, but it didn't bite it open. He could only cut it into small pieces with the dragon bone sword and slowly eat it piece by piece in his mouth. Lu Shi's operation shocked Sima Huangfen. Internal strength comes from food, refining essence into qi. If Lu Shi had something to eat, it would be troublesome. Sima Huangfen didn't fight anymore and ran away directly. Lu Shi chewed a biscuit while sitting on the sword box, following Sima Huangfen and occasionally using the dragon bone sword to sneak attack. Shenhao Mansion. Waiting for your elder brother Leng again. Zhuje Zhengwo handed a cup of hot tea to Wuqing, who was looking outside at the door. When Wuqing heard Zhuje Zhengwo's words, his expression came back from his previous days, and then he picked up the file in his hand and said, "I am looking up the information of the copper mold case." Zhuje Zhengwo did not expose Wuqing's daughter's thoughts, but just sighed in his heart that the child had grown up. Then he gave the hot tea in his hand to Wuqing. "I have some information about your elder brother Leng here. Do you want to hear it?" Zhuge Zhengguo said while sitting next to Wu Qing. Who wants to hear about him? Wu Qing took a sip of the tea to cover up, but the hot water scalded him and he stuck out his tongue, which was very cute. Zhuge Zhengguo smiled and said, "It is said that your elder brother Leng really found Sima Huangfen, but he was no match for him." Wu Qing listened carefully when he heard this, but Zhuge Zhengguo didn't say anything. Wu Qing glanced at Zhuge Zhengguo, but Zhuge Zhengguo didn't say anything. At this time, Tisho came over, saw Wu Qing's angry look, and smiled. "Don't worry, Lengshe is fine." According to the news from friends in the martial arts world, Sima Huangfen massacred a village at that time, and Lengshe happened to meet him. No one knows about the battle between Leng and Sima Huangfen, but later Lengshe used the method of flying with a sword to chase Sima Huangfen. The two ran through 3 or 4 towns. When Sima Huangfen was eating or sleeping, Lengshe would stand on the sword and attack Sima Huangfen. Many people saw Lengshe flying in the air, and many people called him the cold-blooded sword immortal. After that, the two spent 7 days and 7 nights like this, and finally Lengshe killed Sima Huangfen. In addition, Lengshe also wiped out a village that was doing human tooth business and sent all the prisoners to Liu. Lengshe should be back in the next 2 days. After hearing the news, Wu Qing's heart was a little relieved, but he said, "I'll go back and continue to organize the files." After that, Wu Qing controlled the telekinetic wheelchair and returned to his room. At this time, Ming came over, looked at Wu Qing's back with Zhu Zhengguo and Tisho, and said, "Are all women so hypocritical?" Zhuge Zhengguo and Tisho looked at each other, then at Ming. The 3 old bachelors had little experience. At this moment there was a sound of sword whistling in the sky. They looked up and saw that it was Lucy flying on a sword. Lucy controlled the fish dragon's sword to the entrance of the godly Marquis mansion and then jumped down directly. The fish dragon's sword decomposed itself and returned to the sword box. Lucy handed a square box on her waist to Zhu Zhengguo and said, "I have fulfilled my mission." At this time, Wu Qing also came out of the room and looked at Luxi. Compared with when Luxi just went out, he was obviously much more vicissitudes of life. There were also traces of various injuries on his clothes. The most serious one was a front-to-back penetrating wound on the chest. But Luxi's eyes were shining as if she had seen through the confusion. Luxi felt Wu Qing's gaze and smiled at Wu Qing. This time Wu Qing did not avoid his gaze, but there was a bit of heartache in his eyes. Zhuge Zhengguo opened the box, and inside was the head of Sima Huangfen. Zhuge Zhengguo smiled and said, Okay, I will ask for credit for you. You have worked hard outside, have a good rest for a few days." Zhu Zhengguo looked Luxi up and down and saw that Luxi's trip was not easy, so he patted Luxi on the shoulder. Ming also gave Luxi a brotherly fist bump and praised, "Boy, you are good. You really caught the man." Other people in the Shenhao mansion also came over and asked Luxi about the journey. Luxi was a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of the crowd. She tried her best to respond with a few words, but her eyes were looking at Wu Qing. Zhu Zhengguo said to everyone, "Your brother Leng has finally come back. He must have been tired. Let him rest first, and we will have hot pot together in the evening." Okay, everyone left, leaving only Luxi and Wu Qing. Luxi pushed Wu Qing inside. Wu Qing said, "Is it dangerous?" Luxi smiled and said, "It's okay, and it's worth it." Lucy looked at her system panel, and the favorability value on it had quickly accumulated more than 30 points. Catching criminals and being a hero are the kingly ways to earn favorability. In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, there are only a few famous doctors. Even if there is an emergency need when the epidemic is over, people will be used immediately instead of behind. But how many famous heroes, generals, and judges are there? It shows that punishing evil and promoting good and making decisions for the people are easier to gain people's recognition and favor. What's more, there is money to be made. A Sima desolate tomb can be worth a house in Kyoto. At this time, Zhuge Zhengguo walked over with a thick stack of silver bills in his hand and said, "I'll give you the reward first, and I'll give you the specific rewards and promotions after I report to the emperor." Lu Shi said, "Don't worry about promotions. I'm planning to catch a few more people." Wu Qing immediately turned around in his wheelchair and said, "You're going to die." Wuqing looked at the bloodstains and various scars on Lu Shi's body and felt very distressed. Lu Shi said, "I can fly, no one can hurt me." As he said that, Lu Shi gave Wu Qing the banknote that Zhuge Zhengwo gave her and said, "I have no place to live, so please keep this money for me." Wu Qing turned his head away angrily and said, "Who am I to you, and why should I keep your money?" Wu Qing directly controlled the wheelchair and went back to his room. Lucy didn't understand how she had made Wu Qing angry. Zhuge Zhengwo patted Lucy's shoulder and said, "Wu Qing's father was too upright and wanted to impeach Prime Minister Chai, so someone sent people to kill his entire family. If I hadn't shown up in time, Wu Qing might have been killed too. That's why Wu Qing doesn't want to lose you now." Lucy nodded, but immediately asked in confusion, "Hey, aren't we in the Shenhao mansion responsible for catching criminals? If Wu Qing was worried about danger, why would you let you catch criminals?" Upon hearing this, Zhuge Zhengwo glanced at Lucy and said, "Maybe it's because we are stronger." Tisho also puffed up his muscles. "Flying is not a surefire way to win, so it's better to be cautious." Zhuge Zhengwo patted Lucy's shoulder and left. "Besides, you are lucky to find Sima Huang's grave this time, but it will be hard to find other wanted criminals," Joy Ming, who was just watching the show nearby, said. Lucy understood. Doesn't this mean that she is not good enough? She wanted to refute, but the three of them went back. Lucy snorted and went back to her room to change. The clothes she brought before were already smelly, and the one she was wearing was relatively clean. After changing her clothes, Lucy knocked on Wu Qing's door. Wu Qing subconsciously wanted to open the door, but immediately withdrew his hand, stroking Fire in his arms, and did not open the door. But Fire seemed to sense Wu Qing's tangled emotions and started chirping. When Lucy heard this, she knew that Wu Qing was in the room. She pushed the door, but it didn't open. It was Wu Qing who was holding the door with telekinesis. "Look, see?